Before they hated me, all your pain and suffering. Woo! We are live, ladies and gentlemen. Whoop whoop. Let's get it. Man, oh man, oh man. You guys know what's going on. Hope you guys had a great weekend. I know I did. I think. I think I had a good week. It's like a blur, man. I think it was good. It was all right. I did what I wanted, you know? You know? What are you even supposed to do during the weekend? I don't even know what you're supposed to do. Supposed to lay around, sleep a little more, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea. It turned out all right. What's going on? Mike Riley in the house, locking things down. Let's jump right in, guys. There is a whole bunch that took place, but of course, as always, let me share this screen for you guys. As always, we start here with the buymeacoffee.com/Coach Colin. It's right there. That's what it looks like. You jump in there, you'll see that right away. Link in the description. It's also pinned, so go ahead and check that out. And also, we hit the 10,000 followers, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to all of you guys out there. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, guys. We are on Spotify, if you did not know. And in celebration of going on to Spotify and getting the 10,000, you have now unlocked something. You've unlocked something, ladies and gentlemen. And it will be Spotify only content that is going to start happening. There are certain things I see and I go, I can't talk about that on there. I can't talk about that on there. But now that we have this, we will be talking about certain things over there. And those of you that are already following, you will see that stuff. We'll let people know over here, but if you want to see it, you're going to have to go over there. That is what is coming, ladies and gentlemen. And I thank you guys. I thank you guys for that. Now we're going for 15,000. That's what we got to do. We got to do it. So we're going over to 15,000. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys so much. And I just got to tell you guys right away. Right away, guys, okay? I need a soundboard so badly, okay? Now, someone said Colin Unchained. Coach Unchained. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I need a soundboard ASAP, especially with things like this going on. I need a soundboard right away. Right away. Graham Allen, ladies and gentlemen. Someone named Candace Owens has made reference to this gentleman being a little bit of a fiddle player, being a little bit in the prolapse gang. That's what we'll call it here. You know, we don't want to say too much. Call it the prolapse gang. Apparently, she said this about Graham Allen. Now, I don't know if there's any signs of that. There might be a sign or two.
We want to welcome the Bongino Army. Buckle up your buttholes, ladies and gentlemen. Today.
Oh, goodness. Oh, hold on a second. Wait a minute. Wait a gosh darn minute. Candace? Is Candace on to something right now?
Gino Army, buckle up your buttholes, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, gosh. What's going on right now? I don't know what I just... Did I hear it? Am I hearing it right, guys? Ladies and gentlemen, Candace may have broken open an even bigger case. Okay? Graham Allen, ladies and gentlemen.
Army, buckle up your buttholes, ladies and gentlemen. Today is going to be welcome to Bongino.
Oh, gosh. Shout out to Black Line Brief for actually watching Graham Allen's show and finding that little gem for all of us. Absolutely wild. I have no idea how to buckle up the booty hole, ladies and gentlemen. That is not something that I can teach you guys here. There's a lot of stuff we're going to go through. That's not going to be one of them. Candace Owens, ladies and gentlemen, just going hard at Graham. Now, I will say, this is all Graham said. In his defense, okay? Graham was just doing what Graham does, okay? I don't know if this warrants this type of attack on Graham Allen. This is all Graham said to Candace, okay? This is all he said, right? Let's just play it, okay?
And she's had this footage since forever.
Okay.
Then how can you believe anything she said for the past 10 months?
Okay.
This is the place that we find ourselves with the online movement right now. There is actual truth tellers versus entertainers for views, clicks, and rage bait. And I argue that Candace is the queen bee of the latter. That's my argument. And I just don't see how anyone can take anything she says seriously anymore. And if I was her audience, I would feel very used and I would feel very conned out of my money. I would feel all of these things. My
It was just a message from the Pentagon, ladies and gentlemen. That's all he did. That's all he said. It was just a little message from the Pentagon. And I don't know. I don't know what Candace was doing. I don't know if she had time in between lunch and dinner or the kids were napping. I have no idea. Maybe George was playing with the kids. I have no idea, but she had the time, ladies and gentlemen. And she went, Graham, why don't you dedicate your time to responding to the gay men who claim they put you on the map and have been ringing the alarm on you being a conservative fraud for money? I think you better use your investigative pursuits to respond to the swinger allegations. I mean, Candace, listen, can a guy just spread propaganda? What's going on? It's 2026. They're everywhere. Everyone's doing it. Why did Graham have to catch a stray like this? This is wild. Wild. I call Gary Dr. Kandahar, 3 rows of teeth. It's what I heard. I'm not the one that started the rumor. It has nothing to do with me. Someone in Afghanistan reported it. That's all. I don't know who. But I never take shots like this. Candace just loaded up with that one. She even has a link to Facebook. And then she shows this post. I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, it does. I mean, this guy has his back arched. You're not supposed to have your back arched like that, You're not supposed to know how to do that as a guy. I'm just saying. Graham has the pouty lips. Oh, gosh. When she brings the receipts, good gosh. I mean, this is like 2 girls in a club. 1:30 a.m. No? This is like 2 chicks in a club, 1:30 a.m. They're in the washroom together. And they're about to go get their backs blown out. They know they are. They know. They're about to go to the bar and some random people are going to start buying them drinks. They know exactly what's going on. Jeez. Well, that's pretty damning. Oh, goodness. Listen, the guy looks great. He looks fantastic. But apparently, these were the pictures that he would put online, and a bunch of men, fiddle players, prolapse gang, right? Booty bandits, as they're called. But I mean, it's just, I get it. Hey, listen, if you got the body for it, and the old men, I don't know, what are they called? Bears? What are the old guys in the prolapse gang called? They're called bears, or that's big guys, twinks, Blake types. I don't know. If they're willing to throw some checks, right? I mean, listen, the $7,000 gang didn't always exist, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'm just trying to bail the guy out here. It didn't always exist. Okay. It was hard times back in the days. This is back 2024, ladies and gentlemen. There was no $7,000 gang at that time. Now, this is a post from an actual man who is part of the, no. This is John Gate, or Late, Graham Allen, who got his start looking hot for the prolapse gang, and he used to tell funny stories in his yelly voice. It was fun, and he looked damn good. So thanks to the prolapse gang and older women, this thirst trap got famous. Then something changed. He started to believe conspiracy theories and drank the Kool-Aid and became a Trumper. Some he has a lot of influence. Some say he has a lot of influence in the movement. Now he works for the DOD as a propaganda arm for the DOD. As of early 2025, conservative podcaster and former Army veteran Graham Allen is employed by the Department of Defense as a director of social media. It's like actually like a senior role. I don't know if it's director, but it's like some senior role. Do not think for 1 minute any of the words out of his mouth are not vetted by the right-wing administration. Well, you're welcome for the prolapse gang and the Cougars' support, or you'd be a redneck father and husband working at Walmart. Well, nothing wrong with working at Walmart, as long as you're willing to show me where things are, because I don't know what's wrong with Walmart. There's 20 employees and nobody around to show you anything. It's ridiculous. That's why they lay out every store the same, so you don't have to ask any questions. But I mean, man, they got him. They got him. What can you do? What can you do? They're dropping like flies. And I told you guys, I did a segment where Hunter Biden was on a podcast and he was talking about this. And I was like, oh, this is Hunter Biden, you know? You know, after you're finished smoking rocks, the rocks still ruminate in your system for a while, right? It's true. It's true. You can always tell someone who smoked rocks. You just got to talk to them for a few minutes. So I gave it up to that. But I mean, it seems like more and more as the weeks go by, after I've heard Hunter Biden tell his whole spiel about how these guys are all part of the prolapse gang, it comes out more and more. It's wild. Now, I'm not saying that he was doing that, but I mean, it looks like it by these posts. You know why I say that? Because ladies don't exactly like posts like this. You know? They don't exactly like these type of posts. Older ladies do, for sure. But I mean, you know, not a lot. They don't really like stuff like this all that much, you know? The guy looks great. Looks fantastic. I mean, wild. Just wild. I mean, this one right here is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. You got to delete all this. No. You got to get rid of all this. Yeah, see, ladies are saying, no, we don't. We don't. Yeah, they don't really like that type of stuff. You know, it's like the old thing. You ever seen like a social media, like an Instagram video, and it's like what you think is going to happen when you get jacked, and some jacked guy, and all these girls are like, oh my God. And then they're like, what really happens? And he's flexing, and it's a bunch of guys that are like, wow, man, look at you, man. Wow, you're doing it. I'm trying to get like you. That's how it usually goes. Graham. It's okay. Hey, listen, it's completely fine. It's 2026. It's 2026. It's completely fine. But I mean, that was her response. And I mean, it just hit. It hit the X airwaves like nothing I've seen before. Travis says, why is basically every shill prolapsed AF as F? Did Tyler Boyer recruit them or something? Candace says, can't say for certain. I love how she says it all professional. Can't say for certain, but in my honest opinion, we could be looking at a island boy class, you know, JE, class of people who are being blackmailed by the state to do its bidding. That's why selling obvious slop has become their full-time personality, as though their lives literally depend on it. I've said that a lot. A lot of them act like as if they're in danger, you know? That a lot of them act that way because the things they say are really dumb and it doesn't make any sense and it's easily debunked and they just don't care and they just keep going and going and going day after day, never backpedal. They don't even look at what they've said before. They just keep saying the thing and it looks wild. So Candace could be right about that. I've been saying that for a while. Let's see. Graham Allen had this to say. He said, you got me. I used to be in much better shape. As far as the other comments, I'd focus on your husband, on your own husband. I'm sorry, Graham. That doesn't hit hard enough, man. Nah. You gotta understand what she did here. She pulled up Facebook posts. She even left a link to the Facebook. I mean, you know, that's not hard enough. You gotta hit harder than that, buddy. Gotta make a video or something, or at least say it's not true. Don't say you should look at your husband. You're supposed. Let me tell you, if you said that about me, the first thing I would say is, hey, that's not true. I never did anything like that. Are you nuts? That's what I would say. That would be the first thing out of my mouth, right? I wouldn't try and deflect. I'd be like, hold the phone. Back there, intact, not prolapsed, not ever. Okay? Listen. That's the first thing I would say. Anyway, man, not hard enough, man. You gotta do better than that, especially with Candace, man. Look at that. No chance you're gonna ratio this. That's 23,000 likes right there. That's 2.3 million views. Holy shit. Holy. Oh my gosh. No. That's too much. Gosh, they got you with that one, man. You gotta delete stuff like that. That's like Myron. Myron has a photo of some dude like kissing him. You can't have that. Can't have that. You gotta delete that. You know? But he posed for it. It's not like he didn't know it was happening. And this dude looks so zesty. I mean, the zestiest person ever. I don't know who that is. We do find out as we go through all the reactions to Graham Allen. We do find out who this guy is. Let's keep going through here, guys. WTF. Ha 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 ha. Well, that Burke guy / prolapse dude next to him liked to kiss men. That's a fact. The receipts are here. Poor little Graham Allen. Why is it that it is always connected to some weird orientation with these sissies? That makes the video even better. And this guy that we're talking about here, apparently, right? That dude. Oh, that's even a clearer picture. That dude, right? I mean, it was a little grainy before. This is a very clear picture. This is not good. This is not good. Listen, I'm trying to bail him out here. I think he's straight as an arrow. Does he have kids? Someone please tell me this guy has kids. If he has kids, leave him alone. All right? Okay? Come on. This is ridiculous now. Leave the man be. Look, he's tatted up, yatted up. He's jacked. Oh, gosh. Anyway, I mean, this is very zesty. This is extremely zesty. Like he looks like he's like kind of playing, like, he looks like he's kind of playing. This dude over here, this dude ain't playing. Oh, he ain't playing. Oh, he's showing off. You know what I mean? And then that's supposedly him. And you can actually see the arm tattoo here. That tattoo. Same tattoo here. I mean, what can you do? Someone said, oh, shoot, I follow John Burke. Didn't know he was part of the hot dog brigade. The hot dog brigade. Well, I mean, what can you do? What can you do? Hey, listen, it's 2026. It's 2026. It's 2026. The straightest men are gay. What's the big problem? What's the big issue here? What are you, some old school guy? Old school straight guy doesn't make out with dudes? Come on. What are you? What are you? You're prehistoric over here. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, just crazy. That's something else right there. Because that's definitely the same dude. And look at this. This dude, I wear this same brand that this guy's wearing. I get it from Buc-ee's. You know that brand? You see that brand there? That's Grunt Style. Oh, man. Come on. This guy's doing it in the Grunt Style? Come on, man. My dad's shirt that I always wear is Grunt Style. I get all my Grunt Style stuff from Buc-ee's. Oh, come on, man. What are these guys doing? This is wild, man. This is crazy. Holy. All right. Well, hey, listen, maybe Graham, maybe, how about this? Maybe Graham just isn't a bigot like the rest of you guys and has no problem being around his friend who, seems very zesty. Maybe that's all. Maybe he's just trying to accommodate his friend's zestiness. Did you ever think of that? Huh? Did you ever think of that? He was like, well, my zesty friend wants to take a picture. I'll do a little zesty thing for my friend. Right? It's like when you have a black friend and you put on a do-rag because you want to make him comfortable. It's like you have a black friend and you walk up, you put your do-rag on, and you hand him some chicken, and you say, listen, I love this stuff. How about you? And you pull out some pineapples that's drenched in Kool-Aid, and you say, you want some, man? Because you want to make your friend comfortable. Obviously. Come on. What are you talking about here? It's called being a good host. It's called being a good host, guys. Come on. Anyway. Apparently, that's who that guy is.
Seven Sheets writes, I am amazed and amused by the oh so prolific naysayers to you online with maybe one of your reach and believers. They're crazy, but they seem so tough enough to open a jar of pickles, if you know what I mean. I'm here with you and God bless. Yeah, they're just insane. And there's something also just extraordinarily like gay, like 90s gay about like men that do that.
Gay, just 90s gay. Why did she say 90s? There is a reason she said that. And she's younger. She's younger than like me and Baron. So it's funny she says that. But I guess she used to go out and club and stuff. Because in the 90s, yeah, they were something else back in the day. They were something else. It was very wild. It was very wild back in the day. I understand why she says 90s, yeah.
Full time online. And she's like, I'm like, stop. Like, stop being a woman. Like, let us do that.
Jeez. I don't know what she's talking about. These are two men, okay? They're burly, tattooed men, okay? I bet you couldn't arm wrestle with them, huh? I bet you that. How about that? Anyway. Daisy, here, you're here. Daisy, check out what's going on with Graham. I saw you posted something about Graham as well. How dare you, Daisy? Okay? I just want to say this is a conspiracy theory, okay? Nothing wrong with Graham. Daisy, what does this look like to you? Does this look bad to you? I don't know. It looks like just two guys just living it up. You know? Living it up, making memories together. That's all. That's all it looks like, right? They're just making memories. Anyway, you know, making out with a dude, pretty crazy. I don't know. That's a bit much. Wow, Daisy says there's more I can't post. I don't want the smoke. Oh, send it to me. So, are you crazy? Send it to me. Send it to me now. Send it to me on X. What do you think I want? Listen, there's no even correlation. It's not even, just, I don't know. Some person sent it to me. Who cares? What are you talking about? Send it to me right now. I'm looking at my phone. Send it to me. Send it to me immediately. What are you, crazy? What is it? What is it? It's not like, they not doing like this, right? It's fine if it's, as long as it's not that. I don't care. Because I'm sticking up for the guy. He works for the Department of War. He sat down with Pete Hegseth. How dare all of you? Straight as an arrow. He's been straight as an arrow. Somebody please tell me the man has kids. How come nobody has validated this yet? Anyway. Oh my gosh. Hey, listen, you send it to me. We'll see what we can do, Someone says, oh my gosh. They say he's gay as the noonday sun. Don't listen. Who is this? Cloudy? What is it? Cloudy? Listen, don't you dare mix up Officer Tatum with what you see going on here. Don't you dare bring up Officer Tatum lingo. Officer Tatum's gonna be pissed. His wife is gonna be like, honey, I just have you seen what's going on? Candace. Oh, not there. Don't tell me about Candace again, baby. What's going on with Candace? What else she have to say? She posted something about your friend Graham Allen. What's going on with Graham? Graham a good man. Straight as an arrow. I was sitting next to him in the courtroom. He had his arm around me. He's trying to console me. Honey, there's been rumors that he might be a booty bandit. Oh, not my man Graham. Mama, they got Graham now. No, this is a conspiracy. He goes and sees the picture. Oh, come on now. This crazy right here. Oh my gosh. Calls him up, gets the answering machine. Graham, you gotta tell me, you not a booty bandit, is you? You can't be, man. You can't be. What's going on with all these Turning Point people? I mean, what's going on? I did it one time with BB. That was it. But that's BB. That's different. You get that chosen spit. That's it. These boys out here doing like this. And I mean, it's just like, It's prolapsed. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I got to see him in person. Officer Tatum's just disillusioned. Completely disillusioned, for sure. For sure. Don't wrap up Officer Tatum in this whole thing, okay? He has nothing to do with this, okay? That's one man I can say straight as an arrow. He has to be. If something came out about Officer Tatum, I'd lose my mind. There's no way. He's from Fort Worth. Can't do that type of stuff in Fort Worth. You kidding me? You ever been to Fort Worth? You can't do that type of stuff. Where Officer Tatum's from? He's from the projects. He's from the projects. Believe you me, you can't do that type of stuff. He did move to Arizona, though. Listen. Holy Fire Luna says the plot thickens. Oh, man. Everybody saw it. Everybody. Jeez. Lou. Let me see. What did Daisy send me? Oh, God. The form name is LP support, large P support group. What? Oh my gosh. Well, this is why Daisy didn't want to post this. I understand now. Oh my goodness. What? But listen. Maybe they just like him. You ever think of that? He's not in it. It's called the large P support group. Okay? And you know what P stands for. I'm just saying. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it out loud. Someone said to show it. No, hold on. I'll show it in a second. Graham and Benny do look like they'd be each other's type. Let me tell you something. We're talking about Graham Allen here. Okay? Graham Allen could do way better than Benny Johnson. Okay? You know, stick up for you just throw people under the bus this way. You guys can't be like this. Graham Allen would be able to get a celebrity looking like that. That's like Channing Tatum 10 years ago. Are you kidding me? He'd be able to get whoever he wants. Anyway. This is crazy. Does it say anything that I can't show? What does that say? Puppy Chulo? Oh my gosh. I would go, oh, jeez. Okay. This is crazy. This is nuts. Okay. All right. Fine. It's not that bad. It ain't that bad, Daisy. Oh, wow. She sent him more. Oh, my gosh. For real? No. But wait, hold on. Me and Daisy are like having a conversation right now. But did he post it? Is that him? Like, he didn't post it, though. He didn't post it. It says his name next to it. This is in 2018. Nah, he didn't post it, though, did he? Okay. We don't think he posted it. This is crazy. Like I said, I do the hard-nosed work out here. This is what Daisy had to say. It's true. They love him on the prolapse blogs. I mean, I can't even show you like picture like this. They love guys like this. This is not even Graham's fault. Guy looks great. What are we talking about here? Looks fantastic. That's why. They just love him. That's all. I remember back when I was 100, at one point I was 180 pounds, right? I had like an 8-pack. And I had to work at a mall. And there would always be some weird dude that would just be like, "You look so good." I'd be like, "All right, man. Okay, thanks, buddy. All right. I worked at a kiosk, so people are just walking by you all the time. And they do a little temperature check. And I'd be like, "Hey, buddy, I'm not the one. Hey, big guy, I'm not the one, okay? All right? You keep it moving. You want to buy a phone? No? Okay, kick rocks." Because they're willing to shoot their shot, those guys. Those guys don't play around. He looks fantastic. Big old rifle. And those people in that community, they probably love some stuff like that. They probably just love seeing stuff like, you know what I mean? They fantasize about going up to someone like Graham and being like, "What do you think about marriage for people like me?" And he's like, "It's wrong. It's wrong and it shouldn't be. It's between a man and a woman. It has always been that way. How dare you even bring that up here?" And they're like, "Well, what do you think? What do you think about? And then they move closer and he's like, get your hands off me. Get your hands off my rifle. Mwah, mwah. Oh, quit it. Quit it. No, this is wrong. No, we should never be able to. Oh, you know what I mean? And that's not his fault if they think about that about him. You understand? That's not his fault. That's them. That's on them. That's not on Graham. Okay? That's not on Graham. Anyway. Jeez. What else you got, Daisy? He's all over the the blogs? The letter gang? He's all over their blogs? Really? Oh my gosh, that's weird. That is weird. I would put a stop to that if that was me. I don't even know what I would do. I'd be like, what? Where? Who? What? I would put a stop to that. You work for the DOD, bro. Go and tell them. Be like, yo, Pete, I need some stuff scrubbed from the internet immediately. What? Are you kidding me? Right away. I'd be like, where's the black budget money? What are we talking about right now? Get my images off these blogs right now. All of them. What are you talking about? Every single thing. Do the thing. You know, the NSA, they got to take my face and scrub it from every blog immediately. Like, what are we talking about here? You guys are spying on Tucker Carlson. You're probably spying on Candace Owens. You guys can't do this for me? I'm spitting out slop day after day. I'm saying the dumbest things. You guys can't get me off these blogs? Are you kidding me? And Pete's just like, I don't know. Why you pose like this? What are you doing? What is this? Why you pose like that? Why are there so many images of you like this? That's besides the point, man. That's besides the point. Come on. What are we doing here? Get me off of these sites. I don't know. There's like 100 images. This is a lot. I don't know if this happened by accident. Listen, it was an accident, man. Come on now. What are you guys doing this to me for? Are we MAGA or are we not? Are we MAGA or what? Oh my gosh. Anyway. That's weird. That's weird. Now, I'm not even going to show this other part. I'm telling everyone right now, if this new attempt to change. Wow. So people were like, can I show this? Whatever. It just says 6'9". It should be fine, right? So basically, people are like posting these things, Instagram, all different places. And they're like, I'm telling everyone right now, if this is a new attempt to change. So basically, people who knew him before and whatever was going on, they're now seeing this new version of him arise. And they're like, what is this? What's this guy doing? You know something? My wife told me to talk about this. This is not my fault. Okay. This sounds zesty, this story. I didn't mean for this story to sound zesty. There was this dude. Okay. I started following this dude. This is a terrible way to start a story, but I was. And it was this dude who had social anxiety, and he would dance in public to combat the social anxiety. And I was like, bro, this dude is going to be famous. Tiffany Haddish was following him, all these famous people. And we were watching it in real time, and everybody loved it. Guys, girls, everybody was like, yo, this white boy is cool. He's listening to hip hop. He's doing these dances, and he's all like nervous. And it was real cool. And then all of a sudden, he started posting weird stuff out of nowhere. And then everybody figured it out together, because the ladies, like I said, ladies don't like stuff like that. So he was posting like what you seen with Graham. He was posting like way worse stuff. And the ladies were like, yo, what are you doing? It was all black ladies. It was all black people. He was like a white ginger dude. And all of us black people were following. We were like, yo, white boy, come to the cookout. And next thing you know, he doesn't have pants on. And we're like, hey, buddy, can't come to the cookout like that. What's going on with you? And we all slowly figured out that this guy, what they're theorizing about Graham is what this dude was doing. Apparently, he found a new audience. He was like, these black people aren't even paying me any money. And he found this other audience, the Prolapse Gang, and they loved him. And next thing you know, he had OF and all this stuff. And we were like, what on earth? And then there was a mass exodus of black people. We were like, we're not following this. This is crazy. It was crazy. But it does happen online. People figure out who their audience is, and they're like, I don't care. Drop my pants for who? Okay, whatever. And they do wild stuff. Dudes do it just like ladies do it. Ladies figure out. Ladies are like, this one with cleavage got 40,000 likes. That's interesting. This one where I'm all dressed up didn't get any likes. And then they just start doing that. It's it's not just women. It's everybody online. Once they figure it out and they got it, they do it. It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh my God. What are you? What is Daisy sending? All right, I'm gonna pull it up. Don't worry. I'm not gonna show her conversation or anything. I'm pulling some stuff up though. Let me just pull up a little thing here. This is crazy. Listen, he's straight as narrow. I think this must be a smear campaign. It must be. It must be. Who's doing it? Qatar. That's who's doing it. It's Qatar doing this to Graham Allen. That's what I think. And I'll stick by that. I'll stick by that wholly. Okay? Let me see. Here, I'm not gonna show our conversation, Daisy. I'm just gonna show what you're showing me here. It's just like a lot of pictures like this. What was he doing? What is this? I'm telling you, man, some people want me on their podcast. They're like, can you send me a headshot? I'm like, a headshot? What are we playing Call of Duty? What are you talking about? I don't have any pictures. I'm like, freeze something in my I do 20 hours a week live. Freeze frame something and put it up there. I don't have any headshots. I don't have any pictures. You know what I mean? Comedians do that all the time. They're, hey, you want my photographer? No, I don't want your photographer. What am I I'm gonna sit on a mountain and look up at the sky? Like, what are you talking about? No, I'm not doing any of that. That's crazy. I'm not doing anything like that. I had my guy, he works with Eddie Bravo. You know, we went to the mothership. He was like, yo, he's a photographer. He's like, yo, let me get a shot of you by the mothership. Cause he felt like, yo, one day you're going to perform here, blah, blah, blah. You're a comedian, blah, blah, blah. I was like, okay. But I wasn't even doing nothing. I was just looking. And then he took the picture. That's it. You got to it's too much. It's too much, man. I don't know, man. I don't have any pictures like that. Anyway. This is Graham. Let me get off this. I don't want to show Daisy's conversation here. This is Travis. Travis saying Daisy wasn't lying. There's an entire prolapse gang forum threads dedicated to Graham Allen. That's wild. That is crazy. And I don't even want to show the text, but basically it's just some dude being like, look at this guy. I would XYZ to this guy right away. Blah, blah, blah. They like him. I'll say that. They like him a lot. Whew. I don't know, man. This is pretty wild. I mean, why did Candace do that? How long we've been talking? We've been talking about this for 38 minutes almost. Why would Candace do that? Candace, keep it to the Fed slop. It's rude. But that's wild, man. Again, I'm not even kidding. He should go to he works in digital media. He should have just been like, listen, there's like a thing we have to scrub. It's like, it's just like misinformation. Like he had that ability while he was working with them. He should have been like, there's some misinformation and, we got to delete this stuff. He should have just done that. Yeah, Daisy said they're from 2024. Yeah, it goes way back. And another one of them was like 2018. Like this is, man. But listen, things like this happen. I met one guy in the gym, Lifetime. In Austin, there's 2 Lifetime Fitnesses, at least by me. There's 2 of them. And there's a bigger one. I forget what I think there's an Arboretum, and then there's something else. I was at the Arboretum Lifetime. And there was this dude there. His name's Sketch. He's like a famous streamer, this guy's Sketch. And he got caught up in the same thing, which is really weird. I guess it's just like, I don't know. I guess it's just media people. I don't know. It's really weird, man. Really, really weird. And I met him one time. I was like, yo, what up, Sketch? And he was like, yo, what's going on, man? I'm like, good stuff, man. I didn't bring it up. I wasn't like, hey, man, there's footage of you doing things with dudes. I didn't say that to him. I knew it, and he knows that I knew it, but like I don't bring that up, you know? Candace should take a note from me, take a beat from me, okay? He knew I knew, and, you know, what can you do?
Army, buckle up your buttholes, ladies and gentlemen.
I need that on a soundboard. I need that on a soundboard so bad.
Army, buckle up your buttholes, ladies and gentlemen.
Jeez. I don't even know what he was going to say now. I don't even want to listen to the rest of it. What else are you going to say after you say that to an audience? I've never said anything like that to you guys. I say, hey, what's up, guys? Oh, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Daisy says, did he say that? Yeah, he did. It's him. It's him saying it. He's right there. He's right there on the screen. He's saying it. That's him. That's Graham. You know?
Gino Army, buckle up your buttholes, ladies and gentlemen. Today,
I don't know, man. You gotta rethink your catchphrases. You know, believe you me, I've put a lot of different vernacular into the podcast sphere. Philadelphia, Officer Tatum, Officer Talmud, get back to work. I put a lot of things into the podcast sphere. You know, Dr. Kandahar Giant, all this stuff. Believe me, that's not one that you should use. You know, one time you put it out there, fine. Don't use it again. Trust me, it's not good. It's not catchy. You know what I mean? You got to say things that you can put on a shirt. You know what I mean? You know, you can't really put that on a shirt. Not all that much. You could, but you're not going to sell a lot of them. I can say that much. Yeah, someone said I'm way cooler. You know, it's cute when I do it. It's not cute when Graham does it. I might be able to get away with that one time, but I know not to say that stuff, and it doesn't really come to my mind. I don't think about that area of you guys when I come here to the show. I don't think about that part of you guys. You know? You can buckle up if you want. You can buckle up whatever area. Usually the buckle goes like this and across, and it goes down here. And that's pretty good, you know? Just the front part of your body, that's pretty good because that keeps you in place in case things get bumpy, right? You don't really have to, you know what I mean. It's a little bit much. Oh, man. Go to another person here. Daisy's like, did he say that? Yeah, he did. And Daisy, that hit Daisy hard because Daisy has all this stuff that she's showing me. So she's like, oh, confirmation. This is more confirmation. Pentagram is also that way. Huge shock. I mean, jeez. Again, Graham has to make a video about this. You can't let this slide, bro. You can't let this slide. Someone else, Brown Beth Dutton. I told y'all this MF was that way. Come on. He has to make a whole podcast dedicated to this. He does. With his wife. Someone please tell me this guy has kids. I know he does. He must. He's a father. Someone said, this is not how straight men act, FYI. Well, you know, it's not, you know. Lindsey Graham would act that way, and Lindsey Graham was straight as an arrow, and everybody knew it, okay? He's a ladies' man. He said so himself, so I believe him. Rest in peace. Rest in peace to the man. Someone said he has kids. Okay, there you go. There you go. He has kids, guys. Come on. Really weird. Really weird. You know, and it's weird because media, politics, entertainment, music, they all very much are like the same thing. And they're so, you know, this same thing that people are speculating about Graham. You know, that's what LL Cool J was doing before LL. There is just as many people who say LL Cool J was doing this type of stuff. Not even just pictures. Like LL Cool J was like getting down, like really getting down before he became a musical artist. That's like a known thing. Cardi B, same thing. There's like an actor that was doing it too. I forget who it was, but there's a lot of that stuff all throughout the entertainment sphere. People doing that type of thing before they get famous. You know, you can find wild things about all of them if you dig deep enough. I don't dig. Someone just laughed and said, I'm never deleting this app. Patriotic Blonde. See, that's the thing, right? It's a cesspool, X, but every once in a while, I'm telling you, Candace pops up and you're just like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. I mean, it's crazy. Milo even he said, oh, sweetie. He spelled sweetie with S-A-W. Oh, sweetie. You know what I mean? You can't let that slide, Graham. Not Milo. You gotta get at Milo. You gotta be like, listen, buddy. You know? Put him in his place. You kidding me? Don't grab him or anything. You guys might get into an embrace or something. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that, you know? My Milo will get you. Seems like the kind of guy. He'll get you. So you gotta be careful with that. Buckley Carlson even popped up. Remember, Graham Allen is not just a ridiculously vain meat stick pillow biter. He's also former DOW contractor, and according to their call logs, apparently solidified his contract with Turning Point 11 minutes after Charlie's precisely orchestrated public death. Bravo, Candace. Jeez. Like, did you say anything to you didn't say anything to Buckley? You gotta say something to Buckley. This is crazy. Wow. See, this is what happens. See, this is what happens when you don't confront it right away. Because now people are looking at pictures of Gary and they're like, what's all this about? But that's just a man. Look at that. He's got some chest shots. That's all that is. That's all that is. That's a big, burly, Kandahar giant. Just got a bunch of chest. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He got 7 straight to the chest, right? 1 in the chin, right? That's just some good work. And now you guys are lumping it in with this. That's not right. That's not right. You don't do that to Gary. You don't do that to Gary. Gary has kids. I know he does. That's my litmus test. Does he have kids? Does he have kids? Well, then he kind of, he likes something about ladies if he has kids, right? Oh my gosh. Well, it happens. It happens. It's fine. Again, it's 2026, Who cares? MAGA's always been inclusive. And that's why I loved MAGA so much, because it was always inclusive. There was big black guys, and they were like, yo, I got a rap song. And then there was Latino guys, and they were like, yo, we came here with our Bentleys, and we making MAGA songs. And you were like, wow, this is incredible. There's New Yorkers, and black New Yorkers, Dominican people, and Dominicans were like, I'm not black, I'm Dominican. And you were like, get in here anyway. And then there was white guys with trucker hats. And it was great. So I'd expect nothing less. It's inclusive. It's always been inclusive. Daisy said the pics are giving me twin vibes. Yeah, well, man. That's what happens. Your whole crew goes down when you let stuff like that happen. That's why Graham has to address that. I'm on Candace's side, but you gotta address it. You know what I mean? Tim Pool called her "see you next Tuesday" for absolutely no reason. You gotta go off, man. You gotta start pounding the desk and yelling about some stuff. He has to, what? Or at least say it's not true. You put out one tweet and just say, hey, that's not true. Just one. Or you put out a tweet and you say, hey, listen, those guys like me. Okay, what can I do? I can't control who likes me. That's true, right? Oh my gosh. Anyway. Let's move away from that. Prayers for Graham Allen, friend of the show. I hope he's doing well. Hope he's doing okay. Hope this doesn't get him down, right? I hope he is just coming out swinging with the Fed slop. Don't let the Fed slop stop just because Candace put that out about you, right? Daisy as well. Daisy's going very hard in the paint over this whole thing, And, just for safety, I would say for Graham, just for, a good practice, stay away from Benny Johnson for like a couple weeks, like 3 weeks. If there's an event, don't sit with him. If there's more courtroom stuff, September 1st, the whole court thing happens again, you sit in a different aisle. I would just do that, sit with Officer Tatum. He's still good if he's willing to sit with you, because he's very no nonsense about that whole thing. Everybody knows it. You guys seen the Hello Fresh video. He's very no nonsense about that. If he's willing to sit with you, just sit with him. Just do that. That's it. Don't sit next to Jack either. There's nothing out about Jack, but I just, just sit with Officer Tatum. He'll help your image there. Anyway, just thought I'd give him that advice. Graham Allen, ladies and gentlemen. doing the Lord's work. If your Lord's Satan, doing the Lord's work. Let's get into Candace Owens here, ladies and gentlemen. Candace says, "Hey guys, just wanted to let you know." Hey guys, just wanted to let you know that the influencers and turning points, influencers that the influencers and turning points are absolutely lying about the existence of the footage of Tyler Robinson, or any person for that matter, assembling the gun on the rooftop. That footage does not exist. Save this tweet. It will age well. It's wild when she says that. Because you know. So they just made that up? I mean, that's going to look terrible. I saw Baron on his podcast. I was listening to it this morning. He was like, this is going to be bad for these guys. You know? Candace then says here, yes, this is the footage they are referring to. The footage they saw was slightly more zoomed in, and you cannot discern even for 1 second that person is assembling anything. Absolute madness. They would like in the manner that they have. Wait, what? Absolute madness they would like in the manner that they have. All right. Not sure what that means. Whatever. Let's keep going. Let's check it out. So this is where they're assembling it. Let's see. Oh, so this is actually him. This is him getting on the roof here? Ah. Here, let me see. Make this bigger for you guys. Okay, well, it would have to be more zoomed in. So this is him over here. So this is the stuff that Blake was saying. I don't know if you saw it on Thursday. I was showing a video where Blake was like, you can deduce that he's putting together a rifle. So they didn't actually see that. That's the whole video. You see him here, right? He's walking. And this is the part where they're like, well, he must be putting together a rifle. Standing up? Standing up? He's standing up, putting it together with a screwdriver? I don't know about that. He'd have to be a... Okay, and then he gets down. Is he getting down here? He's down on the ground. I think both those versions are weird. To stand up and put it together, that's one thing. I guess you could do it if you know your way around. But then also to get down, you know, that's like pulling your pants all the way down at a urinal. You know what I mean? It's like weird practice. It's like you can do it, but why would you do that? Like he's just randomly just, okay, let me lay down on the ground and really get to this. I don't know about all that. That seems kind of weird. Let me see here. What are you showing? Oh, no. What did Daisy say? What number is that you're throwing out there? What number is that? 12, 15, 59 to 17. Whoa. Daisy, you don't have to be on your job here. Don't worry about it. I mean, I thank you. That's crazy. I didn't even see that. You can see it right up there. That's with Fredo, Daily Fredo at the top there. Okay, so this is like a Daisy Fredo tag team here. So watch that clock right there. Watch that clock right there. Keep watching. Keep watching. Oh, man, and then it jumps. Whoa, why? What did they do to this guy? You know? What did they do to him? What did they do? I don't even mean Tyler. I mean Charlie. What did they do? Let's see that again. So right there, 59. Where is he at that 59? And then it jumps back. And then he just kind of moves back. So he did something there. And they cut it out. I mean, isn't it like... Isn't the judge... I don't know, man. If I was a judge and that happened, I'd be like that Leonardo DiCaprio meme. I'd be like, hey, what was that? Hey, guys, there's a minute missing. What's going on? Who has that minute? Who did that? Who did that? I would have someone arrested immediately. At least brought into custody. I'd be like, hey, what's going on? What happened, big guy? I bring him into the court. I want to talk to him. What happened there? There's a minute. There's 2 minutes missing. What's going on? What happened? You're just going to look at it and just be like, just classic Utah. I'm telling you. Classic Utah. Bring a judge from any other state. Bring a judge from any other place. The judge is going to be like, what the hell's going on here? The hell is all this? They're going to be like, whoa, this is how we do things in Utah. Hold on a second. Is this guy part of the church? What's going on here? This guy's getting a little crazy. I don't know. Seems a little nuts. Wow, that was a big jump. That was a big time jump. And then that's where you're supposed to deduce that he put together the rifle. I don't know about all that. That's too bad. That's that super 4K footage. Candace says it was a little more zoomed in. That's what she says about this footage. It was more zoomed in. But I mean, like, what are you going to do when it's more zoomed in? Right? Like, this is what it looks like when it's more zoomed in. Like, look at this. This is not the same thing. But this was this was Trigger Smart trying to bring something that was more zoomed in. Like, look what it looks like when you really zoom it in. It looks insane. Look at him. This was him zooming it in. That looks crazy. That's what it's going to look like? You know what I mean? It just looks nuts. What is this? This is too much. I don't know, man. They're gonna get rid of that kid, huh? The Tyler kid. It's a loose end. He's a loose end. Loose cannon, loose end. Absolutely. This is crazy. Someone's like, that's Tyler Robinson. Yeah, looks like him. Someone says, yo, that's Tyler Robinson. You guys are jerks. Look close. Clear as the noonday sun. It's crazy. That's what happens when you zoom in. You know? It looks nuts.
Body, head, and then this appears to be whatever.
You know what I mean? He has to make stick figures. That's where we're at when we zoom in, like a lot. It looks crazy. It's tough. Look, this is Trigger Smart's trying to do some analysis. This is the toughest analysis that you have to do. You have to look. You made a foot here, a little squiggle. You have to make a stick figure just to make it look proper. It's too much, man. Anyway, shout out to Trigger Smart. He's trying to do some analysis. People tore him up for that clip there. People were tearing him up. People were like, this guy is fed slop and blah, blah, blah. Oh, they were going off on him. He had to release a PSA. He's like, hey, listen, this is I'm analyzing. He's like, I'm analyzing. He had to release a statement about it. It's crazy. People did not like this. People were very upset about this. People saw a stick figure. They're like, what the hell is this? They got pissed off. Well, what's going on here? What is this? It's too frustrating. I understand. Yeah. But he's doing his best. Listen, how much can you do with this? He's doing his best. He's just trying to figure some stuff out. This is what they gave him. Okay? It's not like they got crystal clear footage and he was like, well, let me just make it like this. He's just trying to do his best. Trying to figure it out. Oh, man. Candace went on to say, next, you can record yourself running at top speed and then sliding into a lateral crawl while holding the 30-06 and see if you can prevent it from being seen. And that was these two images. And this was a response to a Mr. Owen. Owen here was showing this video of himself. The guy's 6'8". I didn't know Owen was 6'8". That's damn near 6. That's damn near 7 foot. Let me tell you something. My son gets to be 6'8", buddy. You ain't doing nothing. You have nothing to do with comedy. You get on that court. I don't care if your hand-eye coordination sucks. You're getting on that court in high school, elementary school, high school, college. Nah, you're going to NBA. Ain't no way. People who are above 6'3" should have to apply to play basketball. Oh, I want to be an engineer. Get on the court. Get out of here. What are you doing? Stop taking up all the room, big guy. Oh, I just want to be a nurse. You want to be a nurse. Get out of here. What are you talking about? I just thought I'd, You thought you'd what? The basketballs are over there. Thanks. They're over there. Go dunk. Okay? None of us can dunk here. You go dunk with the other mutants. All right? This is crazy. 6'8"? I had no idea he was 6'8". I had no clue. I've never seen that. I've never seen the guy in person. It's very intimidating. For someone who says the wild things that he says, this is very intimidating. If I saw him in person, he was saying all the stuff he was saying, I'd be like, whoa, this is very intimidating coming from you. You're very up there. And okay, all right, I believe you. Okay, they ate him. Okay, all right. All right, sorry. I was just... But this is him shoving the whole thing in his pants, Tyler Robinson style, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out.
Okay, I was getting a little annoyed just seeing people like that I know better. I have a very similar gun to the alleged. This is a 30-06, same. I mean, most people have this gun. Okay, I know the people saying that the footage is real have the same gun. I'm 6'8". Okay, I'm taller than Michael Jordan. You see the bottom there? This is what it would look like in sweatpants. I'm 265 pounds, 6'8". This is retarded. Okay, this is like the dumbest obvious leg. So
that looks crazy. That looks crazy. Taller than Michael Jordan, 265. Are you kidding me? It's not even too late for you. Go apply. There's a team that'll take this guy. Are you kidding me? For sure. There's a team that will 100% take this guy. They'd be like, get over here, big guy. What can you do? Can you jump? If he can jump 16 inches in the air, I mean, what are we talking about? Go play for the Toronto Raptors. They'll take this guy for sure. Are you kidding me? They lost Kawhi. That was years ago. I don't know anything about sports. They lost him years ago. Get in there. Talking about. Anyway, that's why Candace was saying that. You know, that whole lateral crawl, and see if you can do it without it being seen. So now, I mean, it was obviously out of the pants by the time he's doing the lateral crawl. It seems like he can't see it. A lot of people are doing the whole zoom in stick figure thing. They're like, well, this little thing here, and it's like, it's so hard because, especially as an editor, you know, as you zoom in, someone said the Scarborough Shooting Stars. How do you even know that, Mike Riley? But someone, what was I saying? He threw me off, Mike Riley. What was I just talking about? When it came to Owen Benjamin and this whole thing. Okay, when you're editor, when you're trying to zoom in, the slightest thing can look like a rifle butt, the butt of a rifle, your arm, a piece of something hanging from you. Let's just say you have something hanging from you. They can all look the same when you're too zoomed in. It just looks too much the same. Everything does. Because it gets to the point where you're just looking at a blob. So it's like anything can be anything at that point. It's too hard. You can't make more pixels. Exactly. You know? Anyway. It's too much. That's what Candace had to say there. So we've had a lot of updates there, guys. So, and in more recent news, Blake has decided that he is going to take on Candace and Baron. This is how he's going to do it. This is real footage of Blake, ladies and gentlemen. Expect a wild week as Black Blake with braids hits the scene. Okay, with the cake. Okay. So this is how he plans to take on Baron and Candace at the same time. Has the slick braid up, the very chocolate skin. So they better get prepared, okay? They better get prepared because Black Blake is no joke. A Black Blake can say the N-word as much as he wants. So get ready for that. That's happening ASAP. Let me just do this really quick. Honey, can you turn on the heat, please? I'm freezing. Hopefully she does it. Yeah, we'll see. So get ready for Black Blake. He's coming. He's coming, ladies and gentlemen. Who made this? Peter Panikin? Thank you for this. I do appreciate things like this. They really, really brighten up my day when I see stuff like this. Owen Benjamin also has offered something wild to Andrew Wilson. He says, I would pay Andrew $500 if he can assemble a 30-06 with a screwdriver in a full 7 days. He can take 1 week, but he has to do it himself. Well, there you go. I think that's an offer to take, right? Doesn't that make sense for Andrew? Now, to have the picture of him trying to open a pickle jar, it's a little insulting. I mean, you know, just because you can't open a pickle jar, it doesn't mean that you can't use a screwdriver, right? Those things are kind of correlated. Usually, guys who can't open pickle jars can't use screwdrivers. It's a fair assumption, but you don't know. You have no idea. Andrew says, one thing I'm pretty tired of is people telling me that it's very simple and easy to do things that are superhuman feats. 140-yard shot is easy, very easy. Crawling is simple. Hanging off a building and dropping also isn't difficult. No commando skills required. I mean, there's not one thing he mentioned that he could do. He couldn't do any of those things. That's crazy. Is he nuts? He's a really funny guy. Very interesting guy. You know, you should make it, at least the mainstream media, when they would push FedSlop, and they still do, but when they do, you kind of are like, well, they're getting paid by CNN, right? And it's like, it's not all of a sudden. They're like, I've been on this network for 10 years now. And, you know, so you're at least like, okay, like they're easing you into it. This guy just popped up out of nowhere. He's like, I'm the liaison. All questions come to me. Debate me. Debate me. Debate me. Debate me. You're like, what the heck? What? What's going on? I'm telling you, man, it's like, I don't know what kind of high school you went to. You know, there's undercovers in my high school all the time. There's a lot of organized crime where I'm from. And there undercover cops all the time. And they would just pop up and be like, hey, guys, can I get a marijuana? And you'd be like, hey, man, what are you doing here? You're 30. I'm not 30. What are you talking about? I'm 18. You're 18? Bro, get out of here. What do you do? Get out of here. And then you'd never see him again. You'd be like, oh, well, that's pretty obvious. This guy has the same vibe. What is this? This is silly. This is just silly. Anyway, let's move on. The President of the United States. President of the United States actually met with the President of the United States. I don't know if you guys saw this. They met up and making big decisions about what's going to happen with America. Can you tell which one's the President of the United States? I don't know if you can tell. I don't know. It's hard to tell which one's the President of the United States and which one's the President of the United States. It's very hard. It's very hard to tell. But but one of them is, and the other is as well. I don't know if you guys know this. They kind of tag team it, you know? They tag team it. Good for them. Good for them. It's good to see them working together. You know what I mean? Anyway, we got footage of the man himself. Oh man, the man himself. Some people say he's acting as a foreign agent here. You know, I love to find a clip of this guy and just show him to you guys, right? It's one of the best. Listen to this. So basically, they're going to have a judge panel. This is him on the phone with BB here.
To appeal to the court to say, okay, we want to review this. Before you do anything, before you arrest warrant, there has to be a review about this entire process. And I suggest that you send a letter with maybe with some other senators. I don't know if you can get any Democrats.
So he's telling him, hey, get a letter for me. Get a bunch of senators to sign this letter. Just completely just circumventing the President of the United States as he is the President of the United States. I mean, it's pretty wild. It gets confusing, I know. But he's telling them, hey, get some Democrats too. Just instructing them on what to do, you know?
I tell you, the perfect person would be the Speaker, Speaker Johnson.
Would be what?
Speaker Johnson. No, to have him on the letter. I don't know. I won't know that.
He's like, yeah, sure. Get him too. He's like, get them all. I don't care. Do whatever you got to do.
I'll try. But I will try. I promise you that.
He will try. I promise you that. If you guys couldn't tell, Lindsey Graham is taking this call from hell right now. That's actually where he is as he's taking this call. This is not footage from like another day. This is actually him in hell, still working with BB, because that's how dedicated he was. That's how dedicated he is to this day. I don't know if any of you have that type of dedication. He's literally sitting next to Satan right now, taking a call from BB, because he doesn't believe in retiring. Okay, like Ben Shapiro said, why do you even want to retire? Huh? How dare you? Look at Lindsey Graham. He is in hell. There's a rod inside of him somewhere, because that's how they make you walk around in hell. And he's still taking calls from BB, still making things happen, communicating to Speaker of the House Mike Johnson from beyond the grave, as well as some other senators and Democrats and whatnot. How many of you have done anything to this extent? Still taking calls from hell. Anyway, Lindsey Graham, ladies and gentlemen, friend of the show. Daisy said the grind don't stop. The grind doesn't stop. Grind doesn't stop. Are you kidding me? Every single place where there's somebody blowing up, Lindsey Graham's spirit will be there. And it will be cackling, and it'll be like doing a little dance like this. It'll be like, oh God. Every single time anything blows up, he'll always be the new God of War, you could say. Anyway, dead friend of the show, someone says. Oh, Lindsay. I miss Lindsay. Oh, I just can't wait. BB, I'm down here, but I'm willing to help you. I'm willing to help you. Of course. BB's like, hold on. The reception is very bad. Let me get inside this pentagram. I have to get inside. Hold on. Let me get inside the pentagram. Okay. Can you hear me? I can hear you, BB. I can hear you. Oh, it's so good to hear your voice. Oh my gosh. Oh, this just takes me back. I can't wait. I wish reincarnation was real. It's not real, BB. I told them, I'm like, can I just come back up there as just a supple young boy? And they were like, you can't come back at all. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is crazy. I was going to come back and do all sorts of things with y'all. You know? Anyway. I miss him. He's one of the characters. There's no characters anymore. You know, they had like a Tom Burchett, you know, he's like, thank y'all for letting me come down here. Or, thank you for putting me in this position. You know, he's boring. And Ted Cruz sucks, you know? You got Josh Hawley, and it's like, you know, part of the Prolapse gang or something like that. There's no characters anymore, man. Where are the characters at? Even Jasmine Crockett's gone. There's no characters anymore. It's boring. You lose any more Lindsey Grahams, the American government's going to look just like the Canadian government. Have you ever watched anything from the Canadian government? It's so boring. It's the worst. They're like, Speaker of the House, may I just say right now that I don't like the guy on the other side? And they're like, yes. It's like, this sucks. Anyway, let's move on, guys. Let's move on here. I said, have you ever seen the Canadian government? Someone said Trailer Park Boys. Oh my gosh. Trailer Park Boys. That was what's that dude's name? Elliot Page? Am I saying it right? Did I mess up? Am I canceled? Elliot Page? That was Elliot Page's best work. You guys don't even know. Elliot Page's best work was Trailer Park Boys. Hands down. Best thing ever. Anyway, let's get over to some more Candace stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Candace with a little mix of Baron right here. Candace Owens saying, were we ever provided a list of which FBI agents were on the ground at UVU within 16 minutes of the explosive going off? Wow, she's not even playing around anymore. She's like, I'm not saying shot ever again. That's actually a fascinating admission, given the fact that the Bureau office is located in Salt Lake City, a 45-minute drive away. Oh, that's interesting. That is actually very interesting. What were the agents doing so close to UVU that day? Who were the first agents to arrive? Wow. I didn't know it was that far away. That is very interesting. 16 minutes, according to Cash Patel. This is Mel, Candace's ride or die, right up there with Candace's cousin that she always talks about. 16 minutes, according to Cash, and they secured the scene, but that's before Bagley even got on the rooftop, and they weren't spotted on Bartholomew's video securing the scene down there either. And she has a little, this is actually from the Bureau. Can I click through on this? Oh, cool. The first FBI agents arrived on the scene in 16 minutes with the chief of police. Wow. With the chief of police at 12:39 and secured the scene. They immediately launched fixed wing assets. We utilized these assets to transport personnel, specialty technicians, hostage rescue teams. Can I say that properly? Say it properly. Don't say it like you're drunk. Hostage rescue teams. There you go. Good job, Colin. We also utilize these assets to go back and forth from the East Coast and here in Utah to transport forensic evidence and other evidence that will be analyzed and is being analyzed at the Bureau's laboratories. Okay. I would love to know what they analyzed, because it seems like they didn't analyze anything. I was watching Baron's episode. He was talking about the microphone. There's like a little clip. I guess I should show that. I'll show that clip in the next segment. There's a little clip where there's a guy, I think he said it's some police officer or something. He takes the microphone and he blows into it. Blows his DNA on it. And he bangs it on the table. I was like, whoa. They're just messing up everything. Guys just walking around going, Hey, guys, whoa. Why are you licking your hands and touching everything? I don't know. I'm just here. I don't know. I just need something to do. Guys, quit spitting everywhere. What's going on? Hey, stop urinating. What's going on here? Guys, this is a crime scene. What's going on, everybody? I guess pretty crazy. We'll talk about that in a second. But let's jump over here. To Baron, humble host. Julian Dorian. If you didn't see this episode, he talks about the whole Julian Dorian thing. He was on his show and then did another show back to back with this dude who, I forget what the dude's name is. I didn't watch, I'll admit, he did an episode with Julian Dorian, this gray-haired dude. Gary was really endorsing that episode a lot. And that just gave me Fed slop alarm. So I was like, I'm not even going to watch this. I'm not taking the time to watch something that's 3 hours that Gary is already endorsing. That already tells me it's some kind of Fed slop. So I didn't actually watch it. But Baron says the guy's actually a good guy. I don't know if he saw Gary being endorsed by this guy all that much. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But either way, they did a great episode. And one thing that Baron said about Julian, I was saying this just last night. He's like Joe Rogan 8 years ago. I don't know when the whole Spotify deal came about. That whole thing's been a blur. It feels like it's only been 4 years, but it might have been more. I don't know. But he feels like Joe Rogan 8 years ago. Same with Danny Jones. Those two feel like Joe Rogan years ago. Years and years, like 8-10 years ago. That's the vibe that they give when they do their interviews. It's really cool. Really, really cool. So shout out to them. I think it's dropping sometime this week. As soon as it does, I'm going to come with the highlights right away. I've even jumped onto his Patreon so I could already get the timestamps. But I don't like to jump ahead of people. I want him to put it out on YouTube. Then I will come with the breakdown of the whole thing. I don't like to jump ahead of people like that. It's actually illegal. But most people don't care about that, as you can see with Candace and Sean Ryan. Most people don't care, but I try to do things properly in that respect. Anyway, let's jump in. Baron right here.
Into some of the content, because I want to go back to the scene of the crime. I want to go back to what happened in the immediate minutes after Charlie Kirk was taken down. The immediate minutes before Charlie Kirk had even been pronounced dead. Before we first heard the name Tyler James Robinson, before we knew there was a 30-06 allegedly seen on the Losi Center roof, we first heard from Kash Patel. This is Kash Patel at 1:53 my time. This would be 12:53 their time. This is precisely 30 minutes after everything happened. We get a tweet from Kash Patel. We are closely monitoring reports of the tragic shooting involving Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Our thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones, and everyone affected. Agents will be on the scene quickly, and the FBI stands in full support of the ongoing response and investigation. Agents will be on the scene shortly. Well, that's prospective. That means he believes FBI agents are on the way. And that made sense to me because the Salt Lake City field office is like 45 minutes away. If they're speeding, let's call it 35 or 40. It makes sense to me that they wouldn't be there yet. But then we get a press release from the FBI. This press release came out 2 days later. And in the press release, we get a different story. And so we already see the story sort of changing in real time. This is something that happens in this case quite a bit. The story seems to change. So here's the press release we got 2 days later on September 12th. A little bit of the timeline. I'm reading right here where this purple line is. A little bit of the timeline. Charlie was shot at 12:23 p.m. on Wednesday. The first FBI agents arrived on the scene in 16 minutes with chiefs of police at 12:39 and secured the scene. The FBI immediately launched fixed wing assets. Those are airplanes. Airplanes, or maybe drones, I guess. But now we've sped that timeline up because the first tweet was 30 minutes afterwards, and he says, help is on the way. FBI agents are en route. 2 days later, they say, no, they weren't en route at all. They were already there. In fact, they arrived with the chiefs of police. Were they just hanging out at the police station? Where were they? How did they know to get there? Were they already in Orem? Why were FBI agents in Orem? Because if you arrive in 16 minutes, you were close. You were very close. And why are you arriving with the chiefs of police? Is that who you're hanging out with? That's an interesting question. And I think it's a question that demands an answer. You know, we ask a lot of questions in this. We've asked a lot of questions of Erica Kirk. She's ignored most of them. Occasionally, she'll answer one. And I say we. I don't mean your humble host only. I mean we as a community. We as an investigative body. A lot of people have asked Erica Kirk a lot of questions, and every now and then she'll respond to one, usually with snark and an ill will, but she at least responds. I think this is a question that needs a response. Cash, baby, buddy, pal. How the hell did FBI agents get there in 16 minutes? Where were they? Now, it's possible FBI agents were investigating something in Provo or Orem. It's possible they were in the area and they get a call that, oh my goodness, Charlie Kirk's been shot. Everybody to UVU promptly. And so they look up and I'm 16 minutes away, Sarge. I guess they don't have sergeants in the FBI, but I'm 16 minutes away, boss. I'll be there in just a few minutes. And they roll up, and they just happen to roll up at the same time as the chief of police. But in the event.
See, somebody in the comments even said, where are you? Don't worry, I'm not going to light you up. 16 minutes at 60 miles an hour is 16 miles if they are able to travel and there is a highway close. But again, what Baron just said, how did they arrive there with the chief of police so quickly? That is a weird thing. They would have to be together and then do what you're saying in terms of the speed and the distance and all that stuff. Why were they together already? Why was that happening? What were they doing? Were they investigating something? I feel like someone would have already brought that up if they were investigating something. I haven't heard anybody bring that up. And we already know that the Salt Lake City Bureau, that team of people, is very weird. It's very weird that a bunch of them got tossed out and then a bunch of new ones got brought in. And then one of the first major things that they're dealing with is the biggest thing of the decade for sure. I mean, unless something insane happens, which might, who knows. hard to just say like, oh, they could have traveled there. How do they do it? How does all of that happen so easily together? It's not just about them traveling there. It's who they're there with, you know?
That's not what happened. Where were they? Why were they in the area at all? And what were they doing? And did they actually arrive with the chiefs of police, like in the same car or trailing each other? Was it a coordinated arrival? I think the answer to this question could begin to unravel whether or not the FBI had some sort of knowledge something was going to happen. Because I hate to go there. I hate to even think that. But it's kind of how I think these days. I was going to play a clip of him, but he basically just says the same thing. He was on Fox News, and he's like, hey, as soon as we learned about it, our FBI agents were there, and they were securing the scene by 12:39 p.m. Well, that's 16 minutes later. He said that on September 15th. So September 12th and September 15th, same story. September 10th, slightly different story. Slightly different story. So let's go back to the scene. We actually have really good evidence of what the scene looked like in the immediate aftermath. A guy named Adam Bartholomew. He has a YouTube channel called Life is Driving. I've actually interviewed him on this program back in October. It was a disaster.
Oh, that was perfect timing. Perfect timing, Daisy. Let me see something here. Let me jump over here really quick. Really, really quick. Just to show some timestamps here. You guys can't see this, right? Okay, good. I don't want you to be able to see who messages me on this X platform. Here, I want to make sure you guys can actually see it. Now I've gone back too far. That should be perfect. Perfect. Let me pull this up. So this is what happened in the supers. If you don't check out the supers, what are you even doing when it comes to Baron's show? You got to check out the supers. Check this out. Check this out.
Indeed. In February 2020, I went to the doc with flu symptoms, but tested negative for flu. Doc was baffled. Since the blood sample to CDC thought it was early COVID, but I got COVID later that year. I bet I know what you had. FBI 4 miles away from UVU. 88 West, 100 North. Number 200 Provo. Let's look at it. 88 West, 100 North, Provo, Utah. Do you see what I see? Federal building. Oh, interesting. It's a pretty building. UVU's pretty. I mean, Utah's pretty.
Yeah, pretty sketchy. Ha! Ha! Am I right? Huh? Am I wrong? Come on. What are we talking about? Pretty sketchy. Ha ha. Come on now. But bang! Had to hit him with it.
What's in there? Social Security Administration's in there. Let's see what else is in here. I don't see the FBI in there. I see Social Security in there. Let's look at with FBI. Maybe that'll tell us. Federal Bureau of Investigation, located in the vibrant city of Provo, Utah. Vibrant. Fascinating. There's no quivering lip from Mikey. No, he doesn't.
There's no quivering lip. Everybody keeps spelling Mikey as Mickey. You know, Mikey is spelled Mikey, but they spell it Mickey. They always mean Mikey. And then he says you can play that at the end if you want that. Still doesn't make sense why Cash Money said they were on the way at 12:53 though. Just for context, if you want. Yeah, that is weird. It is still weird. The whole thing's weird. And listen, I've found out way too much about Utah. People have been sending me emails and all sorts of stuff. This is my own research. Utah is too strange. It's too strange. And then that whole Lego thing, I haven't been able to dig deep into that Lego story, but it's like pure corruption there. And then I forget which podcast I was listening to. Someone else was talking. Oh, I think it was Mike Glover. Mike Glover, highly respected Green Beret sniper, never sells out to FedSlop. Never. You never see him do that. Highly respected dude, very highly respected dude. Someone was talking about him and everything he had to deal with in terms of Utah corruption. And they said the corruption was just insane. It was just crazy how much corruption there was. I have to find that podcast and actually play it. I have to find Mike Glover talking about it, because I'm telling you, the guy's a very straight shooter. Very straight shooter. You know? No, that's not. See with the CK? No, that's not how you spell Mikey. No, that's not how you spell it. You spell it Mike with a Y at the end. That's how you spell my. Listen, my middle name's Michael. You're not going to tell me anything. Thanks, actually. Okay? My Italian buddy, his name's Mikey. Okay? One of my best friends my buddy who's probably watching, my other buddy, Michael, my cousin, Michael. Get out of here. You're not telling me anything about Michael's buddy, okay? Get out of here. It's not how you spell it. Spell it right. You're spelling Mickey. Anyway. That's how you spell. There you go. Attaboy. Attagirl, so I should say. Sorry. Attagirl. There you go. That's how you spell Mikey. Of course. Come on. Anyway. It's interesting. They have that office there. It's super close. I wonder, were they just there? Were those guys there? And those are the guys that came over? Perhaps. I don't know. I'm gonna say this, just based on the fact that it's Utah. Probably not. They're probably already on the way, you know, because I think they did that guy in. I don't know. It just seems like it. After how many days, months, almost a year. It's gonna be a year in like almost a year soon, like a month. It's gonna be a year. It seems like someone did that guy in. And I don't think they were a part of the tea community. I don't think they were tea and furry people who did this. I just feel like they're not slick operators, those people. You know? I feel like those type of people can't handle loud noises. This seems like some very skilled operators came in and handled business, you know? But who knows? I could be wrong. You know, it's 2026. You see Graham Allen. How many people like Graham Allen for, whatever reasons, he's completely straight. Who knows? Anyway. Baron, ladies and gentlemen, what do I have here? I have another Baron clip. Why do I have another Baron clip here? I just wanted to talk about this. Which clip is this? Let's see. Okay, this is where he gets into the video footage here. But I want to play that with a bunch of other people. Yeah. Okay. So I want to play that with a bunch of other people. Because Diligent Dennison found something out. Valhalla and Jesse on Fire. I think Baze is there too. They were having a conversation about something in regards to the footage. So we're just getting into like almost like a little revisit of the footage. Let's jump into this really quick. Baron, of course, I catch people in the worst frames. Always. It's a talent I have. I catch people in the absolute worst frames possible. It's not on purpose, but it just happens. All right, let's get to it. Let's jump in here.
Tubi has it on X. I have downloaded a copy in case he ever gets rid of it. But it's really good footage, and it's been used very, very widely as part of this investigation, helping to identify certain people, knowing where people were at a given period of time, who was at this location. He's the reason we know Terrell Farnsworth, for example, took down the camera, moved the chair. So let's roll through this for just a second, because we get an idea in the very immediate aftermath what's happening on the scene. This is almost precisely 3 minutes after it happened. Like 3 minutes and 2 seconds after it happened. And this is Adam Bartholomew rolling through. I'll kill the sound and we'll just watch him roll through. But this is him rolling through the scene. Now, it's been 3 minutes. As you look at this scene, what do you notice? Now, we believe at this point in time, we're 3 minutes after this, we know there were at least 6 UVU police officers there. That's been the statements that the UVU has given so far. We know now, looking back and having identified people, there were at least 2 more ununiformed officers there from other jurisdictions. I see one of them in the screen right now, but we'll point him out in just a minute. We know that there are police in the immediate vicinity. What we don't know at this time is, where did the harm come from? Did the harm come from underneath the tent? Did it come from the Losi Center? Did it come from one of the crowd members? In other words, this entire vicinity is a potential crime scene. We don't know where the crime scene is. And so the question is, if you're one of these cops, how do you begin to establish a perimeter? Should you establish a perimeter? And where should that perimeter be? Because right now, let's just assume a gunshot came from right in front of the tent, right in front of the tent. Well, you got a cameraman here picking stuff off the ground in front of the tent, right next to this railing in front of the tent. You got a guy picking stuff off the ground. What if he's picking up gun shell casings? What if he's picking up evidence? What if he's picking up a firearm that was used? What if he's picking up a cell phone that the shooter dropped and he's putting in his pocket? What if the shooting, it hit his left neck? What if it came from where all these people, these two guys in red shirts right here, from all these people are standing? What if it came from right there?
There's a lady that, and I played this for you guys, but it was a while ago. There was a lady who was talking with Frank Turek. It seemed like it was in like a lecture hall. She was talking with Frank Turek. Frank Turek's there. Hunter Kozak is actually in the audience. Frank Turek actually turns to Hunter Kozak to validate what he's saying, which was really weird. But this lady, older lady, she had to be like in her 50s. She was like, there was a bunch of people, exactly where Baron was just showing. She's like, there was a bunch of people over here that didn't like Charlie. They were protesting him over here. A whole bunch of people. And then she said, I think I heard the shot come from that place. That's I see Black Line Brief is in there. I just see a message that says something about Graham Allen saying, buckle up your buttholes. You throw me off over there, okay? Because I want to dive into that. Not like that. I want to dive into what he said, But she said that some kind of shot came off over here. And she was saying that, and Frank Turek cut her off right away. He would not let her speak. He was like, that's not what happened. And then he turns to Hunter Kozak and says, that's not what happened, right? You heard it from behind? Hunter's like, yeah, I heard it from behind. It was the weirdest thing. It was weird that she brought it up to Frank Turek. It was even more weird that he turned to Hunter Kozak for validation, when it was funny because he picked Hunter Kozak. The whole, I don't know, lecture hall, auditorium, I don't know. But the whole room was people who were there when it happened. So it was almost like Frank was doing like this weird damage control thing. But the one person that he picked was Hunter Kozak. And as he was talking about Hunter Kozak, he said, he's like, oh, I think he said I had lunch with him on Thursday, or we met on Thursday. So they had previously met before this whole like lecture hall thing. And the next thing you know, he's like, hey, Hunter, you can back me up here, right? It was real weird. So it's funny that Baron actually says that. There's one guy, I'm going to pull this guy up while Baron's talking. Hopefully I can find it. There's one dude who is here. He's like right around here, some big fat dude. And he gets interviewed for some reason. But let me play this.
And you got people just milling about. So we'll let it roll for another second. Again, this is just 3 minutes afterwards. And Adam does a really, really good job here as a journalist of documenting the scene in the immediate aftermath. Look at all those people standing right there. And this is a cop right here. This guy in the foreground's a cop. What scene is he securing? Who is he talking to? How is he making sure evidence maintains its integrity? All he's doing is walking around with a guy with a paramedic bag. And there's this lady walking up here and distracting him, talking to him. How do we know she's not in on it?
Oh, that's Connor. You see that guy right there? That's Connor. That is the guy that was rushing to the SUV, and his partner was offering up his trauma bag because he thought they would let him into the car so he could work on Charlie, but they didn't let him in. I guess now he's just like scrambling away. But he ran right up to this dude. He ran right up to Dan Flood. And Dan Flood kind of looked at him and ignored him. And then they just jumped in the SUV and left. So they left Frank Turek in the car. Frank Turek, who had no idea what he was doing, didn't even know how to turn off a FaceTime call, apparently. But they didn't let this guy in. And this guy is actually, he has a specialty that he knows how to deal with the wound, the type of wound that Charlie had. Like, he was the perfect person to be in that car. The perfect with a giant bag, giant trauma bag, huge trauma bag. So yeah, it's so funny that there he is. Yeah, that's Connor. I forget what his last name is, but yeah, they were just yanking and banking. They'd rather be yanking and banking than, having Connor in there, having some order to things.
How do we know she's not getting his attention to let somebody run off with evidence? Look under the tent. Look inside the perimeter of the tent. There are multiple people milling about under this tent. There are people grabbing stuff off the ground right next to where a crime happened, where a guy died. So as we're watching this, and this is going to become an issue here soon. I guarantee you it's going to become an issue. As we're watching this, we have now this is Officer Bagley. He's the guy who testified. I believe this is Officer Bagley here. This felt figure on the level here right in the middle. He's wearing a uniform and a hat. He appears to be the only guy trying to secure a crime scene. I've given Bagley a lot of hell, but he appears to be the only guy trying to secure a crime scene. Now, go under the tent. We have a Charlie Kirk security guy in a maroon shirt under this speaker to the right. We have unknown man in red hat. Turns out he's a undercover cop from another jurisdiction. We have Chief Long just hanging out talking to people. We have another security guy standing under the tent. We have a guy in a suit standing under the tent. We've got a guy or a gal in.
Isn't that Phil Lyman? The dude in the suit? I could be wrong. I thought he was wearing a blue suit, like around the time of that. I could be wrong. Maybe he's wearing just a dress shirt. I thought that was Phil Lyman. For the longest time, I thought that was Phil Lyman. Laney says they're for sure looking at glass shards. Possibly. I mean, everything that's getting picked up there could be picking up a little palm pistol over here. Could be picking up glass shards. Could be picking up microphones. They could be picking up all sorts of things. You never know.
In hiked up sleeves, just wandering around a crime scene in the very immediate aftermath of the crime scene. Obviously, this is before they paved over the crime scene. But if you have to come back and investigate this crime scene an hour later, 3 hours later, 2 days later, if you have to come back and try to figure out who killed Charlie Kirk, how, and why, is this helping or hurting your case? If you're charged with prosecuting this case, is this helping or hurting your case that Charlie Kirk security guys are milling around in the exact area where he died? If you're the defendant, is this helping your ability to prove your innocence? How do you know people aren't dropping off evidence right there? How do you know people aren't picking up evidence? You got another guy in a short sleeve shirt, bottom right here, right behind the word Adam. Just another rando comes walking in the scene. He just comes walking under the tent, going behind the table, exactly where Charlie Kirk fell. He's walking through the blood. And I'm not making too big of a deal about this. This is a big deal. Look at all those people. Who's this guy in the pink hat? What's he doing? Why is he standing there?
You know who this guy is? Let me make this bigger. You know who this guy is here? I don't know if he goes closer to this. I don't know if he goes closer, but this guy right here, that's there's Jack Hibbs and Butch Hibbs, like whatever. It's a Hibbs. This is the Hibbs guy. He's wearing a 47 hat, white beard, white hat. You know, that's him, and he's just sitting back, staying right there, very calm. Didn't even move when the shot went off. Or whatever went off. Butch Hibbs, exactly. Black Line Brief. Thanks so much, Black Line Brief, for watching Graham Allen's show. It's a feat that not a lot of us can take on, you know? It's very, very tough. Very, very tough. I've tried before. It's very difficult. So thank you for finding that butthole clip for us. It's very telling towards the whole segment. Very, very telling. Yeah, Butch. So that's Butch standing right there. Cool. Very cool. He's standing here when the shot goes off, and then he just kind of chills, and then he goes here, And then slowly, because I've watched, there's like a longer video of this, maybe, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes. And then he's up here at some point and he's just filming, he's just on the phone, he's just talking. It's very weird, very weird. Doesn't seem slightly startled. I don't know if he's some kind of operator or something like that. I have no idea. Yeah. When I say operator, I mean like, like served as a Green Beret or something like that. Those are usually the guys that stay the commas, paramedic, things like that. Undercover, detectives. I don't know if he's any of those things, but he was acting like he was.
Who's this?
And I will say, with what Baron's doing, someone says Baron's spot on. I will say, when Blake Benzinar, is that his name? I can't pronounce this guy's name. I'll just say Blake B. Blake. There's Twinkie Blake, and then there's the other Blake. This was what he was looking at when he was first looking into things. He was analyzing the whole scene and talking about how ridiculous and crazy it all was. He was analyzing the whole scene, and he kept on showing videos of it. And a lot of us didn't care about what he was showing us. A lot of us didn't. We took the videos, and we would look at the videos, and we'd look at when the shot went off or whatever went off. We'd watch very closely. But he would always show the aftermath, like at least 15, 20 minutes of the aftermath. So just to shout him out. I know he's crazy, but still,
Guy on the lower left in the bucket hat, just hanging out. And frankly, why is Adam Bartholomew, who's doing a good job documenting this, by the way, I'm not knocking his efforts here, but he's doing a good job documenting this. So what we've learned in the since then is this guy in the red hat standing right in front of the tent, right in the evidence scene, is a undercover police officer, as is, I believe, this guy in the blue shirt right here behind the like buttons, the like and dislike buttons. It's right here. I think this guy's an undercover officer as well.
Opportunity to tell everybody to like the show. You're right there at the like button. Perfect opportunity to be like, and don't forget to like the show. I mean, just a perfect opportunity. I'm going to take the opportunity right now. Please like this video. It helps us tremendously. I mean, just drop the ball, Baron. Come on.
Then we have Chief Long, who's here in the middle. And then we have a bunch of Charlie Kirk security guys just hanging out in the middle of a crime scene. These guys are not uniformed police officers. They have no business being there. The camera comes even closer. Again, guys, this is an active crime scene. We have the chief of police picking up evidence, blowing in it, and then you'll see him banging on the table. Look at that. What are you doing? Has this been documented? Has anybody taken a picture of the crime scene yet? Has anybody attempted to establish where the evidence was?
He's just like, is this thing? We got to make sure this thing's not on. What is that, blood? Get that off of there. Ding, 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 ding. Anybody hear that? Can anybody hear that? Ding, ding, ding. I think we're good. So anyway, Cash Patel told me like days ago this was going to happen, and it's been this whole thing that's happened. It's really pretty crazy. So to make sure this thing wasn't on, I don't want to get caught on a hot mic. You know what I mean? You remember when that happened last time? Okay, it's fine. Anyway, so he's for sure gone already. I don't even have to watch the news. This whole thing's been in the works for weeks. Can you imagine? I'm kidding. This is a joke show. This is a jokey show. I don't think that actually happened. We're just telling jokes here. Anyway. Someone said Laney said, does no one have impulse control? There's no impulse control. Look, even this guy got this close. The fact that he's even this close is crazy. I don't know. There's some times where someone gets pulled over, right? Or someone gets stopped in the street and the cops have them detained. And they're like, get back, get back, get back, get back, back. And you're like, I am back. I'm 20 feet away. They're like, get back or you're arrested or we will detain you. And you're like, what? I'm back already. I can't get back. Move on. Not here. Not here. These guys are relaxed. Real relaxed. Oh, man. Fantastic. Classic Utah. I'm going to keep saying that because it is. It is. It's a wild place, man. I'm telling you.
Was at any given time. They're just wandering around a crime scene. It's going to be a murder investigation. I think everyone agrees is a homicide. Everyone agrees it's a homicide. No matter what you think happened to Charlie Kirk, no matter who you think killed him, how they killed him, or why they killed him, everyone on earth would agree everything you see here is a crime scene and has no business having a random guy with white hat back here. There's 2 or 3 of them just hanging out. The girl with long bleach blonde hair back here. Security guys milling about. Even the chief of police picking up evidence, banging it on the table. How do you know that microphone's not going to become the piece of evidence we need to figure out what happened? At least nobody's under the tent for right now. That's going to change here in just a minute. Oh, now we got another guy wandering through. Terrell Farnsworth comes into the crime scene. There's no attempt to establish any kind of perimeter. You know, they'll put the caution tape up around a crime scene almost immediately upon arrival. We've got an undercover officer and a cameraman now making their way into the crime scene. Now look where cameraman goes.
That's weird. It's almost like they communicate there. You see that? I don't know if I can go back like a few seconds. It's almost like maybe I'm just dreaming it. Maybe it's like an unspoken thing. Yeah. Or in the words of Blake Neff, maybe I'm imagining this, you know?
Just a minute. Oh, now we got another guy wandering through. Terrell Farnsworth comes into the crime scene.
Because this is usually, hey, step back. Like if that's an officer, this is usually get back. Who are you? Get back. That's usually what happens there.
There's no attempt to establish any kind of perimeter. You know, they'll put the caution tape up around a crime scene almost immediately upon arrival. We've got an undercover officer and a cameraman now making their way into the crime scene. Now look where cameraman goes. Walking through the crime scene. Walking where, I mean, how do we know there's not something right there he's stepping all over that's going to become important? How do we know he's not moving the blood splatter around so that they can't tell about trajectory and force and everything like that? We don't. All of that has to be investigated at some point.
See, and there he is again. That Hibbs. There's that Hibbs. You know, one time they wouldn't let me post a video. It was really weird. One time they wouldn't let me post this video that I made. And I was like, why won't they let me post this video? I had different clips in it. And at the end, I had something about Hibbs. And I was like, just what he looked like. And I was like, who is this guy? I didn't know who he was at the time. I was like, who is this guy? I'm like, why does his beard look like that? You know, I'm like, it looks like he's in a disguise. I didn't know who it was. And I was saying, I'm like, I don't think he is, but you know, I'm just talking about this guy. I'm like, who is this weird guy pictured with Charlie? Why is he there? Et cetera, et cetera. And it wouldn't allow me to post the video until I deleted that part. I couldn't figure it out. I was like blurring Charlie, swear words aren't there. I'm like, I can't figure out what's going on with this video. And then I cut out the part with Hibbs in it, and then they let me post it. And it was the weirdest thing, and it's never happened with any other video before. It just happened with that one instance where I was questioning who Hibbs is. And that was like one of the first instances on YouTube where somebody was bringing up this Hibbs character, this Butch character, right? What a name, huh? It's not his real name, but it was the first time someone was bringing up Butch. And they just wouldn't let me talk about it. It's fine now. Now, all of a sudden, everybody can talk about Butch. It was the weirdest thing ever. It was like, I had to repost it like 4 different times. I was like, what is going on? And then I cut out that one part, and they're like, okay, it's cleared. Really, really weird. Anyway, classic Utah. This is classic Utah, you know. Oh, Utah. Is that you again?
Point. And of course, one of the most egregious examples of anything that possible. Now we got another cameraman under the tent. So we have 2 cameramen now standing in the exact spot where the murder victim went down. We got 2 cameramen standing in the exact spot. There's no police officer observing them. There's nobody watching them. There's nobody telling them to move. We had at least 6 UVU police officers and 2 uniformed officers from other jurisdictions there, and not one of them sought to establish a perimeter around the crime scene. And you're going to take this to trial, and you're going to try to convict a man when the crime scene was absolutely destroyed from the moment it happened. And it's not like it was destroyed because there were no cops around to establish a perimeter. It was destroyed in the negligence of the cops. So they're there chatting. Here comes the chief. That's the deputy chief just walked by in the foreground. He's not telling anyone to get out of the way. He's not worried about them sloshing around in Charlie's blood back there. You got another cop now walking through. There goes the chief again. This guy in the red shirt, the red hat down here at the bottom, an undercover police officer from another agency. Again, you still have a journalist basically in the perimeter just watching. Here goes the cop just wandering around, not telling anyone to get back. He's got his back to Terrell Farnsworth. Terrell Farnsworth could be doing anything under there. We have no idea what he's doing. We were told all he wanted to do was save the footage. Well, he didn't save the footage from the other cameras. He didn't go get the SD cards from the other cameras. This guy doesn't seem particularly concerned at all that anyone's standing in the exact spot where the gunshot took, or the alleged gunshot took place. There's another a non-uniformed police officer walking through the scene with his back to Terrell Farnsworth. No idea what's going on right there.
That was these two are actually the people that Candace wanted ID'd. These two guys here, and they were ID'd. I forget who did it. Somebody came through with it like real quick. I don't know if it was Anna Escobar or somebody else. Someone ID'd these guys right away. But yeah, Terrell's just there. He's doing his thing, man. He's doing his thing. He's standing. It's weird because he would be standing in blood. You think he'd be very cautious about that. The only way you wouldn't be cautious about standing in blood, right? If you even saw blood on the ground, you'd be like, oh, wow. Like, you'd walk around it. You wouldn't be like, oh, no. You know what I mean? Especially that much blood. It'd be crazy. Even if it was grass, it would still be visible with how much came out of him. And there's a platform that he fell on as well. Did he fall on the platform? But either way, there was a platform. There's probably blood on that platform. There's probably blood on that box that was right next to him. It's weird to just be so casual about it. The only way you would be that way is if you had a clear other thing that you were supposed to be doing. And you only had a certain amount of time to get it done. And you were just like, I have to get this done. I have no time to care about this blood. I have zero time to care about that. You know? Bro, he grabbed the chair. The chair? Daisy says the chair. Jeez. Oh, yeah, because he has to stand on it. Because he has to stand on it to get to the camera.
Terrell could be planting a gun. Terrell could be planting a bomb. Terrell could be planting anything. He could be picking up evidence. He could be walking away. No one cares. No one cares. He's looking around. He's looking around. He made eye contact with this guy in the blue. Go back and look at that again. He made eye contact with this guy in the blue. Watch this. The guy in the blue looks right at him. Here. Here's the guy in the blue comes in. He turns around. He whispers something. Watch this. He walks. He and Terrell basically look at each other. Look at that. Yeah, you're good back there, baller. Go ahead. Have fun. Yeah, pick up the chair he was killed in. Stand on it. Stand on all the blood. Get it all smushed around. Make sure you change the dynamics of everything about that chair. Wow. Make sure you change everything about it, the blood splatter, the everything. Make sure you just get rid of it all. Make sure you stand in it and get it all over your shoes so you could track it around everywhere so we have no idea what happened. And make sure you take down the camera so that whatever's on or in or near that. Look at this guy's just picking stuff up back here. How do you know he's not picking up the weapon? You got a guy just picking stuff up back here on the right. He's just grabbing stuff, walking off.
Wow. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy is going on. I think I have another camera angle of just what happened in the aftermath within 5 minutes of Charlie being hit. This is from Project Constitution. But yeah, everything Baron's saying is spot on. It is pretty crazy that they're allowing all of that to be happening. You know, it's almost, and I can't say this about Terrell at all, but it's like he's a part of the team. I'm just saying. Listen, I'm just saying, it's like he's a part of the team. They're very okay with him. Just look, like they're very okay with it. Believe you me. If I walked in there, if I was one of the people, it seems like they're just all lackadaisical. If I was one of the people that just walked in there and I was just like, they'd be like, get out of here. Who are you? Who are you? Hands behind your back. Are you kidding me? I'd be in a squad car ASAP. Notice there are officers all up there telling people go. I'll show you. There's more camera footage. There's people that are like, go, get out of here, get out of here, get out of here. Why aren't they doing that to Terrell? What? Why aren't they doing that to his guy? Why aren't they doing that to Hibbs? Hibbs is there. Why aren't they doing that to him? Hey man, get out of here. Time to go. Bye bye. Get out of here. Why are they okay with them? Someone said he's one of the boys. One of the boys. Get it done already. Terrell, what's going on with you? You never done something like this before?
Has now been taken down. Terrell has taken down the camera and is walking off with it and putting it on the table, again, changing the crime scene, pulling stuff out of it, moving stuff around. We're told he just took an SD card out, but we have no idea actually what he's doing back there. We have no idea what he's doing. He's looking around very suspiciously, I'll tell you that. This guy right here in the blue is a cop. His back is to Terrell. He has no idea what's taking place under there. I cannot imagine a crime scene anywhere in the world where this level of negligence is taking place while an active crime scene is being altered in real time.
I'm telling you, I've said it before. I've said it multiple times. It's always funny when I do, right? Because I try to make it that way. But if that was any of us, we'd just be arrested. We would just be arrested if it was a scene and we were in it and we were walking around and we were doing this and we were doing that. If I was Terrell, we'd be detained. They would detain us until they figured out what we were doing. That's it. They just would. There'd be no question. There'd be no you being like, do you have probable cause, sir? They'd be like, get the fuck, they'd slam you on the table. They'd slam you on the table, pick you up, slam you on the ground. I need probable cause. You guys can't do this. They'd be like, shut up. You're in the crime scene, you friggin' weirdo. What are you doing? Oh, they'd have you cuffed up so bad. Side of your face be all swollen. Oh, they wouldn't play around with you. Not for a second would they play around with you. Are you kidding? Oh my gosh. So it's a hand around your ankles. I'm telling you. But then someone also said in the chat there, they said he's big dog in the church, the Farnsworths. He's a big dog in that church. His family is, at least. So, yeah, they say stop resisting. It'd be one of those. These cuffs are tight. They're really tight, man. Come on. They're really tight. Can you just... we'll talk about that when we get to the station. Oh, for sure. No question. You wouldn't be able to do this. Cop would come and drop kick you. Oh, how he drop kick you. Hard, WWE style. Land right on that grass. Launch you behind the tent. No problem. 3 other guys get right on your neck. What? Get right on your neck. Call you Mr. Floyd.
Again, this is not an example where someone gets shot in a grocery store in a major metropolitan area and the police are not on the scene and it takes them 10 minutes to respond and people take advantage of it and start stealing stuff and create chaos. It's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a situation that absolutely could be controlled and they're just not doing it. Here's the reason I raised this. If you have this level of negligence at the crime scene, this level of negligence literally 3 to 5 minutes after the event happens. This is like 5 minutes, 6 minutes after it happens. There are multiple police officers wandering around in the immediate vicinity. Not a single one of them is seeking to establish a perimeter. Not a single one of them is trying to remove people from the scene who are not uniformed officers or not certified officers. Not a single one of them is doing anything to make sure this investigation has any integrity whatsoever. They're allowing footage to be taken away. They're allowing cameras to be taken down. They're allowing the chair to be moved and stood in. They're allowing things to be just picked up and people walk off. They have their back to people while people are actively grabbing stuff. They have no idea what they're grabbing back there. No idea. Now, do you believe all Terrell did was take an SD card? Can I let you in on a secret? I don't. I don't believe that that's all he did. I don't at all believe that's all he did. And here's the problem. It's been destroyed.
Yeah, it's over. That's the thing about it. It's over. So unless they take a stance of like, oh, okay, all this, yeah, it's funny. Is the judge even going to say that? Because the judge, he seems like you know, like the Stepford Wives. You ever seen the Stepford Wives? That's what the judge seems like. If you watch the prelims, if you watch that and you look at him, he's just kind of like blank staring all the time. He's like, It's very weird. It's like his mind's empty, right? So I don't think he's gonna ask the question of, hey man, did you guys destroy the crime scene? Is that a thing that happened? Huh? Either side, defense, prosecution, you guys destroy the crime scene? I don't think he's gonna say that. You know? So it's not really big. Wish this was Anna Escobar's Stepford judge, you know? Stepford judge. There's nothing going on. When he goes back into his quarters, he just sits there and stares at a wall like this. He's, like, judge, he's like, yes. We're going back into session now. Oh, okay, no problem. Just sits there. Camera in his head. BB's watching the whole thing. It always comes back to BB. Let's see this. This is 13 minutes. Let's check this out. So this is them. What did this video say? It said 5 minutes. Oh, this is from Laney. It's interesting that they were clearing people within 5 minutes after the Big Bang. Yeah, Baron Coleman just showed a bunch of random people milling around over the crime scene and amphitheater directly in the line of fire. Why were they walking around? Why were they picking stuff up? Etc. etc. Let's see here. Within 5 minutes after Charlie being hit. Let's check it out.
UVU campus in, I don't know, Provo. What I think when I showed up.
Look, this girl's just vlogging. She's just vlogging. So this is the day in UVU. So after I got my cappuccino, I came down here and apparently there was a whole scuffle. A lot of stuff going on, a lot of guys around, a lot of nice looking men in uniforms. You guys know we love that. And I'm just here checking things out.
Walked straight through the main doors. No security checkpoints. People were coming in from all angles of the building. You had people up here. You had people over here. You had people all over there. They had it blocked off like right underneath him. And he's down. And so they're thinking that the shooter came from over here, straight this way.
Who is that? Who is that under there? And this girl doesn't know to care about that at all, so she's not going to stay on this for long for sure. But who is that? That doesn't look like Terrell because that guy has a hat on. Who is that? Who is that under there?
The marshals just showed up.
All right, everybody, you need to leave the area all the way up and all the way to the south or the north.
See what I mean? They're saying leave the area, right? But then Terrell and all these other guys get to stay. All of them. So as they clear these guys out, they do not clear out everybody else. Or, you know, at least those characters.
Clear out, let's go! That includes you, let's go!
Hey, others! Clear the area!
Yeah. I'm at the UVU campus.
Why on earth is it going so slow? Why on earth? Did this girl just throw this effect in out of nowhere? That looks very creepy. Looks very creepy. Why on earth? Yeah, this video is very loud. It's crazy. It's crazy loud. People like, hey, they want me to be as loud as the video. Are you out of your mind? No. I'm not going to be as loud as this video. I'm watching this video blind with you guys. It's nuts. Someone said it's jarring. You know what I think of when people say, there's a little bit with Joey Diaz and Joe Rogan, and he talks about the F word. Okay, the 3-letter F word, right? The one that was fine back in the 90s. You could just say that. You weren't saying it about anybody. You'd call your friends that. The 3-letter F word, and Joey Diaz would be like, "Oh, you're like the kind of guy that kind of plugs his ears when an ambulance goes by. The guy's half an F word, Guy's like half an F word. Like, what kind of guy is this?" Well, I'll say baguette. Like a baguette. Guy's half a baguette, plugging his ears when the ambulance goes by. Oh my God, it's too loud. Oh, that's what it reminds me of. Not to make fun of you or anything. That's just the first thing that pops up in my mind. Okay, I love it. Shout out to Joey Diaz. Shout out to Joey Diaz, one of the best to do it. Let's keep going. This is crazy. Why is it going slow like this? Oh, you know who did this? Project Constitution did this. He's the one that made it go all slow, not this girl. Because why would she even care? Like, at least tell us what you're trying to point out here. Chick-fil-A bag? Oh, that's why you slowed it down, man? You slowed it down because of the Chick-fil-A bag? Huh. You better connect some wild dot right now. You better connect some crazy dot right now showing us a Chick-fil-A bag. Project Constitution. Gotta mute that. Oh, what are they doing? Yeah, that's what I was asking too. I know what you mean, big guy. It's Chick-fil-A. It's Utah. Of course they got Chick-fil-A. What do you think? Hey, man. Way to mangle a video, Project Constitution. It's pretty good, though. I mean, you should slow down and look at things. So right now he's pointing out these two people. Who are they, though, Project Constitution? Don't just show us arrows, sir. Who are they? It's someone filming, that's for sure. After they've been told to all leave. Okay. For all we know, it's that Bartholomew guy. I have no idea who this is. Project Constitution, you have to tell us. You have to tell us who it is, Project Constitution. I mean, I can always fill dead air. I can always do that, Project Constitution. But it would be so much better. Security powwow? Yeah, of course. Of course they're powwowing. If they're even security. Probably cops and whatnot. Listen. Project Constitution, you should have just let this girl cook. She was cooking. She was showing everything. Should have just let her cook. Let her cook. It's fine. Still people walking around. They have hats. Statue of a girl up. It's the worst statue ever. Girl leaning on a thing. Worst statue ever. Oh, sus maroon guy glaring at girl filming. I'm not gonna make fun of that guy. He's glaring. Okay, fine. I'm not gonna make fun of him. Let's see here. What else are you showing us, Project Constitution? Okay, so you're just showing us the whole thing? But, buddy, she was already showing us all that. You could have just let her show the whole thing. I'm going to kick this into double speed, my friend. Is it still just... It's just still terrible sound? Why would you do that to us, Project Constitution? I'm telling you, the people on X, they need a workshop of how to post videos. You know what I mean? What are they doing under the tent? Well, it is weird because that is not Terrell. That's somebody else. I don't know who else that could be. I don't remember seeing any footage. Someone said Graham is wearing makeup. Oh, no. Gosh. Come on. Just more and more coming out about Graham. I don't think any of it's true, Graham. I think you're straight as an arrow, He likes dragon growls. Yeah, that's what it sounds like, right? You see? It's exactly what it sounds like. Anyway. This is very interesting. Someone says, I'm waiting for you guys to realize that Charlie Kirk faked his death to save himself from Philadelphia after he knew too much. That's a very interesting thing to say because their intel is said to be better than America's intel. So if their intel is better than America's intel, he saved himself for 12 hours and then they murked him. What do you think? You think he got away? What? Huh? They murked him right away. Huh? What do you mean, man? Hey, Philadelphia has their own version of Delta. They sent ghosts after him, and they got him right away. Oh, you think he could go to an island and get away? Oh, goodness. Well, you just don't know how the world works, huh? That's too bad. Because they would have just took him out 3 hours later. 3 hours later. I'm not even playing games. Right away. Like not even getting out of Utah. That's how fast they would have got him. Are you kidding me? I mean, it's just the way it is with Philadelphia. That's just the way it is, man. They're really good. They're really, really good at what they do. And then you take into the fact that they got America by the cojones? What? I don't think you understand what they have access to. You can't just fake your death and just run away and just hop in a Toyota and just be like, oh, okay, guys, just under a blanket. And you think you're going to get to the border of Mexico? Oh, I'm out of here, guys. Oh, gosh, they blow you up. Are you crazy? Oh, my gosh. You're nuts. You're nuts. They murder you so quickly. So quickly they would take you out. It would just be nuts. It'd be nuts how quickly they would take you out. It would just be nuts. You know, a lot of people say Tupac faked his death. You know why Tupac could get away? Because it was a bunch of Diddy party, baby oiled up dudes who wanted to get him, right? That's all it was. So he could go to Cuba with his grandmother and just live in Cuba, right? His grandmother was there for decades. I think she only just passed away. So he could be there, right? And they would welcome him. They'd be like, good, you got away from America. America sucks. That's what they'd say. They say, come on in here. No problem. Disappear into the mountains. There's people who live in the mountains in Cuba. Not even Havana or any major place. They live in the mountains. They're mountain people. He could do that. Charlie cannot. No. Not with what he knows. Not at all. Couldn't get away with it. There's no chance. There's just no chance. They just murk him right away. Just, hello. He'd get to wherever he wanted to get. And there'd just be 3 guys sitting in the room. Hello, yalla, come in. I saw on the news, so much on the news. I mean, not all the time you get to see your own funeral, yeah? It is something. Come, sit down. Why you sweat? Why you sweat so much? Here, take towel. No, it's fine. So you left, yeah? Okay, that was good. That's good. Ken. Come. That's good. With the thing and the spread. That was very good. It was very good. So, we found you already, right? They told us already. Her name, Erica. She told us already you'd be here. So, we knew already. So, okay. So, let's do this. Let's not fight and fuss, yeah? Let's not fight and fuss. Ken? Huh? Just like that. No problem. You know? This is not a Jason Bourne movie. Anyway, let's get back to it. This is not a gross towel. How dare you? It's my towel. It's fine. Anyway. Project Constitution, man. You really didn't need to slow this down so much. But he's right. What are these guys doing? 100%. I understand. Does it go back to the girl? I kind of like the girl's narration a little better than your non-narration, I have to say. I'm just saying. She was narrating it pretty good, you know? Someone said Russian Jamaican accent. That's actually what they say. If you ever they sound a little French. The ladies will sound French with their accents from Philadelphia. The men will actually sound Russian. They have the same deep type of voice. Oh, believe you me. Go listen to some. You'll see. My impression's on point. I've met a lot throughout my time. A lot of them. Okay, Project Constitution. You just kept it like this the whole time? Ugh, Project Constitution. Come on, man. But this is come on. You could have just let the girl do it, man. What'd you do that for? Anyway, people on X, man. They're always just posting things in their weird own way, in their weird own way. Thank you so much, Lainey. I found this because of you, so thank you very much. Appreciate that. But yeah, that's what a lot of people are seeing. And then there's also this guy, Diligent Dennison actually tracked this guy, and then Valhalla actually second what Diligent thought was going on. Diligent says, there it is. We now know Green Beret Valhalla and others confirming. I like how he called Jesse and Bays others. Confirming Russell Kennington's arresting officer carrying a modded AR-15 rifle morning of the 11th. Morning of the 11th? That doesn't make sense. Wouldn't that be the 10th? This guy was found the day of. This is on UVU campus. Why would they find him then? That has to be a typo. Russell's mother says it's not his firearm. I'm not saying it is, but it was definitely taken in with him. So if you check this out, here Valhalla has to say the firearm in question is, let me see here.
By the butts.
You will see it's right here. Very hard to see. Let's make this bigger. Very hard to see. Very, very hard to see here. But as they take this guy away, I'm sure if you've been following this case the whole time, you remember there's a guy in a lab coat. He was taken away. And what I didn't realize, and I guess what Diligent caught on to, and now Valhalla and Jesse and Bays are catching on to, is that the guy was escorting him along with this firearm. Now, someone just said planting. I don't know. This is very weird. Because if it's planting, why didn't they take it, and why have they never talked about it? Weird. Anyway, and it looks like he's dressed like a nurse. Like, it looks like he has scrubs on, right? Anyway, let's play this.
By the buttstock, that could be, that's a short barrel. That looks like a short-barreled AR-15.
Now we're getting somewhere.
That's a short-barreled AR-15 with a collapsible. Looks like
All right,
looks like a tan Magpul.
Hold on. Shh. Oh, that's why I don't jump. That's why I don't jump on these live streams with all these people. Shh. The Green Beret tells you shut your mouth. You shut your mouth. Oh. They're all friends, though. It's fine. It's fine. You're trying to talk, right? I'm trying to talk. Hold on. Shh. Shh. Oh. Jeez. Oh, my gosh. I'm never getting on one of those live streams with these guys. Too many people getting shushed. What? Huh? I don't know why I find that so funny. That is very funny to me. I ain't coming to poker night if it's like that. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me play this. Sorry.
Looks like a tan Magpul buttstock on maybe an 11.5 inch barrel, maybe a SIG. See, chat, relax. See.
Hey, wait, and Bays, it's on what's that? His account is Diligent
Dennison. Yeah,
that's right.
By the buttstock, that could be. That's a short barrel. That looks like a short-barreled AR-15.
Now we're getting somewhere.
That's a short-barreled AR-15 with a collapsible. Looks like a tan Magpul buttstock on maybe an 11.5 inch barrel. Maybe.
Wow. Well, I mean, Valhalla did have the information. He's trying to give you the information here. I get it. Happens, I guess. Hold on. Shh. You went like this. Shh. I grew up with people that if you did that, they'd fight you. They'd be like, "That's it. We gotta fight. We gotta." That's why it's so funny to me. Oh my gosh, it's so funny. But again, he had the information. He was trying to tell them what it was, right? They didn't realize what it was. He could break down the whole thing, you know. So he's trying to bring the information. But this is weird. He says collapsible, right? I would love to know. You know what? I'm going to repost this. And I'm going to tag. Oh, no. I want to quote tweet it. I'm going to tag. Let me see. How do I get it? What was it? Fold AR Prez Corby. What do you think? I would love to know if he thinks it looks like something that he could have made. I'm wondering. I would love to know what Corby thinks about that. Because, I mean, if anybody knows about that type of stuff. I just tagged you in a post, period. People are thinking that this guy that was taken away in a lab coat actually has an AR that is collapsible, period. I was wondering if you could see it and if it looks like that type of thing to you, question mark. Corby is a solid source of information. People don't talk about yeah, I talk to text. Yeah, I'm like, I guess older people do that, right? I guess younger people wouldn't do that. They're used to just banging it out with their thumbs. Yeah, I don't do that anymore. I'm done with that. But anyway. Okay, so he wrote another post where he's saying the 11th, Diligent Dennison. A rifle was extracted on the 11th, 2025 from UVU, Charlie Kirk's crime scene that never appeared in the official records. Let that sink in, sorry. He never talks about that. There's footage of when they actually get together. I have to see if I can find that. Let me play this.
By the
scene at UVU.
On maybe an 11.5 inch barrel, maybe a SIG.
To the scene at UVU on September 10th, that a bullet was found on a roof. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
What roof was that bullet found on?
I believe it was found on the computer science building on the roof, on the far east side of the roof of the building itself. Yeah, from where the LOSI building is, it's the building directly kind of south and east of there from the LOSI.
Southeast from the LOSI building. Where is it in connection to the auditorium section that we've been talking about where Mr. Kirk was stationed?
It's east of there.
Would there have been, from that roof of the computer science building, to your knowledge, would there have been a line of sight to Mr. Kirk's tent?
No, not according to the agent. Agent Ben Schneider, there was not a line of sight from there to where the tent was, where Mr. Kirk was.
Did you learn from Agent Snyder what caliber that bullet was?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
It was a .223 caliber.
What is a live round?
It's a round that had not been fired, so it still had the projectile, and it was a fully functional bullet with ammunition with the bullet.
Did you learn if this .223 bullet found on top of the computer science building was a live round?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
It was still intact. Still had the primer had not been it was not dented up and fired. It still had the bullet projectile in the end and still sealed.
Paramount Impractical did one better. He actually went to the campus and flew a very expensive drone. I don't know what this cost him. It had to be tens of thousands of dollars. I'm not joking. Travel out there with the equipment, fly the equipment, buy the software, build it all out. I've actually used this. This is not my drawing. This is his. And he did a live demonstration of this software that he built, or that he used to construct this 3D rendering of the facility. And he showed there is actually a direct line of sight from the computer science building to Charlie Kirk, because that red line wouldn't be there if you did not have a direct line of sight. Now, is that the most practical shot you've ever seen taken? No, but I don't believe he was shot with a gun at all. I certainly don't believe he was shot with a 30-06 from 142 yards, and I think this would be a .223 round from like 300 and something yards, 320, 350 yards. A long shot, especially dangling off the side of a building like that. But it goes to the veracity of the testimony from Mr. Davis. It absolutely is possible that a shot was taken from there, so it's absolutely relevant that a round was found there. It's absolutely relevant a round was found. And we're supposed to take his word that the round is irrelevant. We're supposed to take his word for the fact that the round doesn't really matter because you can't get a line of sight anyway, when in fact you can. In fact,
beautiful. Found what I was looking for. Thank you so much for helping me out there, Baron. This is what I was looking for here. Also, before I get to that, whoever made this, I mean, how much do I owe you? How much money do I owe you? Because I'll take it. How much? Listen, I don't care what form this ends up on. I'll take it. Whoever made this, how much do I owe you? Should that be the picture behind me? I'll just do that. Whatever. Let's let my ego go to my head. Screw it. Anyway, let's go back to this. Let's check this out. So this is what people are thinking, that he actually had something on him, collapsible, so it would have looked smaller. Let's make that bigger. So it would have looked smaller. This guy's even looking down at it. You notice that? You see that? You see my cursor there? This guy, he's looking down. All right. He's like, is that a collapsible AR-15, or is this guy just happy to see us? That's what, you know what I mean? He's looking right down at it. This guy's explaining something here. This guy looks exactly like someone I know. Huh. Like, so identical. Anyway, so this guy's clearly explaining something. Cool as a cucumber. Like, doesn't seem worried at all to be caught with whatever is in his pants there, you know? Let's keep the video going, though. Of course, with the music. Jeez. Anyway. So, this is them here. He has something, and they're taking him in. You know, Diligent is showing us here, concealed object. Then you'll notice this guy right here ends up blocking the camera view from us seeing whatever that object is. So he catches, he realizes somebody's filming. He gets right in front of it. He makes sure that you can't see what's going on here. For what reason? Who knows? Because you can still see the faces and everything. Can't hear anything. They bring him in. The way that he sits is very weird. The way that he gets in is very weird. So, seems very odd. Very, very odd. So Diligent, this is on Diligent's page, by the way, if you follow Diligent. All right. Corby just gave me what he thinks about this whole thing. Just want to see what else Diligent has on this whole thing. It says, can anyone justify the sus behavior of the cops at UVU the morning after Charlie Kirk passed away as they arrested Russell Kenning? So this was the day after. So was he trying to plant something? That doesn't make any sense to me. So he also has that there. So he's been showing a bunch of this footage with this person. Oh, there's more. There's more footage. Oh, gosh. Oh, it's with the music. Jeez. I mean, are you guys DJs? I didn't realize you guys were DJs, man. You guys always with the music. You DJ. You DJs on X. So there you can see there's clearly something in his pants as he's being walked down. I don't know. For some reason, I remember this happening the day of, but apparently not. I'm misremembering that for sure. Take Diligent's word for it. He wouldn't mess up the date 2 times in 2 different posts. That just wouldn't happen. Oh, there it is. There it is. So, and someone thinks there's an evidence tag. I think it was Diligent. Corby says this is part of an obfuscation operation. I can't say what it is. It's not an AR. He thinks it's not an AR at all. The background of the guy is far more interesting than the item they are carrying. What's the background of the guy? Question mark. I don't know anything about him. Love to know that. He's going to be like, oh, he's from Philadelphia. He's from Philadelphia, and he was just there dressed as a doctor. As a doctor/wizard. So there's something. Valhalla seems to think exactly like Valhalla said exactly what he thought it was. So it's interesting, those 2 different opinions there, which is allowed, which is completely allowed. Also, I didn't show Corby this footage. I think that footage shows a lot more. So this is the whole take-in. So like even the way they're talking to him, They're talking to him in a very relaxed way. I mean, this guy doesn't seem like he's in trouble at all. I feel like if I had a firearm and a bunch of guys brought me in, they're walking me, I would be really upset. I'd be like, this guy doesn't seem like he's worried even slightly. You know? Anyway, and then this is the part from another angle of when they cover the guy. See, this guy sees somebody filming from the back end, and he covers that whatever that object is that he has. Some concealed object. They don't do anything to cover the person who's behind them, although the officer just noticed them there. Officer with the cap on noticed them. All right. Weird stuff. Weird stuff going on that whole place. Now we get into something different. Something different here. Candace Owens was talking about this. Candace Owens was talking about who was it? The medical examiner, and the weird thing that the medical examiner is into. Type of weird stuff that the medical examiner does. Right? You guys remember that part of the episode? I do. Stood out to me a whole bunch. You know why see, you're making it. As soon as I got to this part, you're making me reset everything? Okay. I see how it is. I see how it is. Completely fine. No problem. We will stop sharing the screen and we will reset. I'll reset the browser even. Where are we? 11 minutes, 10 seconds? All right, I'll even reset the browser. Here, let me see here. I don't know why it does this. Actually, I'm still using the laptop. I know. The laptop is basically a zombie, and I keep on digging it up. I keep on digging it up from the grave and just keep on using it because I love it. I love the laptop, man. You know, but whatever. My wife is like, nah, we got to set up your computer today. She said I have to. I was like, come on. It's fine, you know, but it's not. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like that habit anymore. So let's move over here. This is where she's talking about the medical examiner, right? And then somebody actually figured out something about the medical examiner. Candace posted it, which makes me think that Candace is going to talk about this in some way, shape, or form today. That's what I think, at least. I've known to be a bit of a Candace whisperer, you know, so let's jump in here. Milo has claimed Officer Tatum is also closeted. How dare you? How dare you? Could you imagine? That's why he knew about all that terminology, because he was explaining it way too well. Officer Tatum was like, oh, and they eat fiber, and the reason that they eat fiber, I was like, I've never even heard this before. This is weird. How do you know all this? He's like, prolapse. And he was talking about prolapse in a weird way. Like he knew what was up. And he was like, what's that word? And nobody told him the word. He just popped up with it. Oh, man. That would be the worst. That would be disgusting. Officer Tatum that way would be gross. Hey, Benny. Hey, Benny, get over here. Get over here, boy. I've been seeing you. Around. I knows you's a booty bandit. I seen you and I heard all sorts of things. Get inside my car, boy. Nah, get inside my car. And Benny would be like, I don't know what you're talking about, and I think I am going to get inside this car. What we're going to do right now is going to be nuclear thermal, crystal clear, 4K HD. I hope you're ready for this. Officer Tatum, you know, get inside my car, you booty bandit, you know. Someone said, just use your new computer. I got to set up OBS. I got to set up a bunch of stuff. I have to set up the color scheme and all the things that I have on here. I have to copy over to it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I hate doing it. Anyway, let's jump in here. Let's not talk about Officer Tatum being closeted. We'll talk about that a little later. Let's play this clip.
By Luna. And for some reason, I felt like it was going to be some anime. I was like, what? I don't.
I actually have to go back a little further on this clip because one thing really stood out to me in this Candace episode that I didn't get to talk to you guys about because the episode she did on Thursday is what she says about Lance Twiggs. Listen to this.
Stories create themselves an animal character called their fursona, with whom they identify and can function as an avatar within the community. So this is not me, this is my avatar that is separate from me. So you guys remember when Lance was testifying and he said at the preliminary hearing that he goes by Luna? And for some reason, I felt like it was going to be some anime. I was like, what? I don't think he's trans. I think this is going to be some gamer thing. I suspect that is what Luna is. It's a gaming character that he engages with outside of Lance Twiggs. Okay. Here is how Dr. Ashley might explain how that engagement works. Take a look.
Okay, so Dr. Ashley is going to explain one thing, but I can actually tell you something about this, okay? Not from experience, but funny enough, we're talking about the new computer. The guy who sold me this computer is one of those people. Now, the way I found out is I was talking to him. I'm like, I need something for streaming. It needs to be strong. You know, this computer needs to be great, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, I stream as well. I know exactly what you need, blah, blah, blah. So we're talking, right? He's telling me he streams radio. He does all these different things. Then he starts talking about how he rigs up the character that he uses, okay? So this is a world that, you know, Candace, most people don't know about, especially when you're older, even just a little older. You won't know about this world. But there's something called VTube, okay? VTubers are like virtual or I'll say digital furries, okay? That's what they're like. If you go on VTube, you'll see a bunch of animated characters and it will be people podcasting. So it's like if I was doing this podcast, but instead of me, it was, you know, just I don't know, a chick with cat ears and some kind of furry body, animal body, just like you saw in that little clip there of that lady. That's what it would be. And it would be all animated, it'd be all rigged up, but it would be me talking. And it would be me in front of the camera. It's this whole thing that they rig up. So as the guy selling me the computer, we're talking more and more. And he says, yeah, man, it's a real pain. He goes, I wish I could just stream like you do. He's like, you're just in front of the camera. He goes, it makes it way more simple. He's like, I have to rig everything up. He's like, my facial movements, my eye movements. He said my tail. And as soon as he said my tail, I went, oh, I know what this guy is. And boy, oh boy, does this guy not look like one of those people. You would think. I mean, just a big old dude. And he's like, I gotta rig up my tail so I can move my tail around. I was like, oh, this guy's a weirdo. Okay. Which is fine. I'm just trying to get a computer. I don't care what he does in his spare time. But that is what she's talking about. So it is a gamer thing. They do move around different virtual spaces in these personas. They also will stream as these personas, and they'll do other weird things online in these personas. So just to break down, that's what she's actually talking about. So it's not just like a gamer thing, but again, she's what? Candace is like 38, 37 years old. She's not going to know about this. I didn't even know about this until I connected all the dots, because if you go on X long enough, there's some of these VTubers. It's such a trip. There's some of these VTubers where they'll be like a cat person. It's like a cat person. And they're like, hey, so let me tell you about what the Trump administration is doing. And you're like, what the heck is this cat person talking about? So it's like these VTubers and they're talking about politics. It's so funny to watch. Anyway, you'll find a clip or two if you dig deep enough. If you have to research and stuff, you know, I've stumbled onto a few accounts like that. There's actually one that's popular. If you watch Asmongold, you will see Asmongold cover this person, and that's what a VTuber is. Either way. Anyway, let's jump in here.
Listen.
So erotic roleplay is different from cybersex in the sense that in erotic roleplay, you have this roleplay component, meaning that people are not, at least explicitly, playing as themselves. They are not seeking out sexual interaction in a game or in a chat room or otherwise as the human being that they are in their day-to-day life. They are playing the role of a character perhaps in a fantasy world, perhaps from a popular franchise like Star Wars, or just their own original character, but they are playing this character that is different from them with different wants, needs, hopes, and dreams, and they're engaging with erotic content. So cybersex, on the other hand, would be when people want to engage with sexual online, or, if it's phone sex, then it's through the phone, but that would be as themselves. So in terms of practice, what are we actually talking about? Well, the two are very similar, because at the end of the day, you're still using a keyboard to type out your erotic and feelings and emotions. The difference being that one person is doing it as a character and one person is doing it as themselves.
Okay. I would like to again stress the point that Dr. Ashley has spent the last 10 years working as a professor in Utah, okay, at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City, encouraging her students and her gamers to join her on her Discord, to follow her Twitch, her streamer account. And I'm wondering, how big can this community of gamers that are into this be throughout the state of Utah? I'm wondering, have we identified everybody on this Discord chat? I'm wondering, is this a coincidence? How big can this community be? And similar to Dr. Amaro, Dr. Amaro has left the building. She's no longer at Utah. Ashley and her husband they've now gone to New York. He's accepted. Now he's going to be the chief medical examiner in New York, and she's going to be teaching at NYU. We should pull up her LinkedIn, by the way. We should pull up just to show, not barred from being around kids, actually encourages it. Now she's the assistant arts professor at NYU full-time. So they up and left. Associate professor, I guess she left ahead of her husband. I don't think that's right, because he didn't leave until after, obviously, he did the medical examiner's office, and they are married. But assistant professor, University of Utah. She's just been around students for a very long time. So again, I'll ask the question, how big can this particular gaming furry create a character that is outside of yourself, join me on Discord, Twitch community in Utah be? Has she ever come across Lance Twiggs? That'd be a question that I would ask. I just feel like that's a question that I would like to know the answer to across her 10-year career in Utah, and also being on the board and working with these outside organizations and associations, studying these people and encouraging this lifestyle. I'll leave it at that, because I am just jaw on the floor with all of this. So Charlie effectively had a lesbian, because Dr. Amaro was dating a woman, and Deidre Amaro, and I don't know what to describe Dr. Andrew as. Andrew Guajardo, I guess. I don't know. He's married to. He's got to be remotely into this.
He's got to be. She doesn't even know how to handle it. Yeah, because that's how it is. When you're older and you hear about this, it doesn't make any sense. You say this to someone that's 40, that's like, oh, there's just people and they dress up as animal, human hybrid types, and they go online and they talk in rooms and do other things. The person will be like, I don't understand. What are you talking about? What are you saying to me right now? That's where she's at right now. She's a mom. She's a mom of what, 4 or 5? Catholic lady. She's just like, what's happening? She's like, what's going on? What is this? What are we saying right now? But what really stuck out to me as she was talking about all this was the fact that Lance could have, now I don't know, obviously, but perhaps Luna, there's Luna and then there's Lance. Perhaps Luna is the one that Tyler was blowing the back out of. Just saying. These personas start to go into real life. That's just how humans work. They start to go into real life. It's like a splintering, because that's what it sounds like as you're explaining what's happening with Lance. Now, I've already had a theory that Lance is some kind of Mortal Kombat Ultra patient of sorts. Now, when you hear about Luna, it kind of sounds like there's a splintering going on. So perhaps Luna is responsible for setting up Tyler. Perhaps Luna is the one that wrote the note, and Lance had nothing to do with it. I mean, people do get that crazy. People do get that crazy, you know? Someone said, quit saying blowing the back out of. No. How about that? How about no? How about no? How about you don't dictate anything here? How about that? How about that? How about you don't dictate any part of this podcast at all? How about that? How about that? Huh? Because believe you me, if I say yes, then the next person's going to be like, hey, stop talking about Jesus. And the next person's going to be like, hey, put your hat back on. And the next person's going to be like, hey, stand on one foot. And the other person's going to be like, flip your table over. And the other person's going to be like, stop monetizing your videos. Yeah, right. Think this is Dance Monkey Dance time? Hell no. Get the hell out of here. I'm telling you, I'm a comedian. I'm going to call out the hecklers like a comedian would. Not a politician, guys. Okay? All right? Just saying. Luna lying on behalf of Lance. Yeah, you know, I mean like that type of thing. I'm just saying it seems like there is a splintering going on, because there is. If you're online and you're this persona, and then when you're Lance, it's different, then there's this persona. And that's why we all thought he was part of the T community. Because it was like, oh, he's going by Luna. We thought it was like one of those things, you know? But it's different. It's a little different, you know? Anyway, that really threw me off about this whole thing. Even more so than the fact of that it's been found that the medical examiner's wife follows the local satanic chapel in Utah. Nothing to see here. There you have it. There's the image. Oh no, the image is actually bigger this way. Gamer Ashley is following the Satanic Temple Utah. The mission of the Satanic Temple is to encourage benevolence and empathy among all people. For all inquiries, contact Satan. Sorry, it says some email address there. Okay, I figured that, you know, very weird, a little weird. That's her, you know. Looks like a nice enough person, no? Doesn't look too crazy. That's a real dedication, you know? That's real dedication there. That's a lot. You know? She's even wearing, she has a mask in her hand. She's going to put on a mask. And then you have that full thing. That's a lot. That's sweaty. That's gross. I'm just saying. Wasn't it Nisi? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Shout out to Baron. Thank you for that little tidbit there. Let me see. Apparently it was Nisi that covered the connection between Lance and let me see if it was a recent episode. Was it a recent episode? Question mark. Would you happen to know the title? I just have to see if there's anything there. Because apparently there's a connection between Lance Twiggs and Destiny via Discord. I would love to know. I know a lot of you follow Nisi out there. Let me see here. I would just love to know which episode that was. Let me see here. Someone said it was recent. How recent was it? Let me know what the title is if you know it. Someone said Stinky City. Yeah. No, this is a lot. This is gross. But apparently they are. They at least enjoy what the Satanic Temple of Utah has to say about things. You know, can't exactly say that she's a Satanist or anything like that, but she is into what they're all about here. So that's nice. And it looked like a nice girl. Yeah. Isn't it funny how people are out of nowhere? It's so weird. So weird. Oh, I don't know why I did. Why didn't I just ask Lainey? Why didn't I just ask you? There's just images of Officer Tatum in our group chat. Can you find the episode of Nisi talking about Lance Twiggs being connected to Destiny via Discord? Question mark. Here, let me just. Also, I made you a mod. I don't know if you noticed that. Oh, you're in it. You can already hear me. Okay. Someone said she looks stupid. She doesn't look stupid. Yeah, no, she looks like she's having fun. Yeah, isn't she in her 30s though? It's a bit much. It's a bit much in your 30s. It's time to let go of stuff like that. You know, Nisi episode with Fredo. I always call her Fredo. I think it's a good name. Fredo is not a bad name. Let me see here. Find where that episode is. You got the Baron Coleman episode. You have this, you have that. Someone said it was a week ago. Why are all these videos showing months ago, 2 days ago, 4 days ago? I mean, this is the way to go if you can, you know? She doesn't post every day. Butler and UVU being connected. That's a month ago, so it has to be one of these videos. Oh, is it this one? Is it her most recent video? Oh, let me see here. It might be. It just... Let me see here. I still can't believe Daily Fredo is my age. I can't believe it. I swear I thought this lady was 26 years old. No older than 26. I couldn't believe it. Let me see here. Find me the timestamp if you could. So I have the episode here. If you know where the timestamp is, let me know. There you go. Let's see here. I should just, you know what I should do? I should just get you, you're listening. I should just get you in the way Daisy's in with Baron. And that way you can just chime in. You can just throw things in. We should do that. We should start doing that. That'd be cool. I think that'd be fun. You know? Anyway, it's in here somewhere. We'll find it very soon. I'm just going to jump over to the next clip until I get a timestamp here. Oh, I'm seeing Discord stuff pop up. Is this it? Oh. Is Destiny going to get in trouble? You know, a lot of people think Destiny did something, you know, because of that call he got from Z. Man, I hope, oh, yeah, no. Bro, she wants me to say her real name. It's fine. Don't worry, Kev. Yeah, she wants me to say her name. I don't know. It's up to her. I don't know. Gotta be careful. We don't have any, like, there's no insane mods anymore, so I think it'll be fine. I don't know if she'll get attacked. I know another researcher that got attacked. Not cool. Anyway.
Into the evening. And he says, shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. So, like, he's talking about that he can see the police there. He's like waiting for them to leave. Mm-hmm. So these messages are for someone who is still by UVU. They're still there at 11 p.m. So he could not have been in Panguitch at 9:47 p.m. and had made it back to watch the police, you know, guarding the scene, looking around for evidence. Like those two things cannot be true at the same time. Either he was still in what, Orem, or he was in Panguitch. Those two things cannot be true. And one thing that is really interesting with this document that Jane, do you know, and KV Stink Putin have put together is that they included messages that were not read out in court, but that are available in the affidavits. And so I want to read those because a lot of people probably haven't heard these ones because most people are not going to go look for the affidavits probable cause. Just looking through Twitter.
Go for it.
It was kind of alluded to during Lance's testimony, that pre-recorded testimony. He said he spoke to Tyler when Tyler got home, and he mentioned laundry, but he kind of he stops talking. Like he's very careful about what he says.
Or did you see Tyler on September 11th?
Yes.
When did you first see him on September 11th? So this is the day after the shooting.
Yeah, I saw him when I woke up. Like I said, he was up and around doing a lot of stuff around the house. And then I think I saw him after that message where I said I'll come home and say I'm doing laundry, because I didn't want him going to my parents' house right then when he said there was probably cops outside. So I went back home and it was just him there, and I said bye to him, and then he drove off. So I just went back to my parents' house.
And based off of these text messages that are in the affidavit of probable cause, it seems as though when Tyler got home early up in the morning, he spoke to Lance, whatever. And then at some point in the day, Lance left and went to his parents' house. And so he's at his parents' house having this text conversation with Tyler. Tyler messages Lance and says, I'm sorry, but I think this might be it. If the way is clear, I can try and come your way to say goodbye. After that, I have a spot in mind that I'll call the police to. So he's alluding to wanting to see Lance for one last time and then turn himself in. And so Lance responds, "Are there cops outside? And why are you calling the police anywhere?" Tyler says, "Not yet, but I have no doubts they will be on me within the hour, and I will be giving my location up and going out on my own terms." So this is a bit distorted, but it's an affidavit of probable cause. He says, "I have no intention of being drugged through the courts in front of the country." So this is someone, he's like, "I'm going to give up my location and go up on my own terms." This is like someone who's going to go out and guns a-blazing.
Yes.
And then says, "Can I come see you?"
Man, let me see here. Someone says a video before this one. Either way, I just wanted to, it's Lainey here. She says, "Hey, chat. Yeah, my alias was Rosie until I decided I'm not worried about the haters." There you go. There you go. Just wanted to let you guys know. That's the one. That's the one helping the show. Helping the show in a big way. Very, very big way. Let me see here. But yeah, like I said, we should actually like get you in there so I can actually, or get you in here so you can actually just throw clips and whatnot, because that would be a solid thing to have going on. And you said you just bought a mic. You should have told me. I have all sorts of microphones. Anyway.
After that, I can...
See, someone said put your hat back on. See? Then it starts coming up. You see? Someone said sell mama merch. See? Now the demands start coming out, right? People start demanding things now. And what am I supposed to do? You see, you understand? You see? Anyway. I told you. I know how people work. I know how people's minds work. Anyway, I'm not seeing the Destiny connection here. I just wanted to see that, but I can still wing it anyway, guys. Apparently, there's some weird connection between Lance and there's still some weird connection between Lance and Destiny inside of some Discord group that happened to be either Destiny's Discord or some kind of gaming Discord. So that is very weird, very, very weird. Now, did Destiny know Lance Luna, whatever it was, or whatever he was at the time? I don't know. I have no idea. Probably, maybe not. But it is possible that they did know each other, you know? Anyway, let's move on here. Because there is more stuff. I have to get through the stuff. There is a bunch more stuff. And then I want to talk about Spain. I know, like, you know what I mean? I told you guys I want to start not veering away, but there's other things. And if I could bring some levity to other things in the world, then I would love to be able to do that for you guys. So there is other stuff. What do we call this segment? I have no idea. What do we call this segment? I've been deleting all the. We'll call this Satan medical examiner. That's what we'll call this. Examiner. There you go. That's a proper title there. Yeah. It all seems to lead back to Satan, doesn't it? That's why people say there's a battle between good and evil, because it keeps leading back to Satan. People just keep popping up and they're like, "Hey, what's up? Hey, yeah, I'm into Satan stuff." It just keeps happening over. Quiet down. It just keeps happening over and over and over again. And it's really weird. Anyway, let's move over here. Is this Baron? What's Baron talking about? The threats. The threats do not stop. You know, in the spirit of talking about the threats, because Baron does touch on that in his podcast. This person, I should follow this person. This account is like dedicated. SBS Wallface. They are like dedicated to pointing out the craziness that's going on when it comes to Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, people who support Philadelphia, and the weird attacks that they go on. So this person is showing this Eli Jacoby. So this guy, Candace already outed this guy as being a part of some paid shill type of coordinated thing. And this person's pointing out he made 2,093 posts about Tucker Carlson in 14 months, with spikes whenever Tucker Carlson would question Philadelphia. One post spree lasted 30 hours without taking a single break. Here is every single one. I mean, it's nuts. Look, it couldn't even load it for a second. I mean, it's getting crazy. These are all posts. And another wall of posts. And another wall of posts. And another wall of posts. Continuously attacking Tucker Carlson. Now, you have to keep in mind, this is along with thousands of posts about Candace Owens. Like, this Eli Yakubov guy is very, very, very dedicated to doing this. Almost like it's his job. Almost like he gets paid for it. Now, I don't know if he does. Candace kind of pointed out that he is on a payroll of some kind. But I'm still not allowed to say he gets paid. Isn't that funny how the world works? So this is, has Tucker Carlson seen this? Posted 20 times. Ask yourself why Tucker Carlson refuses to bait Ben Shapiro. Posted 17 times. It's like all the adults have left the room. And he just continuously keeps posting this. Isn't this crazy? And also, this is the exact same way. I don't know if you guys ever noticed this. Maybe you're not on X as much as I am. But if you're on X, you will see over and over and over again, Jack Posobiec, Valhalla calls Jack something else, very different. Zach P word. I almost slipped up there. He calls him P word back. That's what he calls Jack Posobiec. Is a little different than what I call him. I almost slipped up there. My bad. Very close. This is very close. But he posts the same way. He has posted, I saw leftists kill Charlie Kirk and celebrate. I don't know, 40 times, maybe 20 times, maybe 40 times. I see it all the time. For weeks after Charlie Kirk passed away, he would post that over and over again every day. Like it was some kind of mantra, like it was some kind of chant that he was putting forth. And there's many other posts that Jack has put out like that as well. Anyway, let's get to Baron talking about these threats really quick. These threats, little revisiting of Candace Owens being threatened, what he thinks about it.
And it was locked down.
Oh, slow it down. Well, I got on to double speed with Baron. Not double speed with Baron, but listen, we can go a nice 1.2 with Baron. I think we can do 1.2 with Baron.
One of the things that's going to come up in this investigation is, what did you do and why was it different from what you normally do? What's your standard protocol and what did you do? If you're Tyler Robinson's attorney, don't you want to know that question? What did you do? And did you do the same things you do in other murder investigations? When someone else gets shot in Orem, Utah, do they let private contractors come in and take the footage of it? Like, you have footage of a murder and you let a private investigator, you let a private contractor just come in back there and move the chairs around, stand up in the chairs, grab the cameras off, move the cameras over to the table, take stuff out of the camera, take stuff off of the camera, whatever it is. Is that how you normally handle a murder investigation? People just traipse all over the crime scene? You're going to have to convince a jury that this was done properly and that the evidence before them is exactly what they would get in any other murder investigation. In the immediate aftermath of this, a couple of strange things happened. A couple of very strange things happened. One of them was that other people were told they were targets and could likewise have a similar fate. Here is Candace Owens describing this. This is back in October that she's describing it. But she's describing something that happened weeks earlier.
Aggressive, erratic, neurotic. There is a real risk here, right? I do not accept, and neither do you guys, that Charlie Kirk lost his life because he really pissed off the trans lobby. It terrifies me to think that on the day that Charlie died, I got multiple phone calls from people who said that me and Tucker should lay low because we're also on the list. And they never told us who specifically told them that, by the way. Now I'm wondering why they never told us who specifically told them that. I called Tucker. I'm like, are you hearing the same thing I'm hearing? They're saying that we're next. And now I go, was that supposed to be a threat to me and Tucker? To have us watch the public execution of a friend of ours and then to call us and to say, you should lay low for a little bit because you guys were hearing that you guys are on a list. Was that just supposed to be a threat? Because why wouldn't you be more forthcoming with exactly who you heard that from? And I remember saying, I was like, did the feds say this? Who said this specifically? Because why aren't they calling me and Tucker? Why am I calling Tucker and telling him about this? And I did. He will tell you that. David Charlie Kirk was shot. This really happened. And I'm coming out of the grief stage and realizing I think that was an element of this.
I think that was an element.
You know, I have to say, out of everything, biggest dropped ball by far is not asking, who told you I was supposed to be next? That should have been a question right away. I don't care how much I'm grieving, okay? This is just me. I don't care how much I'm grieving. If someone comes to me as I'm grieving over this person, they say, you know, you're supposed to be next. I'd be like, what'd you say? What'd you say? No, you said something. Nah, I heard you. What'd you say? Say it again. Say it again one more time for me. Let me just, what were you talking about? What'd you mean by that? What'd you mean by that? You got to break that down for me just a little bit. Just a little bit. I really got to know what exactly you meant by that. I mean, I would have to know. I would have to know. Forget about a countdown, a little chart of a countdown asking Blake to show the video. I would have a thing. Somebody, this is how many days they haven't told me who told them that I was supposed to be next. That would be it. That'd be my only focus. It was supposed to be you. What? Huh? What'd you say? It was what? I would have to know. I would have to know right away. Right away. Everything aside, I'd have to know. But what can you do? What can you do? You know, we always watch things, you know, we watch things and we go, oh, they should have done this. They should have said this. Oh, they should have. What I would have done was, what I would have done, you know, we always do that. You know, we think we know exactly what we would do in that situation. And I feel like I do, but maybe I wouldn't. I don't know. Maybe I get scared and I just hang up the phone. You know, you have some weird, zesty guy like Andrew saying that to you while you're crying. He's saying it to you while you're crying and you're upset, actually telling you, hey, man, you just so you know, oh, what is it, Andrew? It was supposed to be you. That's a crazy thing to do to somebody. That's nuts. Evil little zesty guy, that Andrew. Evil little zesty guy. I don't care if he's 6'4". Evil little zesty guy that guy is, you know? It's coming out more and more anyway, you know?
A threat. One of the recurring questions we get on this show time and time again is, why is Megyn Kelly being weird about this investigation? Why is she accepting the FedSlop narrative? Our friend Travis over at Nilo X on X found this little goodie from Megyn Kelly where she described a threat she received.
And Abby texted me saying, stand down, like, hold on before you come. And I was like, what happened?
There was a threat that had been faxed that was really nasty. It was very specific, which is scary, especially 10 days after Charlie's assassination.
I said, send it to me. And she said, MK, I don't think you should read it. You know, it's being handled. And I said something I've never said to Abby before. Don't make me ask twice.
So I forwarded it along and we hung up the phone.
I start seeing a little bit of it and I'm like, holy shit. It was faxed to Virginia Tech. We're due to leave in 45 minutes. This is serious. They know details. It's pretty descriptive. They kind of know the location. And it was kind of the same threat that killed Charlie.
I've never
kind of the same
that.
threat that killed
Have
Charlie.
you guys ever seen that? Megyn Kelly talking about getting threat? I've never seen that before. I'm watching this blind with you guys. I've never seen that before. That's crazy. So she got the same, definitely not the same type of threat. Charlie was getting all sorts of people pushing and pulling on him and everything like that. But it's in the same realm. I have never seen that before. And again, why did they play that corny music over it? You're talking about a death threat. What kind of music should we put over the death threat scene when we're talking about you getting your life threat? What kind of stuff should we play? I don't know, like something like doom 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 doom. You know, like the old Columbo music. You ever seen Columbo? But like punch it up a little bit because it's like 2026. You know what I mean? Why are you what? Get that music out of here. Weird. Very weird. Yeah, someone said I'd never seen that before. I've never seen that before.
I would say the three most prominent conservative podcasters on September 10th were Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, and Candace Owens. The three people who have traditionally not bought the mainstream narrative of crimes and government operations. The three people who probably would be most likely to look into this and say, this doesn't make sense. I don't like the looks of this. It looks like something other than Tyler Robinson might have conspired to have Charlie Kirk removed from this earth. And I think it's funny that those were the three who were targeted with these threats. You didn't have to target Benny Johnson. He's on the team. May or may not be compromised. I don't know why he's so committed to the team. Same with Jack Posobiec. Same with Officer Tater Tot. Same with Blake Neff, Andrew Colvett, Graham Allen. Like these people, for whatever reason, whether it's they're compromised or they're paid or whatever it is, these people are on the team, squarely on the team. You don't have to worry about them investigating who killed Charlie Kirk, how, and why. But Tucker Carlson, he might. And he's out here releasing Thomas Crook's videos. He's out here releasing 9/11 videos. He doesn't buy any mainstream narrative. You tell him that this is what the mainstream says. He's like, they didn't kill. Like Lee Harvey Oswald didn't kill JFK. The government killed him. Well, that's somebody you're going to have to keep quiet. That's somebody you're going to have to control. Same thing with Megyn Kelly. Look at her work on the Koberger case in Idaho. Well, Megyn Kelly's in there saying, well, it sounds like someone else might have been in the house. Why did they knock the house down? I don't know. I'm not sure this guy did it. Why didn't we get a trial? Why did we get a life without parole plea? Why will we never get answers to what happened? Megyn Kelly is someone who could have been a real thorn in their flesh on this investigation. Now look at Candace Owens.
You know, it's interesting that he says that because when you do look at what they actually said in regards to Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson, it wasn't much. It wasn't anything, really. When it first happened, the only thing Tucker's willing to say is that I'm not getting a good enough investigation. It's the only thing he's willing to say. He talks about Philadelphia a lot. And he talks about what they're capable of. So you think he'd be like, okay, I'm willing to talk about those theories that they're responsible for this. But he really hasn't done that all that much. And then Megyn Kelly, I mean, even less from Megyn Kelly. You know, Ben Shapiro's like, well, you know, Candace did say that Erica is responsible for this. And she's like, did she say that? And then later on, she's like, he lied to me. And then later on, she's like, I don't know about Candace. And then later on, she's like, overwhelming evidence. So when you actually look at them and you do take in this whole threat thing that's happened, I don't want to say, because I like Tucker, I'm not going to let my bias overpower me. I'm going to say that it looks like they decided they're not going to say anything about this case. Candace, of course, we all know Candace. Candace said everything. Everything you could say. Everything. You thought she wasn't going to talk about Romanian angels. She's like, here we go. You thought she wasn't going to talk about MK. She's like, yeah, I gotcha. She's said everything. You thought she wasn't going to touch on the exploding mic. She's like, oh my gosh. Now she won't even say shot anymore. So she's gone through everything. But the other two? No, they really clammed up when it comes to this whole thing. They really clammed up. Like a lot. Officer Tatum's talked about the Charlie Kirk investigation more than Tucker Carlson has. Tucker Carlson gets forced into it. Jimmy Dore breaks down a bunch of stuff. Tucker doesn't really, go into it too much. His brother Buckley talks about stuff all the time. Doesn't really go into it much. When his brother Buckley was on the show, he talked about it. He didn't really go into it too much. Kind of stayed away from it, in all honesty. I mean, look. How much has he said? Compare it to Butler. He said way more about Butler. I can't say, well, actually, you know what? I will say. I think what happened to Charlie is more important than what happened in Butler. Not to say that Butler shouldn't be thought about, but if you're willing to talk about Butler and find an online presence that they said wasn't there and then release that video that he released, why wouldn't you be willing to go a little deeper into what happened to Charlie? So, I don't know. No, weird. Weird stuff. Very, very weird stuff. You know? Oh, here. This is Mercury. I got rid of Mercury. Said he's letting others investigate with Elizabeth Lane. Yeah, that's what Tucker said. He's letting other people investigate. Yeah, but, you know, Candace could let other people investigate. Candace could let the Bureau investigate. You know what I mean? I can't. I will say. I will say Candace has done more than Elizabeth Lane. Candace is doing a whole bunch, and she's just as famous as Tucker, if not more. So it's like, what are we talking about here? I got more important things to talk about. Do you? I don't know. Check it out. Unless he's building a third party, and they're trying to figure out who's going to run that third party and run for president in 2028. What are you really doing that's more important than your friend Charlie getting murdered? Your young friend Charlie, who you would talk to often and was brilliant and you would often give advice and mentorship to, who gets taken off the face of the earth, and you kind of know why, and you kind of watched him get attacked for having you on stage at these events, and you asked him, hey, I don't really have to talk about these things. I can talk about other stuff. And he said, no, go Max. Literally, the term go Max was coined from Charlie saying it to Tucker. I feel like there's a lot more he could do if he wanted to. Doesn't have to. Who am I? I can't tell him. You guys can't tell me to put on my hat. I can't tell Tucker Carlson to start investigating Charlie Kirk. What happened to Charlie Kirk? Yeah. Just saying. So if there was a threat, it seems like two people backed down. If it's out of those three, it seems like two of them backed down, and one of them didn't, and one of them's going strong, and she doesn't care if she gets threatened more and more, and she has more and more and more and more and more. So, let's keep going. Let's hear what else Baron has to say here. I cut him off there.
That's a loose end you got to tie down if you're going to pull something like this off. You've got to find a way to quiet her. What better way than, hey, perhaps you should lay low. You and Tucker should lay low. Who said that? I'm not going to tell you. But you're on the list. You're on the same list. Are we to believe she's on some trans list in St. George, Utah? That's the list she's on? That's the story we're going with? That Tyler Robinson and his Magic the Gathering friends and his guys in there playing Dungeons and Dragons are somehow coming up with a list and putting Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens on it? That's the story here? No, this looks coordinated. This looks like, let's identify the people we have to shut down in order to get this thing and pull this off. Let's make sure they get the notice that they don't want to play around with us.
See, someone just said he should be standing shoulder to shoulder with Candace, talking about Tucker. If Candace was the only one talking about this, like if I didn't start focusing in and, doing what I'm doing, if Baron didn't start, if a bunch of people didn't start, she'd be the only one. And it would be much easier for them to make her look crazy, to bankrupt her, and then all of a sudden for her to just pass away mysteriously. It'd be way easier to do that. Way easier. But the more people gather, the more of a problem it becomes, because they're like, okay, well, we can't do anything now because there's so many people watching. If he did stand shoulder to shoulder with her in this thing, then it would be like, okay, well, we have another loud voice and another loud voice. It's like the more voices that come, you can say Candace is evil and demonic. But then when 50 people stand shoulder to shoulder with her, you can't say they're all evil and demonic. Like I have a clip that I'm going to show you of some guy talking about Candace with Jeremy Boring, talking about Candace possibly being possessed by demons. It's like, what are you going to put that on all of us? We're all possessed by these demons. Oh, it's the same demon. It's just going through everybody at the same time. It's way harder once people gather up. If you leave her to just kind of be out here, which, I mean, she's not going to ask anybody. She said recently, she's like, I don't ask people to do things for me. I don't ask people to help me. I don't ask people to endorse me. She's like, I don't do that. And I believe her. Because the first person you'd ask is Tucker Carlson. You'd be like, hey, man, They said I was crazy. Can you help me? You get threatened too, right? And he's like, oh, of course I do. All the time. You get threatened when you talk about Philadelphia, right? Oh, of course. BB himself threatened me. Like, you help me out here? This is nuts. They're all coming after me at the same time. Do you see this? Oh, I don't know. I never watch. I don't have a TV in my living room. I've never had a TV in my living room, so I don't know what's going on. Is something happening on the outside world? Oh, okay. Fun. Anyway, let's keep going.
We're going to use the same language. We're going to fax a threat. Fax. We're going to fax a threat. When's the last threat that was faxed? If we're being honest, go back through history. When was the last threat that was faxed? Probably pre 9/11. No one uses fax machines. I remember one time I called to get medical records. This is 10 or 15 years ago. It was a while back. We were moving and I needed to take my kids' medical records with me. Then so I said, I'm going to come by and pick them up. They said, we'll just fax them. You will? Where? Where are you going to fax these records? Who faxes things in 2025? Who faxes anything, much less a vague or a highly specific threat to Megyn Kelly? It seems like there was an effort to contain the investigation. Why would you want to contain the investigation? Well, guys, we're sitting here right now on August 2nd. We're like 6 weeks away, 5-6 weeks away from the 1-year anniversary of this. Tyler Robinson hasn't even been determined to, they have not even established probable cause to determine that Tyler Robinson needs to go to trial. There are people spending thousands of hours of their own time on this investigation. You multiply that times tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people who are interested in this investigation, who are actually actively looking into it, spending time, getting on the computer, researching stuff, pulling property records. I mean, my goodness, Daisy spent hours looking at carpets in funeral homes in Utah to try to determine which room was Charlie Kirk in when they filmed that horribly creepy video of Erica Kirk draped all over the casket, the corpse, not just the casket. And they could not have imagined Daisy 8 months, 9 months later looking over funeral home carpet. And we're not alone. There's a guy in Australia named Muppet Masher. I don't think that's his Christian name, but that's what's his handle. That's what he goes by.
Muppet.
He made it his life's mission to identify everybody at the scene. Everyone at the scene. And he's done a really good job. I think there are only a couple of people still outstanding that I would like to know who they are, that he's not able to determine who they are yet. There's a guy in a blue shirt and a pink hat. I know Blake Bednar's has spent a lot of time trying to figure out who that is. He's got a ponytail. Nobody knows who that is. He's all over the crime scene, walking back and forth, picking stuff up, kicking stuff with his feet, moving stuff out of the way. We have no idea who that guy is. Do you think they anticipated Muppet Masher creating cork boards with Polaroids on it and then writing in the names as he identifies everybody one by one? No.
Muppet.
Do you think they imagined Ian Carroll opening the web.io and uploading every court document and every piece of evidence into this thing? And so that, like, for a nominal fee every month, you could access this database and search like natural language query transcripts of every podcaster covering this, and, you know, whokilledck.com with all the transcripts uploaded that you could natural language query? No. But do you think there's evidence that exists that whoever did this was afraid that people like Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and Megyn Kelly might dig into this and launch a decentralized investigation? Yes. Yes, I do. I think the threats are that evidence. The threats are that evidence. And we've just gone to the crime scene. What happened at the hospital? Did it meet the standard of how you handle a dead body? Was the investigation done exactly the way a murder investigation is always done? Is the person who was assigned to investigate it, was he allowed to do his investigation? We'll look at that later in the week. Did the medical examiners do anything unusual in this case?
Man, all that he just said in terms of people looking into things, Daisy looking at carpet. Oh, man. Daisy, if you're still here, tell us how many days you were looking, how many hours were you looking into carpet? But all that might be the reason Candace is still alive. Could be, you know. Like the way they did that with Charlie and the T community, they could have easily done that with Candace and the black community. Could have been like, oh yeah, black community. Oh, they've always hated Candace. Oh, they don't like what she said about this and that. Oh, somebody standing up for Floyd, and oh, they could have easily done that, easily, and people would believe it. Someone says, hi, Coach. Love your shows. Just a thought. They let Tucker into Australia, but they canceled Candace. I love both of them. Something to think about watching your show from Australia. That's interesting. That is interesting. Let Tucker in, but not Candace. Why is that? Why is that? I wonder. I don't know. Oh, that is weird. I didn't know that. Everyone's getting banned from Australia. This is terrible. They turn that place into a prison island whenever they feel like it. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy what they do in Australia. It's nuts. Anyway, let's move on here. But yeah, those threats are weird. Those threats are really weird. Yeah, I actually have more on that topic. I was clicking away. Getting different people's reactions to certain things. But he does talk about it. Tucker, when it comes to the threats that he has had to endure, he has talked about it. He says there's a lot of them. He says he doesn't care, that there's nothing to do, there's nothing they can do to him because his kids are grown. But, someone else said in the comments, they're like, maybe he's scared. And I think that's a huge possibility, even if he acts like he's not. That's the thing you would do. You would act like you're not scared. You'd be like, no, I'm not scared. I'm not scared at all. Bring it. But then you'd up your security by $500,000 a year. Of course. No one expects people not to be scared in the face of being threatened, their life being threatened. Yeah. Anyway, let me pull up a couple reactions here. Then we'll go into the Candace Owens being a demon, or being possessed by one at least. We'll get into that in a second. Somebody else called out this guy and his crazy badgering of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. He was outed by Time, that's what it was, as an unregistered agent of Philadelphia, paid for this content by the Philadelphian Foreign Ministry through Brad Parscale's Clock Tower X. No one person could produce this industrial grade content like this. It's obviously a team effort scripted by Philadelphia. And I think he's exactly right. There's no way that you could do this. I mean, if you run your own X account and you're doing all the stuff that we're doing, or you're just living a life. You don't have to be a creator. You're just living a life. It's hard to get out 10 tweets a day. If someone looked at you and said, I'll give you $5,000 a day, you'd be like, okay, I'll try and crank out like 50, right? You'd be like, this is tough though. This is like 2 an hour. But thousands like that, 30 hours nonstop, that has to be a bunch of people who have access to one account. It just has to be. It's the only thing that makes sense. Anyway, somebody else, Buckley. Buckley, of course, stepping in for his brother. He doesn't play around. Now that MIT has rescinded his acceptance, whoa, really? That's crazy. Slanderous dim bulb, Eli Jacoby, should have sufficient time to account for his complicated tax liabilities. Oh, geez. Wow. There he is, too. That's the picture that he uses. Man. You got that thing on your head, you know? It's funny. Why are you wearing that? When's the last time BB walked into the White House and they were like, here's a rosary or here's a necklace with a cross on it. Here you go. Go ahead and put that on. When's the last time that happened? I've never seen that happen before. Why does this guy have to walk around with that thing? I'm just saying. They're nice hats. They are. They're nice hats and they're soft, some of them. Some of them are really soft, really nice. You get a little pin. There's a little pin and you get the pin down so it doesn't come off when the wind blows. It's nice. I understand. It's a nice little setup. But when's the last time you seen BB have to wear a cross? Hey, what's going on? You're in Washington, D.C. You're in Washington, D.C., damn it. Put this cross on. Quiet down. I don't understand your language. Quit it. I'm speaking English. I don't I am saying, put the cross on. Be quiet. Get in here. You crazy? JD Vance making BB wear a cross? Never happens. It's wild. You know? Anyway, those are the attacks. Let me write in this timestamp here for my boy Jacob. My guy. You know, I tell that guy, I'm like, bro, quit your job, bro. You kidding me? Quit your job. What are you doing? What are you doing? Quit your job already. You know? I would have him here. I would take him to Italy if he quit his job. I'd take him to Italy in a heartbeat. You know? Anyway, let's play this stupid clip. I would assume this clip is stupid. I could be wrong. You know? You always know it's someone bashing Candace when they use pictures like this of Candace. You always know. If you want to know if someone really dislikes Candace when you're about to watch something, you just have to see the picture that they use of her. If it's anywhere within this realm, you know that they do not like Candace at all. Not even remotely. There's too many pretty pictures of Candace. There's too many for you to be using these pictures. Anyway, let's jump into this thing. Someone's screaming X mentions, and they're not telling me anything about what they've mentioned. And oh, there you go. Holy moly. 50 people have mentioned me in the past 30 minutes. Oh, well, I guess I'm just not going to find what you're talking about. Anyway, let's get into this. You got to tell me what you're trying to show me. Just tell me. I'll find it. I swear I will. You know, you got to tell me what I'm looking for. You can't just scream X mentions. It's lazy. You're in front of a computer. Come on. You're on your phone. It's lazy. Come on. Anyway, let's get into it.
And I agree, obviously, that's horrific. There was real revival. I sensed that I was at Charlie's funeral. It was the most spiritually vibrant moment I have ever experienced in my life. It was incredible. And seeing what Candace has done, I have actually for at least several months been responding when people ask me, what's going on? I say, that is a demonic spirit. That is what you are seeing. I don't know if she is demon possessed literally, although I think that's highly likely, actually. But certainly she is surrounded by very strong demonic forces. That is the answer for that. And
I've had two very prominent Catholic voices say to me that they believe that she is actually possessed. And again, I don't have a developed demonology. Yeah. I don't claim to understand exactly what that means. But it's been interesting to me that Catholics who do have a well-developed demonology and the idea of exorcism, and who belong to the faith that Candace purports to belong to herself, are asking this very question: is Candace demon possessed? I mean, that's a question being asked by American Catholics right now.
How many Catholics?
And I agree, obviously, that's horrific. There was real revival. I sensed that I was at Charlie's funeral. It was the most spiritually vibrant moment I have ever experienced in my life. It was incredible. And seeing what Candace has done, I have actually for at least several months been responding when people ask me, what's going on? I say, that is a demonic spirit.
Okay, so it's just him. And Jeremy's just like, yeah, you know, a bunch of Catholics come to me and they say the exact same thing. I feel like you're not telling the truth. That's how I feel about this whole thing. You know, you seem like you're not telling the truth even slightly. Okay? Because you had to use this picture beside her. That's the picture you had to go with to sell it. Like as if that's Candace 24/7. Like she's floating all the time. She has this, all right, you guys. Eyes just rolled back in her head. Just floating off of her chair. I don't know. What's going on with Candace? She is going max. That's what's going on. What do you think's going on? She's been going max. What's the matter with you? Huh? What are you, a Fed slopper? No, I think she's good. I think she's good. And it's wild that to bring up someone being demon possessed because you don't like what they're saying about Philadelphia or the official narrative of what a crime that's taken place. That they're demon possessed because of that is just such a wild place to go. Anyway, just thought I'd play that. Jeremy Boring. I do have it's actually a good place to go. I didn't even realize it's actually a really good place to go because There's a reason Jeremy Boring went with this video. It's because stew heads. Yeah, this stew heads, huh? It's because Jeremy and Candace actually had quite the run-in with one another. Quite the run-in. Jeremy Boring got put in his place. He does not like when that happens. It's absolutely ridiculous. Candace says, read this to truly appreciate how brilliant Ali Stuckey thinks she is. Anytime I see anything with Ali Stuckey, I feel like she's going to come up in the episode. She might come up in this episode, or at least at some point this week. The arrogance here is stunning, but nothing will ever top her sharing an article that she had her PR agent plant in the immediate aftermath of Charlie Kirk's passing, referring to herself as the natural heir to the Turning Point USA throne. And then pretending to be shocked and humbled by the headline she colluded to have planted. I hate to burst your bubble, Allie, but America was founded by Freemasons. It was, in fact, a response to a Catholic battle that was waging across the continent of Europe against Satanism. And yes, I'd gladly debate you on that topic. Oh, so brilliant one. Wow. Candace not playing around. They weren't all Masons. Not all of them. Maybe all of them. Maybe, actually. I don't know. I know some of them were. You know. Maybe half. Maybe more. She seems pretty confident about it. I don't know. Come on. I don't really want... Like, look, Ali Stuckey writes that much. I don't really want to read that much that Stuckey has to say. She says 55 out of the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence. Hey, write the whole thing. Dec of Inda? You don't say that. Come on. Declaration of Independence. Show some respect. We're Protestant. The founding colonies were 98% Protestant. Most colonies required a Protestant profession of faith to hold office. The Catholic colony you reference, Maryland, later barred Catholics from voting or holding office. So she's trying to show, like, hey, this Judeo-Christian thing is real and Catholics are not. And it's probably because, I'm going to take a wild guess, because Catholics believe that there's a new covenant between them and Christ, and they're actually the new chosen people. And they feel that way about Christians in general, that they're the new chosen people who chose to follow Christ because that was the thing to do. Just saying that is a thing. And a lot of there's certain people who don't like that theory, that stance. Just saying. Anyway, Candace ends up saying that to Ali Stuckey, wants to debate her about who created America. Jeremy Boring jumps in. Jeremy's so boring. It's nice that this set is... Oh, I have to go back. I'm going to go back in a second. Hold on. It's nice that this set is at least open about their hatred of our founding now, so that we don't have to take any of their nihilistic political recommendations. Quoth the bard, if you don't love it, leave it. I mean, so nerdy. Just so crazy nerdy. Just always so wildly nerdy. Let me just go back here. Oh no, I lost it. No. Go forward. I just want to see, because Candace actually mentions that she would debate Ali Stuckey. And if you scroll down, you didn't even get top comment. You didn't even get some lady just got a higher comment than this guy. I mean, and then Andrew pops in. Excuse me, since we're on the topic of debating your views, would you like to make a quick thousands of dollars defending yours on the Charlie Kirk assassination? You can give it to charity if you want, or keep it, or whatever. No response, you know? Too bad. Andrew's desperate. It was like Turning Point looked at Andrew and said, listen, if you don't get Candace to debate in 6 months, we're going to sacrifice your soul to the devil. He was like, oh, shoot. Okay, I got this. You guys didn't tell me that when I signed the whole... You guys didn't tell me. Okay, I'll figure this out. It's like in real dire straits, you know? Real dire straits. Too bad. Too bad for this guy, huh? No, but no one's taking him seriously. No one at all. Not even slightly. Anyway, that was just a little detour. I just found that funny. I scrolled down. I was like, wow, poor Andrew. Poor Andrew. Now, we go back a little bit. Candace just laying into Jeremy. Just laying into him. Okay? We're just going to go here quickly. All right? So, this is what Jeremy says. Right? You guys already, you saw what Jeremy said. She says, truly appreciate blah, blah, blah about Ali Stuckey. Then Jeremy jumps in. He says, quoth the bard, if you don't love it, then leave it. And then Candace jumps in. She's like, hey, listen, nerd. You are positively desperate for my attention. After this response, I will have to go back to ignoring you. You absolutely must go back to whoever did your recent facelift and get them to fix your right ear. The lack of symmetry is maddening. I mean, what? What? That's what she said to him? You know what? I'd hate her too. If she's saying stuff like that to me all the time, and then she posts a picture of me looking like that, I'd be pissed off too. I'd be like, who is this chick? Who's this chick think she is? I'd be angry. Call out my right ear like that? Why you notice my right ear like that? And now you're telling people I got a facelift? And it's hard not to believe it now, right? Because once you see it, it's like you can't unsee it. I didn't notice that about his right ear at all. Like, what was going on in Candace's house? She's just like, hold on, guys. You got a facelift. You dweeb. You look like a nerd. You have it redone. What does everybody want for dinner? She just does it in between her whole life. It's crazy. He looks like a maniac in this picture. How'd she find this frame? Looks like an absolute maniac in this picture. Looks like he eats people in this picture. It's terrible. Terrible picture to have, I'm telling you. Terrible picture to have. Wow. My gosh. Anyway, you know. Yeah, everybody's laughing. They're putting up memes. They're giggling. Oh, this guy works for who does this work for again? Rebel News. Rebel News, straight up propagandist. It's so sad. My friend, you know, if you know what Rebel News is, they're like a Canadian outlet. My friend, I think my friend's dad knows the guy who created it personally. I actually had a friend who used to edit for their company, and they were supposed to be the saving grace of Canada. They were supposed to be the one news outlet that was supposed to save Canada. And they just became a Philadelphian propaganda outlet. That's it. They hired some guy from Philadelphia. They had another guy, and that was it. The whole company just went. Now it's terrible. It sucks now. I'm telling you, man, everything, you know, not to be mean, but like everything Philadelphia gets attached to just ends up sucking. It just ends up sucking after, man. Everything. There's nothing where it's just like, oh, man, like, oh, just do, yeah, we're financing it, but do whatever you want. Never. It's just a suck fest after. They destroyed that company. It was supposed to be the best media outlet that Canada has ever had. That's what it was supposed to be. Now it's nothing. It's just nothing. Ah, man. Every single time, man. Every single time. So that's what Candace had to say to Jeremy. You know. Jeremy just says, this is a perfect Candace tweet. That ear is going to cost me, though. I mean, it's true. You know how true it is? You know how true it is with this guy's right ear? You got to look at his profile picture, right? Take a look at his profile picture. You take a close look, right? You got to see how people do things. His right ear is fine there. So what's going on, right? It's clearly there's something up with it. That's why he's angling his face this way. Looks like a complete maniac. Good gosh. Good Lord, he looks creepy, man. Anyway. Ugh. Okay, get that off the screen. So you know something's up when you see all that. He says that's a perfect tweet. Candace jumps in. Somebody says this. She criticized Ali Stuckey. And yeah, this is so funny because, you know, it's true. She's like, she criticized Ali Stuckey for mean girl antics. 1 hour later, she responds to criticism by not debating the substance of the argument, but by saying, you know what, you're ugly. And you know what? That is what she did. And she did it perfectly. She did it perfect. She hit it right there. She did it perfect. She's like, I don't want to talk about debating. I don't want to get too deep into it. The kids are getting up from a nap soon, and I don't want to get too deep into the whole Mason created America thing. But I'll get deep into it another time. For now, go fix your right ear. I mean, perfectly executed by Candace Owens here. Then she said, I don't need to wrap my distaste for a man in a Bible verse. That aside, I genuinely think his facelift makes him look ill, and he should get the botched ear repaired because it's plainly distracting, especially for a man that spends 7 days a week looking for attention from me and Tucker Carlson. Ali Stuckey would be like Psalms 94:9. Does he who fashioned the ear not hear? I mean, just such a jerk. I would hate her too, man. I'd be pissed too. I'd be like, who does this lady think she is, man? You know? Just showing off that big right ear. And you know he's going to think about it. There's no way. You say that, those are the type of things, especially when women do it to men. You guys have no idea how deep you guys cut us with things like this. Who did this? This is terrible. Oh my gosh. Is he small? I didn't know he's small. Jeez. You know, you cut us real deep when you say things like that. You know? You have no idea, ladies. Or maybe you do. Maybe you do, and that's why you do it. Look, someone posted that. You see? You see what I mean? You think he doesn't see that? Oh, man. You know? I see why. I see why whenever he looks at her like this. I get it now. Of course. I would too. Screw that lady. Someone said he's 5'3". That's uncalled for, man. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. All right, let's move on, guys. Just a quick Candace beef. I love showing a quick Candace beef. She has a lot of quick beefs she gets into with people. I love it. I love it. I got to be honest. You know, there's a lot of things I could talk about. Yeah. This is Shiloh. I've talked about Shiloh before. You know, Shiloh, I'm going to follow you, Shiloh. There you go. Shiloh is talking about how the timeline just gets weirder and weirder. Then she puts together something from Jeremy Boring, Ben Shapiro, Gary, Paramount Tactical, Melton, Attorney General Pam Bondi initially posted. Minutes later, okay. Let's just get right into this video that she's talking about.
So I remember where I was when all this was happening. I was in Los Angeles. I had sort of a breakfast/lunch meeting with somebody. And I got the news that Charlie had been shot, and my security was on the phone with Charlie's security because nobody knew what the hell was going on. Well, Charlie was still in the back of the car, and we were sort of getting updates along the way. At 2:40 p.m.
Sitting with the founders of FRG Security, who are very good friends and who provide all of the security for Ben and all the security for Daily Wire. And at the time,
so Ben is talking about being in that loop for some reason as he was getting play-by-play while they were in the car, which is crazy. And then all of a sudden we have Jeremy Boring talking about this in this very tacky Gucci, is it? Gucci jacket.
Did some of Candace's security, not all. And they got the news, before I did. And in fact, one of them is who told me as we were sitting there. Of course, they kind of sprung into action. We were all standing. It was a very surreal experience. We were in this brand new sort of steakhouse here in Nashville in a new development. So there wasn't anyone else there. And so we sort of had this whole section of this restaurant to ourselves, and we're standing at the table. You don't have a lot of self-awareness in a moment like that.
Right.
Because we're in the booth. Like I think we were standing kind of uncomfortably still like I am here between the... We only got to talk a little bit because they were, of course, immediately working. They had concerns. People, is this a isolated incident? Do we need to be concerned for our other high-profile conservative clients? But every couple of minutes, we'd have a down moment, check in with each other, check in with what was happening in the news, what we knew, or what we were hearing from whomever we were hearing something from. I remember when the video first started circulating, and I said to one of the fellows who was a DevGru guy, and those guys, all the things that could be done, they did, right, during the War on Terror. And I said, I mean, obviously I knew Charlie for a long time since he was a teenager, and your reaction in a moment where you see something like that is not probably the way you would predict your reaction to be. You're in sort of a heightened adrenalized state. Well, we all went through some version of this, right? Where you're not responding the way you would script yourself to respond.
We're talking about Candace or just.
So that's Jeremy's part right there. Jeremy gives a little breakdown of where he was and what was going on. So not only was Ben notified, Jeremy was notified. What's happening? Why?
Going into.
Now Gary's talking. Why is Gary talking?
Look, this is where I came into this. Number one, I'd followed Charlie for many years, was a big fan, and I don't remember if I was watching it live, but within minutes, I was watching what happened. I'm talking less than 10 minutes. I actually think I was watching it live. But regardless, because of my background, number one, it felt personal, right?
But we know.
So he was watching live. How is he watching live? What's he talking about? You couldn't watch what happened to Charlie live. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, listen, it's Gary. Maybe he thought it was live. I'm sure everything he sees on screens he thinks is like happening immediately, and he starts smashing desks and he starts screaming, and he thinks he can talk to you as you're making fun of him online. He thinks that you can hear him, and it could be something like that when it comes to Gary. Now we have Baron jumping in here.
Within the first 3 minutes, the crime scene was already being destroyed. So now we have Pam Bondi.
Someone said, wasn't it streaming? No. When Charlie got hit, it was not streaming. That was not something that everybody got to see right away. It broke away, so you couldn't just be watching it live and it felt personal and have all those things that he talked about, because it was supposedly live. There were some ops watching it live. I don't know if their stream got disconnected, but it was like a separate stream apparently. Two people that remain nameless that Terrell Farnsworth was talking about with Candace. But as soon as that happened, it cut. Now I didn't see it live. I heard about it like every other person did, right? But it would not. Ops back in Phoenix. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it would cut. Like you didn't see the whole. Oh, he fell and the people and the jumping over the deck. You didn't see all that. All that stopped right away. Unless you were Frank Turek's kid and you're on FaceTime or something.
Talk about when the FBI agents showed up. Keep in mind there were no FBI agents showing up when that 3 to 5 minutes we were talking about. They allegedly showed up about 11 minutes later. But Pam Bondi even gets in on the action. She's the attorney general at the time. FBI and ATF agents are on the scene. Pray for Charlie. This is at 2 p.m. my time. So that would be at 1 p.m. And that was when it was edited. I guess we could look at the edited history. When was that? Okay, so it says 1:57. It says 12:57. She says FBI agents are on the way. And then by whatever time, FBI agents were actually there. Oh, on the scene. So that's 1 p.m. FBI agents are on the scene and ATF agents are on the scene. That's 37 minutes after the fact. They already have ATF and FBI agents on the scene. That seems extraordinarily fast to me. I think at some point somebody needs to ask, how the hell did you guys know to get there so quickly? FBI agents within 16 minutes, and within 37 minutes we've confirmed ATF agents on the scene. That seems fast. Seems fast for a routine murder. Now,
so now we have a point where that we want to clarify.
This guy said a routine murder. Jeez.
So is it
I'm
in
glad
fact
you can
the
concede
case?
that at least.
Is it in fact the case that they missed it or not?
The ATF agent, an ATF agent on the ground contacted me. He said they were not looking for the rifle. They went back to the point to where Tyler Robinson dropped to the ground. And they followed looking, they were on a manhunt. They had no idea that he cached a rifle. Why would they think that? Why would they grid off an area knowing that a person cached a rifle? It doesn't even make
Bro,
sense.
Bro,
When they were searching for,
why are you
when
talking,
they were searching,
why are you talking still? I'm so confused. Hey,
Because
Ralph,
it's a point of contention, and
no,
I'm
no.
asking.
You
I'm
know
asking
what?
about
I
it.
do have an announcement, real quick, Andrew, if you don't mind. I need the floor. I have an.
Yo, that Uncle Tom dude does not like Gary at all. I wanted to hear the end of that. Why are you talking? Why are you talking? I'm confused. So disrespectful. Why are you talking? Why are you talking? I'm confused as to why you're speaking right now. So funny. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Baron says the X Spaces suck. The hell they do. The hell they do. You better go listen to one. Listen, we would not know Myron was in cahoots, some kind of cahoots with Turning Point, unless it was for X Spaces. We would have never known. Never known. But he jumped in that X Space and started talking all sorts of nonsense and this and that. And next thing you know, we all figured out, oh, what's going on with Myron? Blake jumping in, saying what he said. We would have never known that Blake forgot about this and that unless he was on that X Space. There's no other place he would have done that. He would have never done an interview with somebody. He would have never sat down for a podcast with somebody. Because of those X Spaces, we've figured out very interesting things. And we've had a lot of laughs. A lot of laughs. There's a lot there. You know? But yeah, of course, they all start like yelling at each other and stuff. What people should do, because you can have an X Space, you should just, if you're the host, you're the speaker, and then you just decide who a speaker is. And when they're done, you just take away their ability to speak. That's how it should be done. You know, you just say, okay, you're not a speaker anymore. You're just a listener. And then when they want to speak again, you throw it back to them. That's it. You treat it like it's a microphone. Like, you get the microphone. Now I'm taking it from you. And now you can't speak anymore. That's how they should do it. But, you know, whatever. I'm not getting involved in the X Space world to figure it out for them. So, this is actually a funny one. This is a funny one. I actually have to stop. I have to get to, you know, we're already 4 hours in. But this is a funny one. This last one. So Charlie Kirk is a liar. Confirmed by Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson not doing Turning Point any good whatsoever. Basically saying, yeah, Charlie's a liar. So this is Travis here speaking to Andrew Wilson. This is a little back and forth that they have. And you know, Andrew's just like, yeah, he's a liar. He's like, and so am I, basically. So listen to this.
The difference is Andrew Colvett has lied repeatedly in his official capacity as the spokesperson for Turning Point.
All right, let's go through the lies. Which ones?
Candace and Charlie were never friends.
Yeah, so Andrew Colvett, what his position is that Candace Owens needed a handler, that basically Charlie Kirk didn't want to piss her off because she was a big personality, and so they treated her with kid gloves. He was in a position of no, in a much bigger position of no than Candace was. After all, it was the case that he was one of Kirk's closest friends.
So is your position that Charlie Kirk was a liar?
No. If you point to the various text messages that she has with Candace Owens, most of them are before she left.
So on August 21st in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, he took to the stage and he told everybody that he wouldn't be morally blackmailed into not being Candace's friend. So is your position that Charlie Kirk was a liar and he lied to all of his
My
audience?
position
and
is that
fans?
he definitely would handle people that he didn't like, that he didn't want to turn against his organization. Were they at least publicly friendly? Yeah, probably. But yeah, I don't think that.
And Charlie was lying about that and shows. And
Yeah,
so
but I mean-
Charlie wasn't.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Hit the wrong button.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. Well, I'm going to get out of here. I keep getting muted. You guys
No,
have a great
no,
night.
no, is
I
that
appreciate
she
it.
didn't do it on purpose.
She muted-
If you hit the emoji,
She muted everybody by
it'll
accident.
mute.
So Andrew, your position is that Charlie Kirk was a liar.
Yeah, but I mean, if I was in his shoes, I would do the same thing. I would try to keep her close and handle her. Sure.
Oh my gosh, Andrew. Just incredible. So silly. Andrew Colvette's at home like, hey Andrew, did you call Charlie a liar? well, yeah, it seems like he was lying about Candace, and yeah, that makes sense, and yeah, I would have done the same thing. You can't call Charlie a liar. And even if we do, if somebody asks us directly, we say no. And then we go on to talk about how he's a liar, but we don't say it. Oh, well, I didn't, I was never told about that. That's not something that was relayed to me. I mean, what do you want? You're the liaison, man. What's going on? I am, and I thought I said the right thing there. It's crazy. So silly. So silly. Someone said, I think Andrew is meant to be a distraction. And, you know, I don't think he's meant to be a well, yeah, you could say that. I think he is meant to be a bulldog. I think that they think having someone like this, because this is what happened. You got to remember what happened. Andrew got appointed to being the liaison, whatever that is, right? He announces that he's been working with Turning Point, right? Training debaters and whatnot, which can't wait to see those debaters. I can't wait to see what that's all about. It's going to be terrible. So he gets hired for that. Then we see Blake inside of a space. Then you see Myron backing up Blake in this space. Then Blake leaves and goes to another space. Myron follows him and continues to back him up, right? So when you see that, and then you see Andrew being like, all the questions come to me. Everything comes to me. From now on, I'm going to be the one. Andrew's not meant to distract as much as he is meant to discredit. If every single person who was involved in the investigation went to Andrew and got quote unquote owned by his terms and his debates, well, then he would completely discredit the entire space of people investigating. That's what he's actually meant to do. It's just that he can't do it because he looks so crazy. Like nobody wants to talk with him because he came out of nowhere and his opening was, I'm paid by Turning Point now. Hello, everyone. And everyone was like, okay, well, I'm not doing that. It's the same way you don't take Graham Allen seriously. He's like, I work for the Pentagon. It's like, okay, well, that's done now. You know, at least Gary's still holding on to it. Gary's like, I'm not paid by anybody. Nobody pays me. I couldn't work out a payment with anybody. I don't have what it takes. I'm not smart enough to work out getting paid for the things I do. And we're all like, well, I mean, that's probably true. I mean, okay, all right. Well, we got to take Gary seriously when he says that. None of us argue that because we go, you know, he's kind of slow. And it's so funny. I was talking with my friend this weekend and he doesn't know about this. Like, he knows a little bit. Interesting. The guy's born in Philadelphia. I've known him for years. I think we've known each other for like 30 years now. The guy's born in Philadelphia. So he knows about this whole, but he's like really deep. Like, I mean, like tinfoil Speedo, like way deeper than I am. The things he tells me about Philadelphia, I mean, I can't even say it. I can't even say the things he would say. But basically, I can't even say it. But he basically sounds like Candace Owens. He's like, these people are not the real people. He goes, my people from Philadelphia, he's like, from Iraq and places like that, we're the real ones. And these other guys that you see from Europe, they're the fake ones. I can't even go into what he was saying, but he says it a lot. And he goes deep into it. And I was talking to him about Gary, and I'm like, yeah, Gary, like this guy, he does this, he does that. He tried to dox me. And he's like, he tried to dox you? This guy's like a good fella. He's like a nice guy, really nice guy. And he's like, he tried to what? He goes, what's that? What's dox? I'm like, oh, he tried to like he was trying to show people where I live. He's like, trying to show people where you live. Who is this guy? I'm like, he's nobody. He's this dummy. And he goes, who is this guy? He's like, this guy, he's like, who is it? What's this guy's name? He goes, tell me this guy's full name. So he goes and he checks the guy's full name. And he sees Gary and he goes, oh, this guy's a retard. Right away, he goes, he's like, this guy. Even he doesn't even know anything about the investigation. He's like, this guy's dumb as bricks. He's like, I know this guy. Anyway, fun learning how many people think Gary's stupid. Yeah. People from far and wide think Gary's dumb. So no, that was a fun thing to see. Yeah. Anyway, let's jump into these coffees. There's not many. Let's see. There might be. I don't know. I can't even tell. Oh yeah, because there's over the weekend too. I always get to the ones over the weekend. We're gonna be doing a lot of pre-recorded episodes and whatnot. We're gonna try and get some news content out for you guys. And I'm gonna try the first one today. I think I'm gonna cover Officer Tatum versus 20 black liberals. I think I'm gonna cover that one and post that one tomorrow morning. I think. We'll see if I have time. Let me see. Can't get those. Watch times back. Worry about it. I'm done. And now I'm done after seeing my new favorite Elizabeth Lane do it yesterday. Real base. Are you just like complaining about Elizabeth and who Danks? He questioned it, claimed she didn't know. She did it. I'm 62. I have seen a lot. I believe my own eyes. I'm feeling like it's a club signaling each other. They have people sidetracked. I want to trust them, but I can't until they explain better than Baron's lame excuse for doing it. I'm not reading your stupid thing. Get out of here. Take your money back, loser. But thank you for your service. You're old. You're 62. Thanks for your service in life. Wait a second. Are you a baby boomer? Oh, did you wreck everything? You and your friends? Okay. Anyway, let's move on to the next person here. Okay, this is a bit of a ramble. I mean, look how short this is. You're saying this is a ramble? Have you seen how Big Goy Poloi and Hilby post? Have you seen how they post? This isn't even a little bit of a ramble. This is a treat. Look at this. I mean, this is fantastic. Thoughts. This is fantastic. I mean, thank you so much. Thank you so. You have no idea. You have no idea. If this is your rambling, I mean, keep it coming. You can ramble as much as you want. Big Goy Poloi like, hey! Big Goy Poloi became a novelist on this podcast. You know that? Someone's going to give Big Goy Poloi a book deal based on the coffees that Big Goy Poloi puts out. I could make a coffee book. I'm kidding. At Big Goy Poloi, everybody calls you BGP. What? Oh, because Big Goy Poloi. I didn't even connect that. I say the whole name. Like I'm Joey Diaz. I say the whole name also. Should I be calling you BGP? Should I be saying that? That's the nickname? GBP. Okay. Shout out to GBP. What's going on? Did I say it right? I probably said it wrong. Anyway. Okay. Why are all these videos with Lindsey Graham doing questionable things for the Philly Prez? At least I thought it was memories of Lindsey. Now it's almost like they're trying to prove who is actually in control. Maybe are these people in office videoing him to show us something? That is true. It is weird that they're recording those conversations. It seems like conversations, because there was one that I showed the other day where he was at a desk and BB was counseling him and he said, "Oh, that's great, counsel. Thank you for counseling me." Then the other one in the car just today that I showed, why are they filming him doing that stuff? Who's putting them on social media? That's a great question. That is a great question. I don't know. That's true. Who's recording it and who's putting it out there? Because it looks crazy. It looks nuts. I understand that completely. Huh. Good question. I have no idea. Or is it being thrown in our face and they just aren't hiding it anymore? Then again, strange, he isn't around anymore to quote unquote help Philly suddenly. Yeah, I know what you mean. That's so true. Who's recording it? Why are they recording it? And why are they showing it to us after he's gone? I don't know. That is true. There's another one too. I don't even know if I kept it up. There's another one with Miriam Adelson, no less. Miriam Adelson, and she's like, we used to take these freshman congressmen, and she's talking about Lindsey Graham, and she's like, the first time we brought him to Philadelphia, and his eyes were so big and blue, and like what, like he was like, oh, I love this place. It was nuts, and she's talking about it. First of all, people have asked whether or not she's American, if she's American or if she's Philadelphian. I mean, speaks broken English, clearly not American, right? But Anyway, she's talking about it, and I'm like, what's happening right now? She's just openly like, she's like, we would take a group of freshmen congressmen, we take them to Philadelphia, and the PAC would pay for it, and everything paid for. I was like, aren't you supposed to keep? Wasn't that a conspiracy theory like 6 months ago? What happened? I thought that was like not true. I thought they said that's not true. That's not what happens. And she's just talking about it. I don't know. It's weird. Very weird. But you're 100% right. That's a great question. I want to go down that rabbit hole now. I want to know who's doing that. It had to be one of his interns or one of his assistants. Why would they ever put that? Why would they ever record that? Maybe it was to show alliance, how much it, because some people will see videos like that and be like, oh, that's normal. Just some world leader coaching a senator on how to do things. I don't know. It's crazy. Aaron, this is my first time ever giving to a YouTube creator money. I'm old and stingy. What does stingy mean? What do you mean you're old and stingy? Like you fight? Like you're sassy? Like you... Like, what do you mean? What do you mean you're stingy? Like you punch, sting like a bee? What we all have learned over the last few years sure has made our lives sad and gloomy. Oh, come on. No. Having you in the mix is uplifting. You make my days lighter and bearable. Don't stop doing what you're doing. We need it more than ever. Love and God bless. Well, to you, Aaron, I know I said the other one ruined things, as a baby boomer, but you did not. You're sensational. You're amazing. You keep doing what you do. Keep on being stingy, Aaron. Keep on doing it. Keep on being stingy and sassy and whatever else you can muster up. It's like my mom. My mom's 72 and she's still sassy. Still very sassy, Anyway. My mom watches the show and she's like, I have a story for you, about the prolapsed? And I was like, what? And she's like, well, my sister, when she was young and she was straining herself trying to go to the washroom, and she was talking about her sister, my aunt, going prolapsed. She's talking about my aunt going prolapsed when she was a kid. This is in Barbados. And I was like, well, that's terrible. Like, why are you even telling me this? And she's like, and you know what they did? They just pushed it back in. I was like, whoa, hey, what the? Hey, come on now. I didn't expect this in this visit. Oh, she's telling me a prolapse story. I was like, oh my gosh. I guess they're from the island. They're from a time where there's like one TV on the island, all sorts of crazy stuff. So I guess the doctor is just like basically like a witch doctor. Witch doctor is just like, here, let's just, there you go. There you go. All the way back in. There you go, big guy. Huh? You okay, girl? I mean, crazy. She's like, I have a story for you. The prolapsed. I was like, what? What did you say to me? So my mom's watching me say all this stuff. It's okay. It's all right. I guess that's how they handle it in the islands. I don't know. I would think there's a deeper procedure to that whole thing. She's like, they just had my aunt like that, and they just went, zoop, and just pushed it back in. It's terrible. It sounds like the worst thing ever. Let's see. See, it's so funny. I was just telling my friend because we were chilling on the weekend. He had his baby. We had our babies like a month apart, not even. So he had to see my baby. I had to see his baby. We had the wives just down there just holding babies, trying to make babies go to sleep and stuff. I made his baby cry. His wife made my baby cry. You know how it is. And I was like, whenever I talk about these people from this church in Utah, I'm like, they email me right away. He's like, no way. I'm like, oh, right away, every single time, no matter what. They always do it. There's no other people who do this other than Scientologists. I'm like, they're the only people that do this. He's like, for real? He's like, how do they contact you? He's like, oh, I'm like, oh, they find any way possible. Any way possible. And speaking of that, we have Natalie here saying, you rip on Mormons a lot. And I'm from Utah, and I'm being woken up to how corrupt the gov is. But please be nice. I'm a member of the LDS, and I'm a huge fan of yours. See? They always contact me all the time. They got tabs on me. Listen, Natalie, I think that's how you spell Natalie, right? I'm saying that right. Natalie S. Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's okay. You know, you're a part of that church, and you know, keep being a part of the church. You're all good. Don't even worry about it. But I mean, you know, when I say classic Utah, I mean, listen. I mean, look into it more if you haven't. I'm just saying, right? Why do you guys own so much land? Can I ask you that, Natalie? Why do you guys own so much land? Why you guys own almost as much land as the federal government does in America? It's kind of a little weird. That's a lot of land. How do you guys own that much land? How do you guys own land on UVU? Huh? How do you own land on the campus of UVU? Right next to the Losi Center? How'd you guys do that? Anyway. Don't worry, Natalie. You're all good. You're all good, you know? You're all good. I'm not going to come there and see you or that place, or that church or anything like that. I'm not going to come there. But you're all good in my books, Natalie. Don't even worry about it. You're good to go. Don't know what that means. It's really strange. All these militaries. Smart coding there. Don't want to say the word, are coming out in full defense against Candace Owens. When things blow up, for one, they bring out another. Yeah, that's true. Like Matt Tardio. Matt Tardio is one of them. He popped up out of nowhere, you know? Really weird how he popped up. He's like, I'm starting a new show. This is the Crap on Candace show. And I was like, whoa, buddy, you got to ease into this. Mr. Wachuca give you clearance to just say it out loud like that? Mr. Wachuca was probably like, what is he doing? He said he's going to crap on Candace. He's not supposed to do that. He's supposed to be the military guy and he has experience. He brought up Candace in the first 4 words. What the Come on, man. Come on. Gary, you were supposed to tell him to ease into it. It's just supposed to be like a regular podcast. He's just supposed to... And Gary's like, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wachuca. I'm just trying to run this podcast and everything. What do you mean you're trying to run this podcast? Oh, I'm live right now. You're live in my office, Gary? Get out. Get out. Turn it off. Turn it off. You know? Mr. Wachuca just losing his mind with these guys. Yeah. Men are gay again. Mega. Hey man, I was a part of that. Why you gotta say that? That's not, see Natalie, you want me to be nice to you guys. They're not being nice to me. I was full force mega. Okay? They're not being nice to me. You see how it goes? It's all good though. It's fine. It's fine. And that's a pretty solid acronym there. I can't lie. There's no fat on that joke. That's a good one. Check your history. Most governing males were that way. Parliament, wigs, heels, makeup, and power. It's all fake. Always has been. That's funny. That's fun. That's a good premise for a joke. That's a really good premise, you know? They all had wigs, heels, makeup, and power. That's a good observation. Because the wigs, you know, if you guys don't know, like the big powdered wigs, you know, they didn't have to be down to the middle of their back, but that's how those dudes wanted it. And they would walk around in heels. They'd walk around in heels like that thick. It's pretty crazy. You're right. And they would wear makeup. Man. Man, isn't that something? Man. You ever see, there's a dude on Instagram, and this dude's very much like, you know, he's a fiddle player, you know, he's you know what I mean? He's one of those guys. Probably loves a nice Graham Allen picture, like that type of guy. And he does voiceovers where he's the president and he finds these very sus clips. I can't find them. I don't remember what his name is. He finds these extremely sus audio clips of the president saying stuff. And then he does like a voiceover because he's like, you know, he's a flamboyant dude. So he's just like, he's like doing the whole hand thing. Oh my gosh. I wish somebody knew this guy's name. But my algorithm's so murky. It's so muddy. You guys might not know the guy that I'm talking about. But this guy is just, he's hilarious. The way he does it is crazy. It's so insulting. It's so insulting. Let me see. Let me see here. I want to see if I can find him. I don't know. Like Trump. I'll just say Trump voiceover. That's what I'll say. Trump voiceover. How about that? He has to pop up with that. He has to. There's no way he doesn't pop up with that. Trump voiceover. Come on, hit me. Hit me. Let me do it. Trump voiceover. Let me just see if anything comes up with that. Some of the ladies might know who this guy is. Nothing? What's with Instagram? Let me just... Oh my gosh, he's the first thing that pops up. Look at this. This is crazy. This guy kills me the way this guy does this. It's just ridiculous. So insulting. Okay, here, look at this. Look at this.
So hard, and these guys knew exactly what. Let's go. Come on, get in. Let's go. Blah. They came one right after another, not at the same time. They don't want to come at the same time. They had to come right after each other. They didn't have any room. There was barely any room to land. Tiny little patch of very wet earth and sand. So I'm so proud of the people, but they came in so fast
and that's all he does. He just finds clips of.
We're going to be redoing the parks, redoing the grass. You know, grass is a lifetime, like people have a lifetime. And the lifetime of this grass has long been gone when you look at the parks where the grass is old, tired, exhausted. We're going to redo the grass with the finest grasses. I know a lot about grass because I own a lot of golf courses. And if you don't have good grass, you're not in business. We're going to be
weird. He finds the weirdest clips of the
We're
president.
going to be redoing.
I don't know how he finds those clips. I have no idea. What's his name? Bren? It's just the weirdest clips. The weirdest clips of the president.
There were a number of people who were very, very scared.
Yeah.
How worried were you that there were going to be injuries?
I wasn't worried. I understand life. We live in a crazy world. I did want to see what was happening because I did watch because I could see what was going on at the door. I also saw a lot of very strong, physically strong, really attractive law enforcement people come through those doors. And frankly, it made me feel very safe, very, very safe. There's nobody going to get by them.
The counter assault team that comes in.
They were very impressive. I think they were very impressive.
Why did he say that? I don't know why he said that. You know? I'm not one of those guys that thinks that about the president. Man. I think he's a ladies' man. He's always been a ladies' man. Everybody knows that. But I mean, it's just weird. These guys were very attractive. I mean, they walked in. It just ripples. You know what I mean? You know, from working out, the ripples all over. I mean, very nice. Why? Why are you saying that? You don't have to say that. That's crazy talk, man. Don't say all that. You know, he's just saying too much. It's funny. It's really funny. I see that guy's videos all the time. I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, how did he know? How does he find those clips? He has to be using AI. You know? He has to. Yeah. And of course, AI will do that to this president. If you ask AI to do that for Obama, AI would be like, I can't do anything like that. That goes against my programming. You ask about this president. AI's like, no problem. I got you. I'm going to find you the most sus things I can possibly find. Here's 98 different entries. You know? Anyway, let's keep going here. Someone said, go back to Graham Allen's first YouTube video 9 years ago, hit oldest tab, and watch the hand movements. Tell me he's not. Man, I guess I have to. I didn't even know he had a YouTube channel. Honestly. That's why I was thinking Black Line Brief. I was like, I'm never watching this guy's stuff. Never. He has a YouTube channel? I didn't even know that. Oh, he does. How about that? Okay, so I go to videos. I like how you knew you had to tell me what to do, you know? You didn't think, coach will know what to do. Nah, you didn't think that. You were like, okay, well, what's the problem? Guy looks like a man's man. Come on. Why are you guys doing that? He looks like a man's man. What's the problem? What's the big deal?
Dear America, specifically anyone who has ever dealt.
No, let me see. They're talking about the hand gestures. Hand gestures aren't bad. And nah, he's all right. What's wrong with him? He's okay. He's talking about football and dating, yeah. He's all right. He looks just fine. Come on. Don't do that to Graham. He looks fine. You look young. He has Jesse on fire energy in that video, though. He's like real, like coming at you, you know? Come on, why you do that to Graham? Leave Graham alone. Daisy Lane. Coach, it's my 38th birthday. I got my Soul Not For Sale t-shirt and a blizzy. Thanks for the laughs. What do you mean and a blizzy? Like a blizzy? Like you got a blizzy? Like what do you mean you got a blizzy? I don't sell blizzies. What kind of blizzy? What are you talking about, blizzy? What kind of blizzy you got? What are you talking about? What are you talking about right now? What kind of blizzy you got? What's a blizzy? I didn't get you that blizzy. Happy birthday, though, Daisy Lane. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, I know Black Poppy. Happy birthday to you. Yeah. Oh, a DQ, like okay, like a blizzard. Okay. Well, yeah, you saw where my mind went. I was like, what on earth is a blizzy? I thought you were talking about a blizzy. I don't know. You know, everybody's different. Some people want something like that. Someone said a blunt. That's cool. Yeah. Soul Not For Sale hoodie and a blunt. Michelle says, just cuz. Thank you so much, cuz. We need peace. That's crazy. I was just listening to a song. There's a Catholic priest who's a DJ, and he actually has a song called We Need Peace. It's wild that I just saw that. I was just listening to that before I started the stream. Hey, thanks for your show. It's always a fun show, making us laugh. It's the best medicine. Thank you so much. We need peace, and we most certainly do need peace. Why aren't the rest of them uploading? Yeah, someone said blizzard and a blunt. Maybe. Someone said, hi, coach. Love your show and humor and insight. Previous commenter, I believe, telling you they're old and stingy, as in tight with their money. Stingy. But isn't stingy and stingy spelt differently? You know? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, that makes sense. Shout out to Karen. You should watch Owen Schroeder versus. I have seen clips of Owen versus Andrew Wilson. Andrew gets throttled, and his wife pushed through people while she ran to the front of the line to try and clear up that her husband doesn't support the Big Island boy. Really? You know what? You know what's funny? I actually made a post about Andrew. It wasn't about Andrew, but it was like I saw this post, and I was kind of like, I see what this guy is now. You know? I was like, oh, okay. I think I understand what this guy is now, because it was very telling. Let me see here. Let me see if I can find it. Can't find my own post? Come on. What are we talking about? Find my own post. Is that how old I'm getting? That I don't know how to find my own posts? Come on. Don't be like that. Don't be like that, Colin. Come on. Sir. Yeah, this post here. I found this. I saw this post. I said, haha, wow, now I get Andrew. Now I get what he is. Wild. And it's because he's in this debate with this dude, and he's completely defending that island boy. I mean, so much so. He's like, there's no proof he was sending any young people to anybody else. It was just for him. It was just for himself. And I was like, what are you talking about? And then if you scroll down, of course, he doesn't get the top comment again. Poor Andrew. Doesn't get the top comment anywhere. He says, what did I say that was incorrect, though? Oh, and I didn't answer him. You scream proof, but refuse to read the actual files or the court settlements or the records or the payouts, anything. You haven't read the files, dude. That's so funny. I love it. So he had to deal with someone who was... No, they're not even following me. Wow. Look at that. That's great. I love it. Good for him. You're even getting ignored by Coach Colin? Oh, gosh. How we fallen. Anyway. He was pissed. He thought I was going to answer him. He's like, he thought he was going to like debate. He thought like a debate was coming. He always does that. He's like, what did I say that was wrong? He's like trying to position a debate. It's like, man, find a hobby, bro. Trad Cat Artist. You rule, coach. Love the show. Thanks for your wonderful sense of humor. Thank you so much. Somebody says, hi, coach. It's Friday. Okay, I'll read this. Message, I'm missing the 5-hour companion while I work. I'm sorry. We did release some videos and whatnot. Maybe you got to rewatch one. When I love a podcast, I always just go back. I go way, 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 way back, and I watch some of that stuff. So I went back to your old lives. Oh, wow. You did exactly what I was saying. Found the one you did during election night. Oh, God. Oh, gosh. I was just saying I was all in MAGA. Okay. Man, how much things have changed in a short time. Yep. Charlie was alive. Candace made an appearance on Patrick Bet David's podcast. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker were in static. It seemed like you were crying when Trump won. I was like that too. That's so funny. I wasn't crying. I was happy. I was standing up. I stood up. When he won, I was like, let's go. I was like, the boy did it. I even posted on Instagram. Oh, man. I was like, the boy did it. He did it. But, yeah, it's different now. Anyways, you started the live by saying you weren't too good at live streams. Now look at you. Love your pod and your sense of humor. Hope you enjoyed your weekend with the fam. Bless up. From South Carolina, from the great state where Lindsey Graham's from. He lived buried and did unspeakable things in South Carolina. Rest in peace. By the way, watch Baron on July 30th, 3 hours 5 minutes. Had a super had him say bless up. People love getting Baron to say things like that. I think they made him say I know Black Poppy once, and he was like, I feel like you made me say something I shouldn't have said. It's the best. Hey coach, I'm at home, had a day off to hang out to chat pretty much the whole show, which I love. You have the best chat on YouTube, in my opinion. Wanted to encourage your fellow members. Okay, yeah. Also, I had a 9-year-old daughter, Ivy. She wanted merch, Ontario, Canada. Yeah, I remember reading this. Okay. There we are with the coffees, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump over to the supers, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you so much to the coffee community. I might, there's like some, I was on the coffee site because I haven't been on it in the longest time. And there's some capabilities. There's like some things that I can do there where only the coffee participants can see. I might start doing some stuff there. No Graham Allen stuff. That's not what I'm saying. Catch me with a rifle. He's like, you guys, come get your morning coffee. Just with a rifle. Oh my gosh. Graham Allen, man, he needs to respond to that stuff, you know? He needs to respond better, you know? Like I'm all for Candace, but you know, call her the B word or something, man. Don't let her just out you like that, bro. That's crazy. Anyway, whole bunch of Uncle Alerts. New member. Evangelical? Is that what that says? Evangel? What's going on? What's going on here? Let's check it out. Bunch of gems from Nick Fury, as always. Shout out to Nick Fury, always coming with the gems. JJ Rasta, man like coach, bruv. Check out the interview between Hayden and Sean Atwood on Candace and Erica. By the way, stop censoring yourself, blood. Bomba clot. Piss take. Anyway. It was who? Hayden? Exit Frequency? Who's Exit Frequency? And Sean Atwood. Yeah, for the longest time, Sean Atwood has been trying to get me on his show. I don't really. It always feels like it has a debate energy, and like I should just write back. The next time they email me, I'll just say, I have to tell you that I think debates are the gayest thing in the world, and if he wants to debate, I can't do it. I'm actually going to say that. I might go back and find the email and just respond and say that. Maybe then they'll get the point, because it's just like crazy. It's nuts. It's just nuts. Let's go. What else we got here? Careful on Graham story. He is arched and dangerous. Graham wasn't arching his back, man. No, I'm not gonna let you put that on Graham. Graham's not the one arching his back. Okay? That's somebody else doing that. That's not Graham. That's his friend. What's his friend's name? John? John whatever? That's John. That's on John. John felt like he had to arch his back. Graham was just doing the duck lips. Okay? He was just doing the duck lips. The pose that a lot of females go to when they're trying to look, cute on camera. That's what he did. And you know what? I support it. I support it. Okay? I think he's completely fine to do that type of thing. I think it makes sense for him. I think it makes sense more than most. Yeah. I was trying to find the post while I was talking. Now I just have to put in gay Graham Allen. And it just comes up. That's crazy. That's sad, man. It's sad. Yeah. He's just doing duck lips. It's fine. Yeah, he's not arching. His friend's arching. His friend's very serious about the arch. That's like a very flamboyant dude. Maybe he's not. I don't know. I don't know the dude. Maybe he's not flamboyant. I have no idea. He looks like it. I'll say that much. Anyway. Arched and dangerous. You're a jerk. Stay on the lookout. He's arched and dangerous. Graham Allen looks like Triple H's calf muscle. Oh, is he that small? Is he really that small? I thought he was a big guy. I heard he was small too, though. Give them a photo of Kenan Thompson. Who's Kenan Thompson? I don't even want to write that in. See, this is why my algorithm, someone was saying, oh, your algorithm. That's why it gets all muddy. Because I check out things like this. I don't even know if I should check this out. Who is this person? I don't even want to show it to you guys. Oh, that guy. Okay, that guy. Okay. Yeah, that dude. Yeah, Saturday Night Live dude. I don't know. How did I not know that? I've met that guy. I know that guy. Well, I know him. He doesn't know me. That's for sure. Mega 2.0, make America that way again. I mean, come on. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Not that there's anything wrong with that, Jerry. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I remember that episode so clearly. Graham has kids, but he does endorse. He does. But so does Anderson Cooper. Anderson Pooper is what you wrote. Come on. Be mature. I never thought of that. That's such an easy one. Yeah, I guess you're right. Anderson Cooper has kids too. Yeah. Man, well, what can I do? What can I do? I'm trying to stick up for the guy, They moved Tyler Robinson to solitary wants to JE himself. Did that happen recently? I thought they already did that to him, which was why. Wow, now that I think about it, I thought they already did that to him. And that's why in the first hearings, he's wearing that vest. Because that's like a, don't do it to yourself vest. Yeah. Hopefully the kid makes it. Honestly. Hopefully he does. Yeah, people have been saying for months, like that's how it's gonna go. There's gonna be all this evidence, and it's gonna be because I keep saying, like, what's gonna happen? Is he gonna say he wasn't there? Is he gonna say this? Is he gonna say that? And if he doesn't make it to the actual trial, I mean, for the people who love the official narrative, it's the best thing. Because then the story just becomes he was a coward, he was scared, and he knew it was going to come to this anyways, and he wanted to do it on his own terms. And that's what happened. End of story. And then Baron and Daisy are going to look into it, and it's going to be a problem, Mega Prolapse Passe keeps... Oh, Posse. Passe. Mega Prolapse Posse keeps on growing. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I guess it was always there. You see Reckless Ben Lego video? No. I really have to remember to look this up. I don't know about this video. Reckless Ben Lego. I really do have to look into this. Okay. All right. I tracked down the thief who stole. Reckless Ben is a creator. I didn't even know he was a creator. I got arrested for Legos. It's official. Wow, 3 days ago. The judge just confirmed Reckless Ben stays in federal court. Whoa. What is happening to this guy? Reckless Ben. I really have to watch this because I keep on hearing about this. I keep on hearing about it, and I haven't looked deep enough into it. I should really, that should just be like a little side segment. Like, we'll cover Candace tomorrow. Maybe I should like talk about that a little bit. But there's like a bunch of things we need to cover. When the Utah police pulled him out of the car, they said, we play different in Utah. Oh, yeah. They're not lying. They're not lying. See, Natalie? See what I mean? they're not playing. On because talking about finding, goes on. Talking about finding charges and stacking them to stop Ben's video. Wow. How about that, huh? How about that? As I say, classic Utah. That's why I'm never going there. Are you kidding me? Psst, I'm not going there. Are you crazy? Mar are, I think men are, yeah. They're that way. Not all of us. Oh, that was Daisy telling me about the thing there. Thank you, Daisy. Appreciate you. Shout out to Daisy. I mean, shout out to Daisy. Just like in this chat, she's like, hey, check this out. Bang, doing the work for Baron. Like, Daisy's a machine. Graham Allen, consultant of Department of War, narrative shaping. Excuse me. Senior consultant. Yes, he is a senior consultant. And in his position, he does have, there's jokes I can make when I say in this position, but he did have in his job description, narrative shaping. Wild. They said they could see him pull the trigger. That... Where is it? Oh, did I? I was going to pull it up again. Oh my gosh. They said they could see him pull the trigger. It's so true. It's so true. They said visibly they could see him pull the trigger. I have to pull that up. I have to. It's so funny. It's so funny that they did that. It's so hilarious to me. You have no idea. Oh, where's that video? Oh no. The trigger doesn't have it up. I have to pull up that video. Trigger's like, screw that video. I ain't keeping that thing up. He's like, it ain't going up on here. This is so funny. What's also funny is a lot of people are get off the screen, Graham. A lot of people are using it against Candace. This video that he made.
Foot, leg, body, head, and then this appears to be whatever the long object is right here. If this is the gun, then it is deployed. Like it's out, it's put together.
Jack Posobiec is like, I could see him pull the trigger. I could see. They said that. They really said that. They really were like, I can see. We see him take the shot. We saw it. We saw it all. Yeah. You know what kind of like Trigger had to do like some stitching together, like here and then this angle, and then this is when what happened to Charlie, and then this when the guy gets up, and he had to do this whole thing put together to come to that to try and even ration that conclusion. And Jack Posobiec, Benny Johnson, Officer Tatum, they're just like, we saw it. We saw it. They didn't need any of that done. They just did the math. They just did the math themselves real quick. You know? It's so crazy. So crazy. Please comment on Baron's disturbing, intriguing theory. I'll look into that. That might be like a Spotify. That might be a Spotify only thing. You know? His disturbing, intriguing theory on Fauci. I have a theory on Fauci. He's gonna just keep on living, and nothing's gonna happen to him. Nothing even remotely close to anything we think is gonna happen to him ever. There was no point in even having him sit there. It didn't even make sense. Why even have him sit there? The guy pled the fifth 112 times. What? They asked him what color his tie was. He pled the fifth. What are we talking about? Because he knows, he's like, if I just don't say anything, I'm never going to jail. If I talk with these guys, I might go to jail. I'm not going to jail. He's like, I got a pardon. I've done terrible things for decades. I'm just whatever. I'm not saying anything. Of course. Anyway. I'll look into it, though. I haven't seen it. I'll look into it. Just so you know, Graham, don't take it in that end. However, you should ask the question, who asked him to leave recruiting to run for a political seat? Then how he landed working for Glenn Beck. Did he really? Informed me to say he was my friend. Is that what he did? This is Cody, if you guys don't know. Cody actually knows Graham or knew Graham at one point. I don't know. You guys served together, I believe. I believe that was it. And he said he saw Graham do unfavorable things. But here's the thing. Here's the thing in your first sentence. You're like, he doesn't take it in that end. You'd never know. Unless you literally went to him and said, hey, Graham, I've been seeing you around, and I just like what I see, and I'd love to know how you got all that back there, and I'd just like to talk to you about it in the room over there. And Graham was like, whoa, hey, buddy, I don't do any of that. That's the only way you'd know. So, yeah, I respect it. I don't think he is either, but I don't know. There's no way to know unless he's seen him do something or unless he's seen him turn something down. You gotta think about it, you know? But yeah, I didn't know he worked for, what political seat did he run for? I would guess Congress, because that is the one that you'd have to run for. That's interesting if he ran for Congress, then ended up working for Glenn Beck. I mean, it all makes sense once you tell me that. It makes so much sense. In my last message I meant to say I feel ashamed to have ever called Graham my friend. I believe he is getting paid to lie. Well, you and many other people believe that, Cody. You and many other people believe just that about Graham. Coach, you're making me laugh so hard today. Officer Tatum's ears will probably fall off when he hears about this live stream. Why? What did I say about Officer Tatum? Did I say anything about him? I probably did, right? Oh, yeah, I did. I talked about him and Graham. Yeah, I did. My bad. Well, you know, what can you do? Thank you for making us laugh through all this craziness. If you want to know what happened every day, You watch Coach. Now hit that like, Mint Gang, or it's hands behind your back. Anna Escobar laying down the law there. Thank you so much, Anna. I appreciate you. Thank you for jumping in the chat and stuff. Appreciate it. Really appreciate it. And you're doing great work. You're doing great stuff. You're getting noticed. Keep it up. You got to keep it up. This is your funniest show ever, Coach, the Zesty edition. I am so prolapsed right now. Oh my gosh, girl. I'm not taking responsibility for that, okay? I had a wife. I'm not taking responsibility for whatever. I don't know. Listen, I don't know how it happened to you. That would, for a comedian, that would be a great accolade to have. I made someone laugh so hard. They spit out their coffee. Oh man, I made someone laugh so hard that they fell and broke their arm. I made someone laugh so loud that their butthole fell out of their body. What? Yup. Happened the other day. Wow. You know, high fives all over the green room. Good job. Hurrah. Department of Dumpster Diddlers make Anul Graham great again. Jeez. I know it. I thank you for saying Anul. I know exactly what you meant. Thank you for coding it out that way. I appreciate you. Has anyone examined whether Graham Allen's service and recruiting role in South Carolina? Oh, is he from South Carolina? Oh, South Carolina National Guard overlapped in any meaningful way with Senator Lindsey Graham's service or career in South Carolina? You just said he doesn't do that type of thing. Now you're trying to pair him up with Lindsey Graham? I see what you're doing, Cody. I see what you're doing. You're not putting that evil on Graham, okay? You're not putting that evil on Graham. You leave Graham alone, man. Lindsey, I'm just saying. Listen, there's no proof that they ever even met. But Lindsey would be taken with Graham Allen. Those pictures that I showed you, he'd be like, "What's your name, Graham? Oh my Lord, hi, how are you? I'm Lindsey. What you doing later? I just want to know. You want to come? We can watch. You want to watch missiles war footage and stuff? I don't know. I just want to get to know you. That's all. You said your name's Graham. Well, Graham, I'll take a pound of that. You know what I'm talking. I'm just playing. I'm just kidding. I like ladies. We can go look at ladies. Want to go catcall ladies? I'm all for it. Can I get on your back? Huh? My knee hurts. Can I get on your back, please? Graham's like, I don't know about this. Okay, let's go. I'm kidding. That never happened. Come on. Graham Allen, guys. Friend of the show. Oh, yeah, someone said Milo said Officer Tatum's closeted also. He has to be making that up. Not Officer Tatum. Nah, come on. He has to be making that up to piss off Officer Tatum. Because Officer Tatum get mad about that. He get real mad about that. Him and Milo had a back and forth. He was heated right away. Because Milo was like, have you paid off your truck yet or something like that? He's like, I ain't never took no money from no people. You's a nut job. You's a booty bandit. You been a booty bandit for decades. I know who you are. And Milo's like, I just asked if you paid off your truck. I mean, it was a real back and forth that they had. And then he's probably like, I heard Officer Tatum is closeted. I ain't never even been in a closet. I ain't got no closet. You could ask my wife. You go into my room, my clothes is on the floor. Every single thing I got on the floor. I ain't never been in a closet. Mama, tell him what I did to my closet. Tell him what I did to the door. Oh, baby, you took that closet door right off. You took your closet door right off from the time you was young, and I always thought you was overcompensating for something. Mama, hey, come on now. I took those closet doors off because I ain't never been no type of closet booty bandit in my life. He's a good guy. Officer Tatum's wife was driving a new Rolls Royce. Well, yeah. Not the best investment, that's for sure. I would never do that. I I gotta be honest. I don't even like nice cars. Like whatever classifies as nice, I don't even like them. They're not good investments. It's a lot of money for no reason. Just so you can like have an R and an R behind your head on the headrest. Who cares? Who cares? What are you doing? Especially if you have to drive it yourself. You shouldn't buy a Rolls Royce till someone else drives it for you. How about that? That's some real baller stuff. You know? I'd rather just have a car that fits kids. Who cares what, as long as all the kids can get in, right? And you can put a wagon and a bunch of beach stuff into the car, tents, kid stuff. What else matters? Who cares what kind of car it is? You a dad or what? You a dad or what? Like, come on. Just get a big enough car to fit all the stuff. Is Owen Benjamin's Gary's cousin, but with smarter genes? Why? They don't even look alike, do they? He is a giant. I see what you mean now. Yeah, he's a giant. Milo, Brandon, tell everyone how you got your truck paid for. Oh, is that what he said? Oh, no. Did he say that? Tell everyone how you got your truck paid for? Oh, and that's why Officer Sam got so mad? Oh, my gosh. Wow. Because right away he went into this rant about how he doesn't take money from Philadelphia. He's never taken money from anybody, and et cetera, et cetera. That's crazy. That's crazy. He got mad too. Ew. Not Officer Tatum. Come on. Coach's laptop is playing mind games to not be put away. Powerful AI in that machine. Yeah, I know, right? It's doing things. It's working. It's working, you know? Note to self, don't mess with Daisy like ever. Yeah, Daisy had some stuff. Because that, as soon as Daisy saw that, she's probably like, I have to research this. I have to see if this is real. You know? She had to. NSA Utah data center located in Bluffdale, Utah. This massive facility is often what people think of regarding large-scale government data operations. Really? Huh. I've never heard of that before. Ever. Let's see. What else we got here? What else we got? Kids are being broomed by furries. It's an island of Dr. Monroe for incoming... Yeah, the transhumanism. And when people say that, people often get confused when you say the transhumanism, but it means like robots. It means merging with machines. That's what that era of they are pushing for an era of humanity where we all merge with machines. Like that's why Elon Musk famously is like, he'll say, hey, you're already merged with your phone because you have it with you all the time. So like you're already doing it. Yeah. And then all of a sudden he announces he has this company where he like cuts holes in your skull to put chips in. It's like, okay, well, that's not the same thing. I can throw this away. But yeah, they're trying to usher that place in. And I've often said it in my covering of AI. I've often said there are a lot of people that would take it. They would take the plunge, the mark, in order to be in the virtual world, merge with machines forever. They would do that. I did a video years ago, and it was this thing where it was just a filter, and it was for old people, and it would show you what you look like when you were young. And all these people who were older, not even that old. It's not even like they were 70 or 80. It was like they were 50. It was just like it wasn't that old, and they would look at it and they'd see themselves younger, and they started crying. That was the regular reaction to seeing their younger self in motion, like in real life. And what I came to the determination of was those are the people that will sign up. Like when it becomes like, we know that you're not going to like die from it or anything. Like when they work out the kinks of it, those people are the people that are going to sign up. They're going to be like, okay, if I can be like this forever, let's do it. Like whatever I have to do. There's a lot of people like that. Those VTubers I was telling you about who like to be different personas. Those are the people that are going to sign up. They're going to, a lot of them, and they'll fight for that world. And there's a lot of us that won't do it. And we'd rather go into a forest. We'd rather work on farms. We'd rather life be a little harder, but we get to keep that autonomy. We don't have to merge with that stuff. There's a lot of us like that. And I think eventually, I've said it before, I think eventually there'll be some kind of break off civilization and it won't be of machine people. It will be of people who do not want to merge, and they will have to go. Like, we will all have to go somewhere. And who knows? And then I also had this crazy thought process of like, what if that's what uncontacted tribes are? Like, there's uncontacted tribes in like the Amazon. What if those people just come from people who didn't want to merge with machines? Because in reality, we have come this far before. A lot of people say that in terms of technology. Like, we have had advanced civilizations before. It's just that everything just gets obliterated, at some point. And that's what uncontacted tribes are. They come from those people who just said, we're going to go into the forest and be away from you technology freaks. Who knows? Who knows? Just random thoughts I have. Sinner and Sage, love and appreciate how much I enjoy the days you are live. Thank you. Thank you for all the work you do for us. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you. Really appreciate you. Cody, again, it'll take a little longer, but once I'm finished dealing with the lawyers, I plan to come forward and help with the effort concerning Graham Allen. Well, I mean, you don't have to, you don't have to go after Graham, but it seems like something that you've wanted to do for a long time, for a while. Because I remember you messaging months ago about Graham Allen when I first noticed who Graham Allen was. So if you feel pulled to, I mean, you got to do what you got to do, but you don't have to do it. But I get it. I get it. Especially when you know the guy. I respect Tucker and Liz when it comes. G Liz. Why you say G Liz? Oh, G Liz Lane. That sounds like a different name. I think you're talking about Elizabeth Lane. Elizabeth Lane when it comes to journalism, but something is off on Elaine. No kids. Feminine trident on one arm pointing down and vector on the right hand pointing up. Baphomet. I have never noticed any of what you're saying. I had no idea. But you know me, you guys know me. I always think there's something off about people who don't have any kids. But you can never pry because you don't know if it's by choice or if they just can't, and you have no idea. But I always think there's something, like, if you can and you don't, I'm always like, what's going on with you? Like, well, what's up with you? Go have kids. My own brother's like that. I'm like, what's up with this guy? What's going on with this dude? Come on. He'd be a great father. He's a great father. He's like, yeah. I feel like I'm the best looking one, but I'm sure if you guys saw this guy, you guys would be like, I think this guy's the best looking one. I mean, looks young. He's like what is he? He's Baron's age. He looks like he's 25 years old. Great smile. Jacked. Never gets sick. Incredible athlete. Like all the things you need to just pump out a kid that's like a baseball player. And he's just like, nah, I don't want to do that. And I'm like, what's going on with that guy? But I didn't know that about Elizabeth Lane. I didn't know about the tattoos. When have you ever seen her tattoos? One on her arm? When have you seen her arm? She's usually wearing blazers. And one on her hand pointing up. I'd have to ask about the tattoos. I've never seen them before myself. Is Tyler really in protective custody? I think he is. I've been seeing that go around the past 24 hours. I've been seeing people say that. I'm guessing that it's real, or maybe they're going off of the information that happened when he first got taken in, because they were saying that about him when he first got taken in. So I don't know if all of a sudden now there's been a new development, but we'll see. We'll see. And also, I think you'd hear it. Yeah, it depends who you're hearing it from, because I'm just seeing it in random accounts pop up. Not to discredit the random accounts, but I haven't heard anybody talk about it. And I don't mean like Baron or Candace. I mean, I haven't heard it jump out in any news stories or anything, but maybe it wouldn't. Who knows? By the way, I tagged you in a Dark Levin photo on YouTube. Dark Levin. Dark Levin is so funny. What a nickname for Officer Tatum. Yo, mama, love the show. Keep up the great work. You said good, but I'll say great. It's weird that Timu spy Bustamante became no Afro Monte as soon as he talked ish about John Kiriakou. Yeah, I noticed that he cut his hair. I don't know why. It doesn't look that great. I feel like, you know, he needs to do a little something with his hair because now it's just like a smaller afro. You know, it's like one of those small afros. Not good enough. You hear Valhalla, what Valhalla calls Bustamante? I think he was calling him Busimante, like Bussy Monte. I mean, the most disrespectful nickname I've ever heard in my life. Bussy Monte. I mean, how dare you? Like, why? Like, why? What did you hear about him that you're calling him Bussy Monte? You know, it's crazy. Remember, there was a Destiny Live after Charlie Kirk passed away. The girl on the live, that was Z. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, he didn't want to talk about it. If you don't know what this person's talking about, basically, this Z Cohen Sanchez called Destiny, said to Destiny, "Hey, you hear what happened to Charlie?" He's like, "Yes." She said, "Dude, we are effed." And he's like, "Yeah, you mean in the sense like of America? America's effed?" And she was like, "Yeah, no, I mean like we are." And then he's like, he cut her off, hung up on her, and didn't let her say whatever she was going to say. And it sounded very suspect because she sounded very worried about the fact that Charlie passed away, but not in the way like all of us were worried, in a different way, in a guilty way. I don't know if that was ever addressed. Project Constitution tried to address it when he had her on an interview, but he didn't push enough. He was too friendly about it. Graham Allen has been talking with his hands like that since he was a teenager, apparently. His hands have always had a mind, had their own commentary. Maybe he's Italian. I don't know. Is he? Probably not. He seems like an Irish guy. He's probably Irish. Oh. I clearly need a privacy screen on my phone because a fellow traveler noticed I was watching the show and asked what was happening today. Cool, but kind of rude. A fellow traveler said to you, "What's happening today?" What was happening today? Why? Why? Because of me? He was asking what's happening with me? Fellow traveler. That's what Masons call each other. You know that? You ever want to like not disturb a Mason, but a Mason will look at you really rude if you like shake their hand. You go, "Are you a traveling man?" They'll be like, "What the? Why do you know that?" That's like a thing they have between each other. "Are you a traveling man?" Yeah, fellow traveler. Yeah, that's a thing. Gotta say, I love y'all. Hit the like for our boy. Thank you so much, Laney. Graham is 5'8", tall, roughly 160 pounds. Oh, that's a little guy. I've like 100 pounds on that guy. You know. Yeah. What can I say? What can I say? I'm not challenging him or anything. I'm just saying I got 100 pounds on the guy. Yeah. Changed my name. Manufactured Madness. MK. What do I call it? MK. What do I call it? Mortal Kombat Ultra. There you go. And the War for Your Mind. My new video on YouTube. But is this what your thing's called? I can't even click on it. It's called DVS1. I'm going to tell you like the other guy. Is that the name of the channel? I hope that's not the name of the channel. Okay. People have to search this stuff, man. Just make it simple. I'm telling you. Anyway. I'll check it out, though. Send me the title of the video. The reason I mentioned that with Lindsey Graham was because the National Guard reports to the state. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Research Sheen. What is this? Chemras? Chemras. What are chemras? Someone says, "Come on, coach. I want a wife and kids someday, but since I don't have either." Yeah, you see what I mean? Some people, they want it, but they don't have it. I've got the freedom to sell my house, fund myself for 3 years, annoy Graham full time, and fight for my country. Might as well put the bachelor years to good use. Let me tell you something. A better use of your time would be finding a lady and having kids. I mean, I'm just saying, right? 3 years? Like, how old are you? 3 years? Better use of your time. Go find a lady and go have some kids. Oh, that'd be the best thing. You have no idea. That kid comes out, and the kid comes out screaming, and then you pick up the kid, and the kid's all like, and then their eyes open. Oh, and then they smile at you. Oh, and then they grab your hand. They squeeze your finger. Their hands are like this big. They squeeze your finger, and they squeeze it, and they look at you. Oh, you feed them bottles. Oh, and they love the bottle. Oh, man. And they're potty training, and they're celebrating. They're like, look what I did. Oh, my gosh. It's the best thing ever. It's just so good. It's so good. Oh, man. It's just the best. Oh, there's nothing better. There's nothing better. I'm telling you. You know, honestly, if those are the two options, screw Graham Allen. Who cares? Who cares? Don't worry. We'll call him out all day. We don't need all that information just to call out Graham Allen. You know, we don't need all that to call out Graham Allen. Don't worry. You know what I mean? If those are the two options, I mean, go have kids. Go have a bunch of kids. Are you kidding me? You have a house, by the way? What? You have a house? How many bedrooms? Go get a bigger house. Go find a lady, you know? You know what this old man said to me one time? I was talking with this old guy. I don't know what he was. He had a turban on. So what is that, a Sikh? It's like a Sikh person? I don't know. But it's old guys walking all slow. I really respect old people. I try to talk to them and stuff if I see old people out and they're willing to talk. So I'm walking with them, and I'm like walking him home kind of because like we're in the neighborhood. And I'm walking him home, and he's walking all slow. And he was like, do you have a wife? And I'm like, yeah, I have a wife. And I think at the time she was pregnant. And, you know, he's like, when you move in, he goes, a wife makes your house a home. He goes, when you have a neighbor and they move in and it's just the man, he goes, it's a little weird. He goes, but when the man has a wife and they have kids, he goes, this is now a home. He's like, and you like to live next to those people more. It was just a very funny thing he was saying, but it's so true. It's so true. Not that you're a bad guy now. I'm just saying, you know, you got a house, you can have a home, find a lady, you know, have kids, find a good lady, have kids. I mean, it's just the best thing ever. You see Baron's a grandfather. You see the pictures and stuff. I mean, it's just the best thing ever, man. I mean, it's just, there's nothing better. And then you have another one. And then the one that you have wants to hug the one that you just had. And, oh, my God, you know. My little girl says, I love you to the little baby more than she says, I love you to us. Unprompted. She'll just look at the baby and go, oh, I love you, little baby. She calls the baby little baby. That's all. She doesn't. Little baby. Say, I love you, little baby. Grab the little baby's hand. Oh, my gosh, man. There's nothing better. It's just the best. I mean, come on. I'm telling you, man. If we don't stop what's coming, then my kids will have to struggle. Graham Allen's not the key to that. No. Don't try and dig it that deep. Graham Allen's not the key to that. You calling out. You just said you're gonna make fun of. You're just gonna be full time on Graham Allen for a little while. Nah, Graham Allen's not the key to that. Nope. You know what the key to that is? Children that you have now that you make informed citizens. Because every single family is like a block in a community. And as you have every single nuclear family block, it strengthens the community, and that will strengthen your country. Bar none. Bar none. Don't worry about Graham Allen. Not important in the grand scheme of things. That, listen, let me just man to man, Cody. That right there is what people use as an excuse. Okay? So if you actually want that, you said you wanted it one day. That's the only reason I'm saying this. You said you wanted it one day. Don't use that as an excuse. The best time to have kids is when you have them. And once you have them, then watch the fire that you have. Right now, you have this fire towards exposing Graham Allen. All good. Fighting for things. All good. Watch the rocket fuel you have. Watch it multiply by 10, 20 once you have a child. Just saying. Just saying. You can do it or don't. You know, it's completely fine. I know it's the best thing I've ever done. I mean, it's just beautiful, right? Hey, Coach, thanks for keeping me busy throughout my day. I'm a stay-at-home mom. Just plug in my ear pods, and I'm cackling. I would also love to see Erica Kirk debates. Yeah, that's never going to happen. I mean, good gosh. That's never going to happen. I mean, I would be shocked. I would be shocked if she debated someone. If we ever see her debate, it will be some kind of astroturfed fake debate where it's someone who basically has the same type of values as her, and they will bow down to her in the debate sphere. It will be so like, she's not going to sit there and like debate Tulsi Gabbard on something, or Candace Owens, or Elizabeth Lane. Like, that's not going to happen. It's not going to be anybody like that. It's not going to be JD Vance. It's not going to be anybody who's prepared. It's going to be like a no one. It's going to be no one, you know? I'm not going to just start on Graham Allen. I just know him and want to teach him a lesson. I assume you said teach you a lesson. I assume you meant Graham. Graham is helping the enemy in my eyes. Yeah, he is definitely. I didn't mean to say you. Yeah, yeah, I know. I know. You didn't mean to say me. I know. So funny. I know you didn't mean to say me. And I get it. But man, there's more important things in the world. And I know it seems crazy. I know it does. I was an Uber Eats driver when we decided to have my kids. You'd be surprised the mountains that move when you just trust God and just do that. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I couldn't tell you anything else, man. It's just, it's the best thing in the world. Nothing compares. And as you have more kids, more good, what helps the world is more good people in the world. So you find someone, you make good people together, you rear good people, you know, and you put them into the world. That strengthens it more than anything. Fighting alone with nobody, with no companionship, with no family of your own that you've created. It's a sad existence, man. It's a sad existence. Anyways, guys, have a great day. I got to get going because I got to see the kids. One of them's probably sleeping or something by now. But I got to go see the kids. I got to go look at other things. I'm sure there's a bunch of stuff happening. Candace is going to be going live very soon, I hope. And is Baron going live today? I don't know if he's going live. He had like a little blip in his schedule because of the Julian Dorian thing. We will see, but Candace for sure will be going live. Do not miss that. And we will be back here tomorrow to talk about all of it. I'm out of here.